Hello, bonjour, and ahoy. For 20 years, GLOBSEC has been at the heart of Central and Eastern Europe, shaping dialogue, driving change, and building relations. In times of upheaval and faced with chaos, now, more than ever, Europe needs to step up and command its destiny. Today, the 2025 GLOBSEC Forum meets 2 decades of irreversible impact. I'm Roger Hilton, and over the course of the next 3 days, I'll be bringing you updates from our flagship conference and from the 2nd edition of the GLOBSEC Geotech Summit. From the Hilton Prague, let's get going. The 2025 GLOBSEC Defense Roundtable started the day off on the Albright stage, with participants reflecting on the lessons learned from Ukraine and how European firms can evolve their products and address the needs of today, with inputs from European Commissioner for Defense, Industry and Space, Andrii, and former Minister of Strategic Industries of Ukraine, Oleksandr Kamyshin. With the Havel stage packed to capacity, GLOBSEC president and founder Robert Vash delivered the official welcome and called for stepping up and leading with responsibility to build a future others want to follow. Shortly afterwards, Czech President Petr Pavel delivered a keynote on Europe not wavering in responding to the expectations it confronted, followed by a dynamic chat with GLOBSEC's Robert Vash. Against this backdrop, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky joined via video link in Kiev and emphasized the importance of increasing economic pressure on Russia while containing it through comprehensive security guarantees. Back on the Schwarzenberg stage, the Geotech Summit, voices from the public and private sector as well as think tank engaged in an energetic exchange about securing and redefining critical infrastructure in the digital era. Back on the Havel stage, Czech Prime Minister Petr Fiala made an impassioned plea to get into an active mindset about security on the continent and reminding us of the many strengths that Europe can realistically build on. A timely and informative chat on the future of UK-EU relations in a volatile world yielded a lot of hope for close engagement in a time when integrity of European security and defense is essential. European Investment Bank President Nadia Calvino outlined her vision for financing Europe's future that looked to support the whole innovation cycle and partnering up with the private sector. The theme of European defense remained a driving topic, as Deputy Speaker of the Czech Parliament and Shadow Prime Minister Karel Havlíček emphasized smart investments and efficiency as a cornerstone of increased defense spending. Shifting to the global south, an eclectic set of expert voices argued that Europe remains a credible partner that delivers in its partnerships. At the GLOBSEC Young Leaders Forum, the Minister of European Affairs of the Kingdom of Denmark, Marie Berrier, outlined Denmark's EU priorities and engaged in a spirited question and answer session with the cohort. Back on the Albright stage, the Geotech Summit dove deep into the issue of critical shortages and solving the raw materials challenge, pointing out hard work that Europe has cut out for itself to cut the dependencies. On the Havel stage, a host of European affairs ministers and experts discussed the EU's path forward on enlargement, defending democracy, and cutting red tape. Keeping on the tech train, an assortment of voices shared their views on expanding the West's global tech partnership into Latin America, Asia, and Africa, as well as towards the private sector. A keynote by Pavel Sirani, vice chairman of the board of Ches Group, argued for more integration in energy to enhance Europe's security. To round out the day, a multifaceted panel of government voices expanded on energy integration as the key to resilience while remaining open to collaboration beyond Europe. What an inspiring first day of opinions, expert inputs, and strategies. But we're not going anywhere. Follow us on social media and see you on day 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Richard Józwiak.
Good morning, everyone. Second day of the GLOBSEC Forum. Maybe some of you was at the award ceremony last night. Yeah, did you enjoy it? Some, yeah, you did, yeah. So, two guys who definitely enjoyed it were the two award winners, Andris Kubilius, the Defense Commissioner, and Tomáš Pojar, the Czech National Security Advisor. I've been nominated 3 times now, so next year. Anyway, there's going to be more tonight. Not awards, not speeches, cocktails, Shoffin Island, remember that one. There will be buses going there, I will tell you about that later. As you may know, there is the 20th anniversary of GLOBSEC, and you will see on stages today that, or in the screens, that people will send in happy birthday greetings to us. And so can you. If you scan the code and record something, you can wish us a nice happy birthday. 20, it's a good time to be alive. So please do that as well. But of course, serious business as well today. We have 3 stages today as well. The Havel stage here, the Schwarzenberg stage next to us, and of course on the mezzanine, the Albright stage. And now, enough of that. Please let me introduce you to the Foreign Minister of Czechia, Mr. Jan Lipavský.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. It's always a pleasure to speak at the GLOBSEC Forum, and even more so on this round 20th anniversary. So wholehearted congratulations, GLOBSEC, on your young adulthood. As last year, I'm honored to open the second day of this prestigious conference. I appreciate that the GLOBSEC Forum takes place in the Czech capital. For more reason, Prague is the perfect place for these high-level dialogues on security, foreign policy, freedom, and democracy. Thank you to GLOBSEC colleagues for choosing Prague as the forum's venue, and I'm glad that the attendance is excellent and the program is so promising, addressing the real challenges of today. We are living through a time of profound transformation. The world around us is shifting, war on our continent, the weaponization of trade, the race for technological dominance, and the climate crisis are all challenging the world order we have known for decades. This is the 20th annual GLOBSEC Forum, and arguably the geopolitical situation is even more complex than ever before. At the heart of this multi-crisis landscape lies Russia's aggression against Ukraine. This conflict is both regional and geopolitical. How we respond will shape the future of European security, the strength of the transatlantic partnership, and the stability of the global order for decades to come. A principle often cited in this context is peace through strength. In the 80s, this approach, championed by the Reagan administration, contributed to the collapse of the Soviet Empire and brought freedom, security, and prosperity to Central and Eastern Europe. The critical question is how to adapt this principle to the realities of the 21st century. The starting point is clear. We must provide Ukraine with sufficient military and economic support to become a steel porcupine capable of robust self-defense. At the same time, we must exert sustained pressure on Russia to limit its ability to wage war. Sanctions remain a vital tool in curbing the modernization of Russia's military. Russia will not abandon its ambitions voluntarily. It must be deterred and constrained by others. It is naive to believe that the Kremlin is dramatically increasing its military budget solely for the prevailing in Ukraine or for parades on Red Square. Nor we should expect Moscow to cease its influence operations, sabotage, and hybrid attacks aimed at weakening democracies, polarizing societies, and intimidating populations across Europe. Ukraine is a test we cannot afford to fail. It is a test of European resolve and responsibility. If existing institutional frameworks prove inadequate or too slow to respond, we must go for new formats. A coalition of committed European countries has already emerged, determined to support Ukraine both on the battlefield and at the negotiation table. This coalition aims to demonstrate that Europe is ready to lead, to exert pressure on Russia to negotiate in good faith, and, together with the United States, to pave the way for a ceasefire and a secure future for Ukraine. Czechia is proud to be part of this effort. Security is not for free. Supporting Ukraine is not an act of charity, it is a strategic imperative. It is an investment in our collective security, prosperity, and credibility. A strong, sovereign Ukraine is essential for a stable Europe. And a stable Europe is the cornerstone of a resilient and enduring transatlantic relationship. I repeat, in this test of Ukraine, we must not fail. Investing in our own security is essential for a balanced transatlantic dialogue. It is in our strategic interest to ensure that the United States remains engaged in European security. A stronger Europe creates the conditions for sustained US involvement. The European Commission has announced a plan to strengthen Europe's defense capabilities. This is a welcome step. Economic strength is as vital as military power. We need to have them advance hand in hand. Europe will never be fully sovereign without a robust industrial base, cutting-edge science, and innovative research. We must invest in cybersecurity and emerging technologies. These investments in security are also investment in our scientific and industrial future, in other words, in our long-term prosperity. The final element is societal resilience, the readiness to defend and the willingness to contribute to our collective security. The coherence of our steps in countering Russian hybrid attacks is crucial. It includes sharing information on the methods and tactics of foreign interference. It requires setting limits to free movement of Russian diplomatic staff, which Russian intelligence skillfully exploits. and Czechia has been proving this to our partners, and many agree. Unfortunately, there is still some reluctance to be more decisive on the Kremlin. The more united and determined Europe and the other democracies around the globe are, the weaker those who seek to divide us will become. Ladies and gentlemen, from Ukraine's test of ours, from defense to the future of our economies, from the support of democracy and human rights to the role of new technologies in our societies, the sheer volume of topics at this year's forum is a proof of complexity of today's world. But that should not hold us back. It's time to shape the world we want to live in. I wish you many insightful exchanges and enriching encounters. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Lipavský, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay seated. We'll play a short video right now, and then we'll have a star-studded panel, including Mr. Lipavský, expertly headed by Madame Gamble, on the Russian war on Ukraine. A few minutes, and then we'll have an all-star panel coming up for you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Hadley Gamble.
Everybody, and welcome once again to GLOBSEC 2.0. It's wonderful to be here. My name is Hadley Gamble. I am the Chief International Anchor for IMI. And this morning, we're going to kick off by talking about, in very realistic terms, what are the actual prospects for peace at this point? Russia's invasion of Ukraine over 3 years ago, causing devastating damage and loss of life, but also raising real questions about the future of the European and transatlantic alliance. And now with US President Donald Trump sitting in the White House, we need to have some hard and difficult conversations about that. I want to welcome my star-studded panel, His Excellency Jan Lipavský, Andrii Sybiha as well, Anna Tinca, and Kurt Volker, along with Benjamin Haddad, who's in the audience. Welcome to the stage. And once again, we want this to be as honest a conversation as possible because we're looking for pragmatic solutions. You also have the ability, using Silo, to open up your tablets or your phones and ask us some questions in real time. But first, I'd like to get a show of hands in this room. Who today actually believes that US President Donald Trump can deliver on his promise of peace in Ukraine? Raise your hand.
We believe.
My first question, and just for those who are watching the streaming, those of you in the audience watching the streaming version of our discussion, there were no hands raised in this room. Foreign Minister, why do you still believe that to be the case?
You see, first of all, let me join to happy birthday greetings addressing to GLOBSEC. We mark 20 years of this great forum, really important platform for the exchange of views. So bravo to the organizers, and really happy and pleased to have an opportunity to attend this forum, especially now. And for me, as a minister of the country which is in war, is really important. That's why I'm here. Second point, you can't imagine how I strongly dream, or all of us dream, that Ukraine will not be a topic or issue of discussions during probably all the forums all over the world. It means how it is important to win the peace, how it is important to achieve long-lasting, comprehensive peace for Ukraine. That's why we welcome efforts of the President Trump. We do really believe that we have a chance to achieve peace, to achieve ceasefire this year. We want to end this war this year, and we do really have a chance to speed up our peace efforts. By the way, next week will be exactly 100 days when Ukraine accepted full unconditional ceasefire. It was a proposal of American side, it was a proposal of President Trump, and we are ready to move forward. The most fundamental step on our efforts to achieve long-lasting peace, just peace, is ceasefire. Unconditional full ceasefire, and we need to pressure Russia to say unconditional yes for ceasefire. And after this, we have a chance to speed up our peace efforts and to start negotiations on broader peace agreement or arrangements.
And just to follow on to that, is Donald Trump essential to getting peace?
Of course. So the recipe is very simple. Leadership and engagement of the US side to raise the price for Russia to continue the war. I mean sanctions, isolation, frozen assets, and of course the third point, to strengthen Ukraine, deterrence package.
I want to ask America's former ambassador to NATO, as well as US representative to Ukraine, Kurt Vogel, this question. Is Donald Trump essential to peace with Russia?
Well, first off, I didn't raise my hand, so I don't think we're going to have peace. I do agree with the minister. I think we may have a ceasefire. And what it will take to get to a ceasefire is squeezing Putin's finances, so he has a very hard time keeping the Russian state afloat and conducting this war if he doesn't have revenue. So we really have to squeeze that. And we have to make sure that Ukraine has a continued supply of weapons and ammunition, including from the United States. It can be on a paid-for basis, not a taxpayer-funded basis. And there, I think the U.S. role, Donald Trump, is essential to make sure that that is allowed to go forward, that that is being sold. But I don't believe there's going to be any peace in Ukraine, for the simple reason that Vladimir Putin has maximalist objectives about the extermination of Ukraine as a sovereign state and as a people and national identity. And he's not going to change. So what we're going to end up with is the possibility of a ceasefire and then the need to basically man the barricades, prevent future Russian attacks, and strengthen Ukraine as much and as quickly as possible while we watch Putin try to rebuild on his side. No one's going to be trying to attack Russia and defeat Moscow, but we do have to be prepared to have an uneasy standoff over occupied Ukraine for a long time. Do you believe this latest package of sanctions goes far enough? The ones that are in the Senate right now and have not yet been passed, yes, I think that they will finally start to do the right thing. People in this room would remember that for the first 3 years of the war, the Biden administration had sanctions in name and then exemptions to the sanctions, particularly for payments to Russian banks for energy. And they did not want to really squeeze Russian energy supplies, which meant that Putin didn't really face any difficulty. I think this current package that's there, which leaves in place the primary sanctions on Russia, leaves in place the sanctions on the shadow fleet, leaves in place the end of these exemptions, which took place in January, and now adds sanctions on those who would be helping Russia to evade these primary sanctions. So it creates a very strong penalty and deterrent for countries, banks, people who would be trying to evade these sanctions. I think that would be significant, and coupled with an effort to keep global oil prices low, so that would also have an impact on Putin's budget.
Madam Secretary, I wanted to ask you specifically about some comments we heard from NATO's Secretary General Mark Rutte. He was essentially saying that in 5 years, he believes that Vladimir Putin's Russia could invade Europe. Is that something that, in your mind, Europe is remotely prepared for?
Thank you very much for this question. I'm also very, very glad to be here. GLOBSEC is such a landmark event. I think that we are working on it. We should definitely speed up and intensify our efforts. I would agree, nothing we see on the ground, judging Russia by the deeds and not by its words, clearly show that Moscow has not abandoned its objectives. And I would agree with those who say that if we do not stop Putin, Putin will not stop in Ukraine or with Ukraine. Europe getting better prepared, ready, is of the utmost importance. I think we have started the work. Being realistic, it's going to be a process. It's going to take time and some difficult decisions. But as a neighboring of Ukraine, as a Black Sea country who see firsthand the impact of this war, the regional impact, and also the global impact of what is happening in Ukraine, how high the stakes are, and what is this really about, I think that Europe has really no choice. And again, I think we've done some very good work in keeping united in support of Ukraine, in sanctioning Russia, but now the real test would be our capacity to hold on to these measures, to go for the long haul, and make sure that we keep our unity as Europeans, who need to be involved, because peace in Europe is actually what we are talking about, and also remaining uniting with the US, who I agree has a very important role to play, and the engagement of the US will continue to be extremely important in the months to come.
Benjamin, walk us through, in your mind, this latest round of sanctions coming from Europe. Do they go far enough?
Well, first, let me say as well that I'm very glad to be here at GLOBSEC and congratulate my friends Andrii Kubilius and Thomas Poyar on their awards, very well deserved last night. You know, look at the situation in which we are in today, and I really want to reinforce what was said, especially by Minister Sybiha. More than 3 months ago, President Zelensky clearly agreed to a non-conditional ceasefire to lay the groundwork for diplomacy and for just and lasting peace in Europe. And this is something that's been supported by the United States and Trump administration and by Europeans. We've said for a long time we're going to see divisions in the transatlantic relations on this, and the truth is we're very aligned and convergent on the need for a ceasefire, for diplomacy, and to find the conditions. The one country that's constantly refused to engage seriously in diplomacy and in talks has been Vladimir Putin's Russia. Russia has been escalating on the ground against infrastructure, against military, against civilians in Ukraine, if you look at just the last few days. And it's kept maximalist aims when you hear what it's looking for in Ukraine. And de facto, as Kurt just said, erasing Ukraine as an independent nation. When you talk about neutralization, so depriving Ukrainians of the right to choose freely their alliances and their political path, when you talk about demilitarization for a country that's been invaded repeatedly, when you talk about changing the government, which is only the legitimate right of Ukrainians and certainly not of a foreign invader, we can see that this is not serious. So the only path and the only solution is to increase the pressure on Russia. Continue military support for Ukraine, as we've done in the last few years, and increase it, both from the United States and from Europe, and Europeans are ready to do this. and continue to increase the sanctions and the economic cost on Russia. We've had recently, as you know, the 17th package of sanctions from the European Union, especially extending the sanctions against the shadow fleet that allow Russia to circumvent the sanctions on energy. We have to go further. There's this 18th package that's being prepared right now, which will extend the sanctions on the energy sector, which I think is really key because, as we know, this is still the main resource that Russia is using to fund its war of aggression, lowering the price cap on oil, continuing to straighten the tools against any kind of circumvention, shadow fleet, etc. I agree with what was said about the package in the Senate. I think, and the fact that it's widely supported in a bipartisan way, I think sends a strong message also to Moscow. And we're engaging and talking with US senators on how we can move forward together. You have the Repower EU strategy, which also will allow to completely draw down and go to zero on any kind of important dependency from of Europeans from Russia. Once again, and I think this is something that is clear to everyone, the only way to get to what we want, which is the end of hostility and a ceasefire, is to really put maximal pressure on Vladimir Putin.
Foreign Minister, to add to that, I mean, we've been talking about this for 3 years, and we're still talking about it. And Vladimir Putin doesn't play our game. He doesn't recognize the rules of the West. In your mind, what is the silver bullet that will get this done and end this war?
I don't think there's a one silver bullet. I think our...
Donald Trump isn't it.
Donald Trump has enormous power of the United States of America. And we have to act in a way that we keep Americans involved as much as possible in European security, through NATO, through other means. And I think it's a fair call from the USA for us Europeans to increase the military spendings. But it will happen gradually, and it has to happen in a controlled manner. So there will not be created any holes in the way how we are secured. So it's not easy discussion, honestly. Those are not easy discussions, but we have to keep Americans aboard as much as possible. You started with a question if or how the peace to Ukraine could be brought, and if it's Donald Trump, definitely he has a lot of power to help to bring ceasefire to reality.
Foreign Minister Sybiha, walk me through this, what we've seen overnight, this attack by Israel on Iran. In your mind, does this weaken the Iran, China, Russia axis?
See, first of all, we are not in the stage or in the phase of the competition of wars, first of all. It is important to prevent escalation and destabilization in the region. It is crucial. And please don't forget that Iran is a country which supplies weaponry to Russia. And this weaponry...
So are you grateful to Israel for taking action?
So Iran is supplying weaponry to Russia. So as I mentioned, it is important to prevent destabilization and to reduce tensions in the region. That's important globally because this destabilization will have an impact and effect on global security. On global security, that's why now returning back to the situation in Ukraine, we need full diplomatic mobilization. That's important, especially right now, and I totally agree with previous speakers that we need additional pressure. We need to apply additional pressure on Russia by strong sanctions. First of all, oil price cap, our understanding, our approach, fair price, $30. Another point, banking system in Russia, including central bank and big regional banks in Russia. It will be really harmful for them. And we understand that Putin he doesn't have any reasons at this stage to stop the war. We should pressure him, we should, by our collective effort, we should force him to accept ceasefire by applying these sanctions. Now only sanctions could force him to accept ceasefire. He understands only the language of strength. They didn't change the rhetoric. Istanbul talks or meetings proved they didn't change the rhetoric. Their language is a language of ultimatums and the language of capitulation. Once again, we have this chance to speed up our peace efforts.
Kurt, does an Israeli attack on Iran help Ukraine?
There's a lot of interesting things to think about here, which the answer could be yes or no. And I'd say in the immediate term, what we've seen overnight, I would say no. You have the U.S. response after this Israeli attack basically saying, this wasn't us, we had nothing to do with this, please don't give us terrorist attacks. That's not a very strong message. It's one that seems to have our ally Israel a bit more isolated. And it's one that tells China that we don't want to get involved. So this is not a strong message in the short run. However, this could play out in a way where Israel keeps up the attacks. They've only gone after the nuclear facilities and some of the leadership, but they could keep up these attacks. And if Iran responds directly attacking Israel with substantial conventional military forces, that could force a larger conventional conflict, and it could force the U.S. to become involved directly, which, if it did, would both weaken Iran, meaning they're less capable of helping Russia against Ukraine, and it would also send the opposite message to China, which is we didn't want to get involved, but we didn't have a choice, and then you can see some substantial American capability. So I think it's too early to make a judgment as to which way this is going to go, but it could have a significant impact either way.
Benjamin, from a European perspective, when you take a step back, there are a lot of conversations happening at the moment about European-China trade, U.S.-China trade, who's the better partner, and how to, in fact, regulate the amount of Chinese goods that get into Europe. When you think about this from a strategic perspective, in your mind, where are we with China as a strategic threat? And I'm talking about in their support for Russia and other governments that make the West uncomfortable.
You know, getting back to Iran for a second, I'll talk about China. What's interesting is there's been a debate sometimes over the last couple of years over whether what was happening in Ukraine was only a local conflict, a territorial conflict. And what's interesting about this is that it's clearly not the way the allies of Russia are treating this. When you see Iranian drones and missiles, when you see North Korean troops on the European continent, the change in mindset that represents, and the Chinese support, we can see that this is about much more. This is clearly an assault on the European security architecture and a threat to all of Europe. And you can see that through Ukraine, Russia is intending to attack the European security architecture and redraw the borders of Europe. And you can see that it has a much more, not only regional, but global dimension. This is not a local war. And so clearly, Ukrainians represent the first line of defense for Europeans and for democracies against the aggression of Russia. All the more reason to support them in their defense and our defense. When it comes to China, you know, a few years ago there was a document, I think, by the European Commission that summed it up pretty well, that said that our relation with China is multifaceted, where you had, you know, of course, a partner on some global and multilateral issues like tackling climate change. You had an economic competitor. You also had a systemic rivalry when it came to different forms of governance. And I think it's a partner with whom we engage and at the same time we defend our interests. Just a few months ago, Europeans for the first time imposed tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles because we could see that this was a sector that was heavily subsidized by the Chinese government after an inquiry by the European Commission. And so here you have a necessity to engage and at the same time defend our interest in a very robust and united way. But adding to this, US trade tariffs and the completely legitimate trade pressure that Europeans are facing from the US administration is clearly not helping in keeping, I think, a united transatlantic front. And so here again, Europeans will have to defend their interest in a very robust way.
Yeah, it's a complicated situation to be in at a time when we're trying to help Ukraine. Madam Secretary and Foreign Minister, when you think about the security architecture of Europe, beyond what Europe needs to defend itself, we've already seen Renault coming out to say that they're going to be building drones potentially in Ukraine. In your mind, what should European partners be trying to do in Ukraine today, not just to rebuild their economy, but also to fund their war machine?
Thank you very much. Just to briefly pick up where Minister Haddad left it, I think it's extremely important indeed to underline the global implication of what's happening in Ukraine. And as a neighbor, as a country in the Black Sea region, we see in our region for the first time, I would say, actors that we have not seen before, or engaged in a level that we have not seen before. And indeed, on the Romanian territory, we had drones and pieces of drones made in Iran falling. And we see the support of other actors for Russia. And we discuss sometimes, is this a real alliance of these countries or just a convenience cooperation? But I think no matter the answer, it isn't less dangerous, and we should be treating it as such. There are global implications, and we can already see that things that used to be taboo at international level are not so anymore, and we see the impact in the Middle East, but we also see the impact in the Indo-Pacific with the DPRK and the Korean Peninsula and so on. So I think it's extremely important to have this in mind when we discuss about what's really at stake in Ukraine. In terms of what we can do to help Ukraine, indeed we need to help Ukraine keep its position on the battlefield and reject the Russian aggression, come to the negotiation table on its own terms and from a position of strength. This has been mentioned before, and also put Ukraine in the position to refuse a bad deal, because a bad deal would not be peace, would be an invitation to further aggression. And I think that this is something that we are all interested in, making sure that the peace that we are hopefully going to achieve is going to be sustainable on the long term, comprehensive, and deter further Russian aggression against Ukraine, but also against any of us. As Romania, we have helped Ukraine, of course, from the first day of the war, and we were trying hard to look at it in a comprehensive manner. We invested a lot in cross-border infrastructure, helping Ukraine with the export of its grain, keeping the state viable from an economic point of view. I think it's extremely important to continue to look at all these aspects in a comprehensive manner. And also, Ukraine has started reconstruction. We do not need to wait for the end of the war, and we definitely do not need to push Ukraine or the region to the periphery of connectivity map, for example, because there is great potential, and in order to have a sustainable peace, all these aspects need to be addressed at the same time.
Your Excellency.
Speaking of supporting Ukraine, I think all our understanding and the reality has shifted in the last 2 years from we have to help Ukraine, and from Ukraine, please help us, to true cooperation. And it's in our interest that we cooperate with Ukraine on our security. Because now Ukraine possesses some of the state-of-the-art technologies, which possibly we want to have them too. So the only way to be part of that is to be doing things in Ukraine and doing things with Ukrainians. And Ukraine is not that country which capital will be defeated in 3 days, but it's a strategic partner in building up European security. And this is the understanding to which everything is moving right now. So it's in our interest that Ukraine is on our side and that we craft this strategic partnership and that we will integrate with Ukraine in so many fields. And this is novelty. This was not there 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, but this is the trend of the last year. And we can follow different kind of industries or policies where this is really active and present, and this is also active policy of Czechia when doing things with the Ukrainian side, and we are very grateful for that. So you have the dedication, you have our support, and all together we can defeat Russia and keep borders where the borders should be.
May I add? It is important to help Ukraine to become more self-sufficient. We have all capacities to, for example, to produce really sophisticated, advanced weaponry in Ukraine. After or since the beginning of this full-scale aggression, we scaled up on some directions 35 times our defense industries. And we have, unfortunately, but we have such an advantage because of the war that we could test our products immediately at the battlefield. And from my humble opinion, we are true leaders in producing drones or unmanned technologies. And it will be a true contribution of Ukrainian side in a future architecture of Europe. That's not about donation now to help Ukraine. That's about future contribution in future architecture of security in Europe and transatlantic security, because Ukrainian security, European security, transatlantic security, they are indivisible. That's important to understand. We have 110 brigades with daily combat experience. With daily combat experience, approximately 1 million soldiers. So it is important to remember this and to have this perception that we are already the part of this transatlantic security and we are protecting our values. Now the border in Ukraine is the border of international law. The border of international law. And Jan, thanks a lot for your words. We do really enjoy our bilateral, mutually beneficial cooperation, especially in defense industries. And in future, we are ready to share with our closest allies, with our experience, with our technologies, in producing such types of weaponries.
Your most successful attack on Russia as a result of this weaponry that you're talking about, as a result of these drones. What is, in your mind, is the message then to the global military-industrial complex, which requires countries spend trillions of dollars on weapon systems that clearly you don't actually need to hit Vladimir Putin?
You're right. We proved that no safe place now in Russia, and we could approach everywhere, but if we are, of course, talking about military objects. So our signal is very simple: to support our industry or defense industry potential now by direct investments, by ordering products from Ukrainian companies. We still have not engaged potential, and we have a shortage or deficit which will allow to scale up our defense industry approximately $15 billion. It will be win-win cooperation, so we encourage private companies, state companies to look and to consider their possibility to invest now in Ukrainian defense industry. It will be really beneficial for both sides.
Benjamin, I want to bring you in on this, particularly with regards to what we've just heard from Renaud on Ukrainian drones.
I really want to reinforce what Andrii just said. Not only do we need to help Ukrainians be more self-sufficient, but it's clear that Ukrainians can help Europeans be more self-sufficient. And we just finished a negotiation a few days ago of the SAFE instruments, the 150 billion loan from the European Commission to fund defense projects in cooperation to reinforce our industrial base at the European level. And I'm really glad that Ukraine is mentioned explicitly as a partner, as a European country with whom we can develop projects, because when you look at the level of innovation and boldness that we've seen in Ukraine on the battlefield the last few years, you can see, of course, the asset that it represents for our defense industry. And reversely, the French and European weapon systems that have been used in Ukraine, of course, have improved from the situation. Look at the Caesar cannon and the way it's been used. It's been tested and improved also on the battlefield. And you know, when you look at the shifting strategic posture from the United States away from Europe, and I would say that's a trend that goes way beyond the Trump administration, with something completely bipartisan that we've seen ever since the pivot to Asia from the Obama administration. You see the questions also rising, the pressure from China, the COVID crisis that revealed also that we needed to be much more self-reliant, much more self-resilient, not just on military issues, but from energy to tech, lots of sectors where we saw our dependencies on external actors. Working with Ukrainians to bolster here the autonomy of Europeans, the European pillar of NATO, I think is clearly a mutual beneficial opportunity for Europeans, for countries like France and for Ukraine.
Do you see more companies, more French companies, doing the same as Renault in terms of investing in Ukraine?
Yes, but I think we could do more.
Yeah. Kurt, question for you. The infamous mineral deal that President Zelensky and President Trump have signed. Walk us through how Ukraine can maximize this potential.
Right, so the minerals deal is broader than minerals. It's natural resources generally, and it creates a reconstruction fund so that in the event of new licenses for resource extraction in Ukraine, money gets deposited into this fund and then is governed by a board that talks about, okay, how are we going to use these funds? The reality is that nothing will go into this fund. There will be no money at all as a result of this deal for years and years and years. So what is the purpose of this? The purpose is changing the political narrative from one of being charity for Ukraine. We're going to help those poor Ukrainians that are being attacked, to one where Ukraine is going to pay its way. Ukraine has capability, Ukraine has resources, they're going to pay their way, so we can be partners and we can work together. This is an important change in the narrative in the United States because Donald Trump and conservative Republicans got very fired up during the Biden administration for spending taxpayer money limitlessly and having no strategy. So now they say, we've got a strategy, we've got a way that Ukraine can pay us back for this, so this is going to be okay. That's the purpose of this minerals deal. You're not going to see any money going into this until there's an end to the war and years of capitalized investment into resource issues in Ukraine in order to generate this income. So I think a lot of the reactions to this deal have been a little too breathless, and I think it does create a situation where the United States and Ukraine now can say that they're aligned, and this is actually very important. There's a question from the audience that I think is related to this, which is how can you promote investment in Ukraine while the war is still going on? And you know, Ben, I appreciate your natural hesitations that how many companies are really going to jump in right now. I think we have to actually tackle that question. Not all of Ukraine is equally dangerous. Not all industries are equally dangerous. And a lot of the things that inhibit foreign investment in Ukraine are more related to business climate than they are related just to the war. So we need to create a focus on problem solving. What are the inhibitors to economic development and investment? And there are several. There will be a Ukraine Recovery Conference next month in Rome. It'll be the fourth in a row since Russia's full-scale invasion. None of these have produced any results up to this point. And I think it's time that we try for a result. And what I would strongly urge is for Prime Minister Meloni to work with some of her G7 colleagues to agree on creating a Ukraine Economic Recovery Executive, a senior level body led by a former Prime Minister of Europe somewhere with a staff that would be focused every single day on follow-up. What needs to happen to make investments more attractive? And there are things in the insurance area, there are things in Ukraine's policies and business climate, there are blockages in the international financial institutions, there are national export credit agencies that are sitting on the ability to resource things, but they don't have the bankable project, so we need people developing that project. There are a lot of things that can be done now, and as the minister said earlier, we need to recognize that Russia's not going to change. There is likely to be a ceasefire at some point, maybe as early as this year, which I think is quite possible. We've got to be able to act quickly. We have to act faster than Putin in order to strengthen Ukraine's economy and military and help integrate them into Europe.
By the way, with your permission, by the way, this so-called mineral resources deal is also about security, because strong presence of American business is a part of future security infrastructure, and we are interested in such a strong presence of American business. And by the way, it was not an easy task to conclude this agreement, but we managed to do this.
Any steps that you are currently taking to unlock the capital that Kurt was talking about, because the capital needed for investment?
Of course, also in a framework of our path to European Union, we are trying to conduct our reforms, even despite the war. We are trying to improve our investment environment or business climate. That's true because we are interested. It is our vital interest to engage private investment, to engage huge companies, and to make it mutually beneficial.
One of the questions that was raised on the board, top international lawyers and economists essentially suggesting that seizing Russian assets is both economically feasible and legal. Now that depends, to be honest, on which lawyers you're talking to and which economists. But for the European ministers on this stage, what is holding Europe back from taking advantage of all that money that's just sitting there? Your Excellency.
It has to be a collective decision in the case of the EU countries, and since we are not able to achieve it, I'm glad that we at least have this usage of those revenues from those assets. But yes, to me it is absurd that we are sitting on a huge pile of money which belongs to the state, which acts in terms of sabotage, information manipulations, and cyber attacks against us, and wages a direct war against our strategic partner Ukraine. And at the same time, we have to tax people to generate resources to up our defenses. So yes, I would, if I had the power, I would move more decisively on that.
Benjamin, in your mind, what's the lack of political courage? Where does that come from?
No, as you know, there's no consensus on this issue, at least on seizing the underlying asset at this stage in Europe. And some countries are very exposed economically, like Belgium, and there's no legal consensus at this stage either. However, we are using them. We are using them. The windfall profits, as you know, are the collateral to the era loan. It's 50 billion euros that we use at the G7 level to support Ukraine, both on its economic needs and on its military acquisitions. And it's important that we keep them. That we keep them. You know, it's also a tool of leverage that we have over Russia.
Madam Secretary.
I would say that, of course, as Europeans, as democratic nations, we have a different way of doing business. And our strengths sometimes may be our vulnerabilities. I mean, we need consensus. We look for sound legal basis. We want to make sure that we understand the implications. And of course, the European member states look at this from different angles. And again, look for also at the legal background. Something that in Moscow, I mean, this kind of worries are never, taken into account. So again, our strengths can be sometimes vulnerabilities for us, but I think that the good thing is that the process is ongoing, and again, we've started working on this in terms of using the revenues, and the discussion continues to see how we can do more on this file as well.
Minister Sybiha, I want to ask you, 3 years ago at the World Economic Forum, 2.5 years ago, I should say, I asked your predecessor, Dmytro Kuleba, a question, which was, Henry Kissinger has said, in order to get a win or to end this war, essentially Russia's going to have to get something that it feels stabilizes the situation, or a win, if you will. In your mind, is the defeat of Vladimir Putin essential, the defeat of Russia essential for peace? And what does that look like?
You see, I do not believe in any miracles after 3 years of Russian aggression. So we need to achieve just and comprehensive peace by concrete actions, to start to act appropriately to the situation, appropriately to the threats. According to our intelligence, Russia started to prepare strategic reserves. It means that their thinking is not only about combat operations or offensive operations only in Ukraine. That's not true. So that's a global threat. And we need to mobilize, we need full diplomatic mobilization to stop this war. It's not about the Ukraine. And this person, which you mentioned, he understands only strengths. Only strengths. Putin understands only strengths, and that's why it is so crucial and right moment to apply sanctions, to use this instrument as an economical weaponry, to approach them, to pressure them, to force them. They already, unfortunately, broken their isolation, and for him it is important. We must force them to return deported children. Thousands of Ukrainian children are in Russia, and maybe it's a proper time to start once again the process of the recognizing Russia as a terrorist state. Their response on our peace proposals, their response on our collective peace efforts, escalation and terror. 2 days ago, I visited Kherson, 13 kilometers to the front line. You see, children there, they are studying in shelters, bomb shelters. But they have happy eyes. And they have the only one dream. They want peace, and they deserve to have peace. So let's look not on what Putin wants, but what we can do now to force him to peace.
Ukraine has said that Russia has lost 1 million people so far, 1 million citizens so far in this conflict.
He is a mass murder of his own people.
We've discussed, in fact, how much longer you believe the war can continue. You're hoping for peace by the end of the year. Kurt suggests at least a ceasefire before the end of the year. Beyond that, how long can Ukraine continue? Because 1 million people to him is not the same as 1 million to you.
We do not have another alternative. That's the existential war against us, against our people. So, of course, we want to end this war this year. Yes, people are tired, but we are ready to resist. We are ready to resist, and people support the approach of President Zelensky. We will never accept peace at any cost. We will never accept.
Your Excellencies, Madam Secretary, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. And I just want to mention, everybody keep your seats because we're going to be discussing Taiwan just coming up next, so stay where you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Kateřina Procházková.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome at our second day of GLOBSEC conference, at our second panel at Havel stage today. This panel, it's titled Taiwan, the Global Imperative for Stability. But we are not going to talk only about the Taiwan. We have more topics to discuss today. But let me maybe start with something else, introduce myself. As was said, my name is Kateřina Procházková. I'm a journalist. I'm working for Project Sinopsis. And Project Sinopsis and Jagello are partners of this event. There is one more debate that is co-organized by Sinopsis and Jagello that is going to take part on Saturday morning, and it's called America First, but not alone. So if you are missing maybe today, please join us on Saturday. Before we start, let me maybe mention two technicalities. Of course, there will be time for questions, so please prepare your questions ahead of time, approximately 5 to 10 minutes at the end of our session. And if you want to be sure that your question will be seen, please send us a question ahead. Do that through the Slido app. You can see the QR codes behind me, so download that app and secure your question. So I think it's a time for me now to introduce our distinguished speakers. So the first one is a Taiwanese Deputy Minister, Chen Ming-chi. Dear Minister, welcome. Excellent, please. The second is a Senator Pavel Fischer, Czech Republic. Mr. Senator, welcome as well. It's a pleasure to have you here. Our third speaker is Ukrainian MP and Deputy Chairman Yehor Cherniev. Mr. Cherniev, good morning. Pleasure to have you here. And our next speaker is Estonian MP Raimond Kaljulaid. Welcome as well. That's a tricky name. And let me also welcome Ukrainian former Minister of Defense Oleksii Reznikov. Mr. Reznikov, welcome as well. Gentlemen, as I mentioned, the title of our debate is Taiwan, the Global Imperative for Stability. So the topic of today's discussion is the stability of the situation in the Taiwan Strait, of course, especially in the light of the ongoing Russian invasion in Ukraine. So let me, without any stops, to start with our debate and with the first question that goes to our two Ukrainian speakers. And I would like to ask about the situation in Ukraine. The Ukrainians' international security guarantees rested mainly on the Budapest Memorandum of 1994. That has proven rather illusionary. I'm sorry to say that, but this has manifested itself with painful clarity 20 years later after the Russian annexation of Crimea in 2014. In the next 8 years, however, before the full-scale onslaught in 2022, Ukraine seems to have made very quick progress in strengthening its defense. So my question is, how did the country manage to prepare itself in relatively short time for what many would have considered, I'm sorry again, say, lost fight? Would you answer maybe Mr. Cherniev as a first one, and Mr. Reznikov would follow? And if maybe you can give it as a lesson for our Taiwanese friends in there?
Well, first of all, thank you, Kateřina, for the invitation. It's a privilege for me to be here. It's my first time in GLOBSEC. I hope that not the last time. If you're talking about the lessons that can be used by our Taiwan friends, I think we have to split these lessons to two main directions. If you're talking about tactical preparation, it's well, this full-scale invasion started in 2022, but the war started in 2014. And we have an 8 years of the preparation, and we understand and understood these years that Russia is our existential threat. So we have to be prepared to any scenario on the ground. Unfortunately, in 2014, we had just 6,000 of soldiers that could and what were prepared for the fights. And I think our country was saved by volunteer soldiers. I was also one of the volunteer soldiers which took part in combat action in 2014. And we started this preparing for full-scale invasion from 2014 with the scaling up of our production of military things, with the preparation of our population. But if you're talking about, it's like a tactical operational level. If we're talking about strategical level, we have to see a science. And I think Europe and Western world didn't want to see this science. First in 2008 with the invasion in Georgia, then in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea. It was a weak reaction on the actions of Russia. And it's a behavior of Putin. He every time tests the reaction of the Western world. Can he do more or not? If there are no reactions, he will continue. Another sign that you probably have to understand, I can remind you in the very beginning of this full-scale invasion, it was a meeting with Putin and Xi Jinping in Moscow, and he said that we're on the verge of those changes that world had not have during the last 100 years. 100 years ago, there was no NATO, no EU, no this world order that we have. So this is the challenge for the Western world and for Taiwan too. And I have doubts that Europe and Taiwan has years for preparation, because Putin will not wait for rearming of Europe. He will act, I think, in the nearest future. The same China, because they also see this cooling of the relations between the US and the EU, and they understand that this is a window of opportunity for them. And unfortunately, I think we are on the verge of tectonic shifts in the world order. It started in Ukraine, and the key in Ukraine, and I think we can stop this in Ukraine again, defeating Russia, because without this, one of the key players in autocratic world, I think China will not start any invasion or any steps. But now is watching for what is happening in Ukraine. They understand that they can do it. I will stop here, but thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give also floor to Mr. Reznikov. Your colleague mentioned that Europe was blind, that we didn't see what was happening, we didn't pretend or weren't able to pretend. So maybe can you just elaborate a bit on that?
In your opening remarks, you mentioned Budapest Memorandum. Then in 1994, Ukraine refused to be the nuclear country. And instead of that, we got so-called guarantees. And one of the guarantor was and is Russia Federation. Plus United States, plus France, plus United Kingdom. The memorandum, I like storytelling, this I need to share with you, because President of Ukraine, Leonid Kuchma, who signed this Budapest Memorandum, personally told me this story, because we were together in the Ukrainian delegation in Minsk process when we tried to communicate and negotiate with the Russians in a peaceful format with the OSCE. And Leonid Kuchma told me that he came to hotel to the President Mitterrand. He was a little bit oldest gentleman with some illness. That's why they have decided to sign in hotel in Budapest. After the signing ceremony, President Mitterrand told to young president of Ukraine, young men, in any case, they will cheat you. It's a quote. And we see the results. So that's why lessons learned. And I would say that in this moment, when China watches Ukraine, it does not in Europe, it seems like test for them. Will the West respond decisively? Will democracies defend sovereignty beyond their comfort zone? For Taiwan, the stakes are existential, like for Ukraine also. But the outcome in Ukraine sets the precedent, as Yehor mentioned before. So Russia's brutal invasion and China's ambitions are not coordinated, but they are strategically allied. And one acts, other learns. And Beijing benefits from a distracted West, a weakened Russia, and an exhausted global systems. It's their benefits. So this is not about the borders. Taiwan and Ukraine is very, very far geographically. But in reality, we are very closely. And it's about the future of deterrence. It's about the stability of global supply chains. And it's about the international law still has force. As I met former defense minister of Japan, he was current head of Japanese parliament committee, military committee. It was December 2023. And I remind him that 100 years ago, near the Tsushima, Japanese fleet won the sea battle and sunk Russian flagship cruiser to the bottom of the sea. After 100 years, in April 2022, Ukrainian Neptune missiles, 2, destroyed flagship cruiser Russians with a funny name, Moskva. So we have the same story, and we have the same precedent, and I wish prosperity and peace in your country.
Thank you very much. And now it helps me to actually build a bridge for my next question that goes to Deputy Minister Chen. As was said, Taiwan, like the Ukraine, sits in a very dangerous neighborhood. The international security guarantees in form of the Taiwan Relation Act of 1979, as they say, is ambiguous. So we have seen in the Ukraine that even more specific guarantees, like the Budapest Memorandum, may not help much vis-à-vis aggressive neighbor. So how does the Ukraine experience impact the thinking in Taiwan about the national security, about the self-defense, and frankly, survival?
Yeah. Well, for us, it's an existential question to be asked. Let me say again, I totally agree that this Tuesday...
Excuse me,
Mic.
Minister Chen, the mic isn't working. Just a second. Okay, can you try it now?
Hello?
No. Hello, not yet. So can we ask technician, please? Okay, so maybe, Mr. Chen, the technician would come, so if you can keep your answer, and I will go back to,
okay.
Is it fixed now? Yes,
Russian sabotage, you know.
Perfect,
like
perfect. Yeah, of course. Chinese sabotage.
Chinese sabotage.
Don't worry, President Zelensky yesterday has the same situation with...
It can't be a coincidence.
Yeah.
That happened yesterday. I think the headphone is working, so you don't need this one?
It's a GLOBSEC routine, don't worry.
We have to be ready for everything.
This does not come from Taiwan.
No, I think it's fine now. Thank you very much, Senator Fischer. It should be working. Is it? No, not
no,
so
yeah.
the microphone is needed.
That's all right.
Yeah, so please. 1, 2, 3.
You got it.
Please.
Okay. Good?
Super.
Are we good? So, okay. I think these two theaters actually resonate. We learned a lesson that history doesn't repeat itself often. It just rhymes. I would say that this is possibly, and in Taiwan we see it as our premier moment. And if we walk back the history and see what could have been done to prepare to prevent a war like a 2022 invasion, I think we should have done that. So we salute to the very brave Ukrainian fighter and the people and the government. We see that you stand at the forefront of safeguarding democracy, to protecting our civilization against the brutal aggressor. So the lesson we learn is that paper is not enough. As you mentioned, that even though we have a 1979 Taiwan Relation Act, I think it's weaker than the Budapest Memorandum. So we cannot rely solely on that to prevent an invasion. Instead, if this is the Crimea moment for Taiwan, what have we done? I'd like to a little bit explain what we have done in Taiwan. So our approach is based upon clear priorities. So our priority is first, boosting defense budget. I believe that yesterday when President Pavel mentioned about 5%, that is a tall order. But our president just announced this year that Taiwan pledged to spend at least 3% of our GDP on defense. And also on top of that, we already start our defense reform project. We extend the service time of our conscript from 4 months to 4 years. And we provide them with better training. And now our exercise is more realistic rather than in theory. So this is the first item. And I think this is a call to all of the country in the world, in the free world. If you want peace, you have to prepare for a war. So investing and budgeting is the #1 issue we have to do. Second is that we find that although similarly there is a size difference between Russia and the Ukraine, and still you can carry on pretty well. So investing in the asymmetric warfare is our #2 in our priority. And we are actively stockpiling ammunition as missile. We are seeking opportunity to work with other countries in our drone program. We are pretty much good at the chip design. But other mechanical part, I think there are opportunity to work with other countries, including Ukraine, including the Czech Republic. So this is second element of how we prepare ourselves if this is the Crimea moment for Taiwan. Third is that we learn from Ukraine, we learn from other Baltic countries that it's important to have a whole society resilience program. So it's no matter it's come to the topic of the energy resilience, how to mobilize your reserve, how to have your civil defense. They are all within this project to do so. So we don't rely upon any the promise on paper. I think #1 thing is to strengthen yourself and prepare a war so that we be able to seek peace through strength rather than other people's empty promise.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. You mentioned partnership, alliances, so my question goes now to Senator Fischer, the well-known in Czech Republic as the foreign policy expert. Most countries like Czech Republic are bound by their one China policies and do not explicitly recognize Taiwan as independent state. Yet still maintain very close economic, culture, and even political relationship with Taiwan. But this ambiguity is perhaps helpful in practical times, but like for everyday relations. But the lack of clarity may contribute to miscalculations in times of crisis, like wars. So how can smaller countries like Czech Republic contribute to peace and stability in a remote region like East Asia? Can we?
Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, and I'm delighted to speak after Mr. Ministers, both of them. at the panel, because I think that the context, that the stage that they prepared is very inspiring. I think that if we observe how China and Russia behave and consider the world, they have something in common. They try to breach the very principles of the UN. If you see the text of Charter of United Nations, you immediately identify that there is a recognition of the right for determination, for instance. There is inviolability by force of the borders, and there is also prohibition of the use of force as a threat. And you see both behaving in the same. And if we observe the build-up, which is impressive, of the Chinese PLA, be it in nuclear capabilities, be it in the air or on naval, you will see that the Chinese Navy today surprises people in Taiwan because of their presence of the aircraft carrier in Iwo Jima Island. China surprises Australia with the fire exercise, fire exercise in Tasman Sea, when they breached every principle of civil navigation for aircrafts. Australians were not informed about this. And I think that this kind of approach, which lacks transparency, is extremely dangerous globally. And how we can engage. More I listen to our friends and partners in Taiwan, more I discover that they would like to maintain status quo. This is already enough. If you see how PLA military forces try to encircle Taiwan, again by surprise, without any announce of the military drills, which are more and more frequent, we discover a principle which can be extremely sensitive. So in the Senate, we try to open the way that we recognize the willingness of Taiwanese citizens to stay in peace, to respect the rule of law, the status quo, and by the way, Taiwan is an actor of its future. Already today, is a subject of international law because it is recognized by many countries worldwide, and it behaves as a partner of the game. And in this, in the Senate, we decided to invite, for instance, the Speaker of the Taiwanese Parliament, and at this occasion we approved a resolution which states at the opening that Czech Republic and Taiwan are actors of subjects of international law. It means that we are actors of our future. And this is something that liberates us from these very narrow-minded manipulations that China does, for instance, as far as 2758 resolution of the UN is concerned, where Beijing declares that this is one China resolution, and there is nonsense. If you read the text, there is nothing like this. We have to be extremely cautious because the world order based on the UN Charter is under threat, by the way, because of Moscow and Beijing, among others.
Thank you very much, Senator Fischer. But aren't we again so naive, like in the case of Russia, when we are talking about the PRC? I know not you, but maybe some of other colleagues. So again, I will have a bridge and question for Mr. Kaljulaid. I would like to ask about the European position, about the position of the EU on both Ukraine and Taiwan after the current US turn to multipolarity, multipolar world. United States are no more or less explicitly telling Europe to take care of their own continent. Is that right? Would you agree? And leave the Indo-Pacific to US. Is such division of labor advisable or even possible? What do you think about it? And is this the end of the extent security doctrine?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't read the US message as straightforward as you've just put it. And also, to be honest, this has been the position of many U.S. administrations going back in time, that there needs to be what we call fair burden sharing in between Europe and the U.S. And you know, I've been talking about this for a while as well, that if you compare, you know, Cold War spending on defense in Europe, which was between 4 or 5% of GDP, to what European countries were doing very recently, I think the U.S., you know, all things considered, has a legitimate complaint here, because going back to just before the full-scale invasion into Ukraine in 2021, I think it was like 6 countries in NATO that were actually fulfilling the 2% pledge. And despite the fact that the full-scale invasion was hailed by every leader as a wake-up call and need to step up, and now we're really going to grow our muscle and, you know, become not, you know, we were Johnny Depp and we're going to become Arnold Schwarzenegger now. That didn't really happen, because when Stoltenberg left office, it was still only 2/3 of NATO that was fulfilling even the 2% pledge. But that said, I think the greatest lesson we must learn, I think, as the Western Alliance and our allies in Asia, is that we didn't really do enough to prevent the full-scale invasion in Ukraine. I think everybody agrees with that. There's a very telling anecdote about that. If you remember, the US was publishing intelligence about how Ukraine is going to be invaded by Russia, and at some point Biden sent Kamala Harris to meet with President Zelensky and said, look, sit down, just the two of you, and convince him that the invasion is going to happen. And they sat down, you know, like we're sitting here with Yehor, you know, knee to knee, and Kamala looked Zelensky in the eye and said, you know, Vladimir, you have to take this seriously. And President Zelensky said, okay, Kamala, I'm taking this seriously. What exactly do you want me to do? And the US,
where is the weapon?
And the US had no answer. The vice president said, well, maybe you look at your personal security. So we didn't really, I mean, if you think back, I mean, Oleksii knows
I
this.
witnessed that dialogue. I was there. It's absolutely true.
Yes. He didn't tell me about it, though. And, you know, I mean, Oleksii, who I admire greatly. I mean, I admire your work. It's incredible what you did for Ukraine, and I hope they remember you forever for it. You know, when the war started and the first Ramstein Foreman meetings, you know, I think 90 or 80% of that planning should have happened in 21. We were giving mixed signals to Putin. I think the meeting in Geneva was a disaster, to be honest. And now, what I want to come to is, we should ask ourselves, are we making the same mistake with Taiwan right now? You know, we had a meeting with the vice minister, and I asked him, and he gave me great points on what we should be doing. And, you know, we're here, a lot of Central European, Eastern European countries. It's very important among practical things, for instance, to keep Taiwan on the agenda, not forget that this is an international, you know, it's a huge issue. I think every opportunity that us politicians have, we should express our solidarity with the Taiwanese people. I mean, leaving aside all the legal and, you know, whatever the complications of it, at the end of the day, this is about, you know, Taiwanese babies sleeping soundly, not having to go to kindergarten in a bomb shelter like they do in Ukraine, not having to bury your loved ones. I mean, at the end of the day, this is what China is threatening. I mean, they can speak nice, you know, they can speak grand words about, oh, you know, China's rising up and the Taiwan is the last obstacle to that. At the end of the day, they're talking about killing Taiwanese babies. That's the essence of war. So I think really the lesson that we have to learn from this Ukrainian experience is, in the lead up to a conflict like this, what can we practically do to support Taiwan now? And hopefully that will discourage China and take the military option off the table, or push it forward into the future, and maybe something will happen in the leadership. But that's what we should be asking ourselves right now, if we want to say we are learning from the experience and the mistakes made before the full-scale invasion in Ukraine.
Thank you very much. I like your optimism towards the US. I hope that you are right. But let me now jump back, and as Minister Reznikov mentioned before, he was in he's somebody who has been in the full thick of the war in Ukraine from the beginning. So, in conflict like this, when you are fighting off much bigger aggressor and you depend to a large extent on international assistance and from the allies, what are the pieces that needs to be taken care of domestically, and what is the part that needs to be secured internationally? Where can the outside world help, and what are the limits to such assistance?
Again, lessons should be learned. First of all, we are living in a new world when information became weaponized. So, in the current war, enemy using not only conventional weaponry or electronic warfare, they're using cognitive warfare. In the end of 2021, when it was a report of American intelligence services with the Pentagon representatives to the committee of the Congress, it was a closed meetings. But after that, it was so-called leaks to the media of the United States, and after that it became the very popular cognitive bias. Because Americans' intelligence had the information that Russia are planning to occupy Kyiv during 3 days. But the cognitive bias became, in the case of full-scale invasion, Kyiv will fall during 3 days or 72 hours. Just a small nuance. They have a plan, Kyiv will fall. It was a perception. According to this perception, all capitals of the civilized world have decided, we have a very good neighbor, but they have a cancer verdict of the doctors. They will die after 3 days. For what reason we will invest them? When I come to Pentagon in November as a freshly appointed defense minister, I asked them just stingers, a short systems, like it was in Afghanistan campaign. The reaction was, Oleksii, it's impossible. Why is it impossible? It's forbidden by the law. Bingo, I'm a lawyer. We can draft the amendment, go to the Congress, to House. I will help you. No, Oleksii, it's impossible politically, technically, something else. In January 2022, we got first stingers from the Lithuanian brothers, from the Vilnius. After that, I asked, battle tanks, impossible. Artillery 155, impossible. Patriots, impossible. F-16, impossible. But every time it became possible a little bit later. So everything is, what is impossible today became possible tomorrow. But we need to move forward as soon as possible, because everything is possible. And Taiwan will not fall during 3 days or 72 hours. They will fight for their surviving, they will fight for their sovereignty, they will fight for their families, for their houses, for their kids, like we did it in 2022, without any aids from our Western partners, or small aids with a little bit in love, and a little bit javelins, and a little bit stingers, a little bit. But we fight 3 weeks, 3 days, 3 months, 3 years we're fighting back. And you know, a strange situation we're calling spider net on the Russian soil, or Kursk Oblast, or something else, and we will surprise you more and more, together with Taiwan.
Well, thank you. Shame on us. I'm sorry to say that as a Czech. Apart from the military pressure in form of the frequent PLA maneuvers around the Taiwan, there's also been increasing push by China to limit Taiwan's international and diplomatic space. Taiwan has been squeezed out from many international organizations and even from many international events, such as the recent World Health Assembly. Such diplomatic isolation could decrease the political deterrence against aggression and increase the risk of war. How could Taiwan break out these attempts at isolation, and how can the outside world help with the constraint of their one China policies? This is my question for Deputy Minister, and I'm asking this question because it nicely follows to what you just said, Minister Reznikov, about alliances and friends and partnership, that it's so needed. So please.
like to echo Minister's nice saying about the thing. I think about that. If you think that helping Taiwan in the international organization is difficult, think about one day you have to supply us with ammunition. You have to break through the blockade, and so as that democracy will not fail and will not fall. So I think our participation in the international organization is a defiance of those authoritarian rulers. They want to destroy the rule-based international order, but in reality, it's not. They are thinking about a world that's dominated by them, or jointly by Putin and Xi Jinping. I think this is a dangerous world. So excluding Taiwan from participation in the international order is not only productive, but send a very dangerous signal to the rest of the world, especially to those authoritarian rulers. It's counterproductive because Taiwan is a contributing country. The COVID, we help with a banner. The Taiwan can help. We provide the personal protection gear to like-minded partners. And we are stand at the front line, but we are prepared. Our healthcare, our public health system is solid. So see us as the front line, and we see the warning signal to the back. So our participation in the WHA or WHO is important to the world, and as well as many other international organizations. Second, it sends a dangerous signal to the authoritarian rulers by saying that they can have their way. They can easily squeeze anyone from the international stage. I think if that is true, then anything could happen. Anything could happen. So by doing this, we can contribute. We are willing to contribute. Again, I mean, why we see in Taiwan that our fate and the Ukrainian fate is interlinked. That's because we believe our democratic allies should have it's like investing in the pool of goodwill. Then we help you out, and someday if we, as your fellow Democrat, fail, then you can come to our help. So that is important. That's important that all democracy in the world jointly invest in the pool of goodwill, helping each other out. Because they are actually linking up with each other proactively. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, they are helping each other out. They even conduct the joint exercise. So if we are still stuck in the consideration about, it's quite inconvenient to tell Beijing, why you want to let Taiwan in any international organization. I think they will be in deep trouble because they are forming an alliance, a credible alliance. They are sending their helping each other out. I think our Ukrainian friends know it very well. Ammunition, soldiers from North Korea. So what's our answer to that? I think the answer to that is, first, let Taiwan be your partner in the international organization. We are going to contribute. We are going to bring good things to the international organization. And by doing so, that we are investing in that pool of goodwill.
Thank you very much, Minister. Mr. Kaljulaid would like to add something?
Yeah, just two points. So, first of all, when we compare these situations, we also be mindful of the differences. The first very important point I would make is that, unfortunately, Taiwan is much more vulnerable even than Ukraine was before the war. It's a totally different military operation if China decides to do something. There's no land border, but the scale is totally different. If you look at population size, territory size, The scale is totally different. These fundamentals, at the end of the day, also have a significance. The other point why it's very, very much different is I truly think that if China decides to move against Taiwan, the threat of this escalating into a complete global world war where hundreds of millions will die is much greater than it was with Ukraine. I think some in the West, sorry to say, were cowards and we let ourselves be scared by Russian rhetoric. We hugely, and some of our friends hugely overestimated the threat of escalation with Ukraine. And the fact that some of the aid was held back because of that is something that the history books will, I'm certain, will judge very negatively in the coming decades. So it's the risk of Taiwan is, I would say, similar to if Russia actually crosses the border of NATO. So that really puts us in the territory of moving towards a global conflict. And the second thing, I just very quickly want to come back on your point that I'm more optimistic about the alliance. The question is, I'm not an optimist or a pessimist. I'm a politician working for my country. And I think I cannot afford that comfortable position of, like making this an academic discussion. If Estonia back in the early 90s when we went to Washington and said, we want to join NATO, and we were told, like, forget about it. What do you mean join NATO? Imagine if Estonian politicians went back home and said, you know what, they said no, so let's forget about it. Or the Ukrainians, I mean, you asked for, basically every step of the way, you asked for something. Imagine if Oleksii would come back and said, in Kiev, nothing we can do. They said no. No, I mean, it's, if you got to find a way in diplomacy to make the other side, to make an offer they can't refuse. And you come back, and they throw you out the door, you come back through the window, and they throw you out, you come back through whatever means you've got. So you just got to keep pushing. And there is precedent. I mean, you guys, at the end of the day, you got what you needed, late, true, but you got it. In the same way here. So in terms of like the faith of the alliance, I mean, let's not adopt this position that, everything's now so very dismal. We should work to make sure that this alliance of Europe, UK, Northern America, NATO, and Asian partners, that it works. And we need to work on maintaining it. At the end of the day, if you think about it, I mean, I might disagree very much with Mr. J.D. Vance, for instance. But at the end of the day, I have much more in common with J.D. Vance than I do with Sergei Lavrov. And if you ask me who I want to be stranded on a deserted island after a shipwreck, I would prefer J.D. Vance to Sergei Lavrov. So I think that's what binds us. I mean, if there's US people in the audience, I was just in the Midwest, I was in Ohio, and then there was a state trooper that said, we feel like you hate us in Europe. No, we don't. No, we don't. And I think the Midwestern people and the good people of Ohio don't hate Europeans as well. So we got to get past that political, noise. That's it.
Thank you. It was nice round up. I think all gentlemen are brave here and having same stance as you. But please, Mr. Cherniev, if you want to add something, and then I think we have last 5 minutes for the questions from the audience.
I will try to be brief. I have a feeling that we are now in the 30th years of the 20th century. We are trying to find the way how to make a peace deal with the aggressor, like a Hitler of the new year, of a present time, with the giving up something small, thinking that it will fit him and it will be enough. Don't make the same mistake as it was made 1 century ago. We understand that Putin will not stop. Unfortunately, Putin understands only the language of power. And we should shift from the deterrence of Russia to defeating of Russia. And back into the recipe how to fight against the enemy which much more bigger than you, you have to have not only the willingness to fight, but the creativity, the asymmetric answers to those big enemies, like we do with this fleet of small sea drones or the drones against strategic aviation or something. It's possible. But again, we would not survive without our partners. And our partners should understand that we are on the verge of the big war. And it would be better to be prepared now and scale up all the military production and scale up the military budgets. And there are so many space for a pressure on Russia with the sanctions, on metallurgy, on oil and gas, on financial sector, because their capacity, their power are on the two pillars. First, economy. Second, their army. Without economy, they will not be able to wage this war. Without, and you can do this with the sanctions. Military pillar. It's up to us how to destroy their capacity in the area, and we do it, and we will continue to do it. And this is the only recipe how to stop or how to prevent the big war in a continent. We have to be united, we have to be more decisive and more active.
Thank you very much. It's a great last word, and as I said, our time is running out, so we have another 3 minutes for questions. So I have one question on Slido that I would like to ask Deputy Minister. That's the anonymous question. How can the West support Taiwan in countering PRC efforts aimed at persuading countries of Oceania and Latin America, Indo-Pacific, to switch recognition from Taiwan to PRC?
Well, the support Taiwan for its own merit. We are a vibrant democracy, and speak out and call out China's interference in your affairs by, limit your building a relationship with Taiwan. I think that it's a good demonstration to our friends in Oceania and Latin America. We are working hard jointly with our ally, with our like-minded partner. Many have, for example, when U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio traveled to Latin America, many times he mentioned about how he appreciates, Guatemala's relationship with Taiwan. I think that is one example. By encouragement and by speak out. That is the first step. The second is that try to upgrade your relationship with Taiwan. As I mentioned that we are the helping hand. We are willing to invest. We see that it's important for us to enlarge our global footprint for our enterprises. So I think this is two things that we urge the world to do. And yes, the correct, to sort of provide and call it out that the misinterpretation of the UN Resolution 2758 by PRC, I think that set a pretext for their invasion. So we should be very careful about all this kind of legal warfare.
Thank you. There are no questions popping out, so I think we have time for the last one. How have the global security dynamics shifted following today's Israeli attack on Iran's nuclear facilities? That may be a question for Senator Fischer, if I may ask, or anyone, you gentlemen who would like to answer the question? Not really? Yeah, so please, Senator Fischer, if you're willing.
Thank you so much. I think that we elaborated today on the global order based on principles of international law. And this is something that we have to pay attention not only as we speak about Russia and its aggression against Ukraine, but also as we consider the very dangerous build-up of PRC superpower, and be it in economic or military. But again, as we consider the whole Middle East, which is boiling, I think that the international law is of utmost importance. Maintaining double standards would undercut our authority and also to gather support for Taiwanese cause and for Ukrainian cause.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, it's time to thank you, our distinguished speakers, also to GLOBSEC and our partners, Sinopsis and Jagello. And I should mention, last sentence, please don't leave. We have now coffee break, and we will be back here at the Havel stage with another great discussion at 11. So once more, thank you very, gentlemen. It was a pleasure for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Kim Dozier.
Welcome, everyone, to this panel, which is going to dig into the trials and travails of joining the European Union. I'm Kim Dozier, CNN Global Affairs analyst, here from Washington, D.C., and frankly, really enjoying the break from Washington. I want to invite onto the stage a distinguished audience. We will start with President Alexander Vučić. Please join us on stage of Serbia. And next we have Prime Minister Pashinyan of the Republic of Armenia. And then we have former Minister Lajčák joining us from nearby Slovakia. And lastly, former Chancellor Schallenberg from Austria. Thank you, sir. Now, I have warned these gentlemen that we are going to have a lively conversation, and as I think that they're shy and afraid to interrupt each other, to flag me, to bring them in. Side note, they're not at all shy. And I want to invite all of you to send us questions by Slido. And what we're going to be looking at is, two of you are trying to join the EU, and two of you have been through that process. So, Mr. President, I'd like to start with you. What is holding Serbia back at this point?
Ask them.
Oh,
and he's
well
right.
played.
He's right.
I am. It's anyway. It's there are many things still to be done. People in Europe, they always speak about merit-based, using this kind of phrase, which has actually never been the case. If you remember the situation with Romania, Bulgaria, it has always been a sort of political decision, not something that was based on merit-based criteria. And today we still have many things to do regarding rule of law issues. We have regional issue with Pristina, which is very difficult to be resolved. But at the same time, we have had so far the biggest growth rate and much bigger growth rate than Europe had it, at least in last 10 years.
The biggest economic growth rate?
Yes, economic growth rate.
So they should want you.
Yeah, it's not anymore, or it's not only an issue of economic development, it's also about belonging to the EU single market, to sharing the same borders or not having the borders between all our countries, which is of an utmost importance, and not only for economy, but for the ordinary people's lives. And there are many other things that why we would like to join European Union. Some people would say values, although when we start defining those values, there are always differences. But the real issue for us, if I may define it, is a bit different than with the others. And it's about Kosovo, as you know. We are very much stick to UN Charter and UN Resolution 1244, which defines that as a part of Serbia, and 22 out of 27 EU countries, they have already recognized Kosovo's independence, and 5 out of 27 did not do that. And this is the issue, because we have to...
Belgrade is not yet ready to recognize Kosovo's independence.
Bratislava is not ready to recognize it. Bucharest is not ready. Athens is not ready. Madrid is not ready, and Nicosia is not ready, and it's not ready. It's you know, when you, because, dear Madame Dozier, when you speak about it, and I was mentioning that last year here in Prague, when you speak about, let's say, territorial integrity of Ukraine, and we are firm supporters of territorial integrity of Ukraine, and when you speak about it, and then you speak about violation of UN principles, international public law principles, then you cannot explain to anyone in Serbia, to anyone. It's not about me, it's not about politicians in power. To anyone in Serbia, well, what happened with territorial integrity of Serbia? And we still have Resolution 1244 in effect, and nobody cares about it.
So,
because there were some other political interests that were much more important to some Western allies than UN Charter and international public law.
If I may interject, is this partly why in recent polls Serbians are starting to question whether they want to join the EU? Or is it your closeness to Russia and the Ukraine conflict? Or should I say that you know how to talk to Russia?
Well, Russia has always been, has traditionally been a friend of our country, and that's not something that is not well known. But I believe that we have had a very principled position on Ukrainian issue. That's why I was emphasizing the fact that we do support UN Charter on that and territorial integrity of Ukraine. It's not about that. And we had the same type of closeness, as you say, 20 years ago, but at that time it was 80% of population in favor of EU. Now it's around 40%,
wow,
which is twice less. And it's not only in Serbia, you have the same problem in North Macedonia, and you have a big split, big division between Macedonians and Albanians. Albanians are 80% in favor, in North Macedonia in favor of joining EU, and North Macedonians as a nation, they are like Serbs, or even more skeptical about the EU path, which shows that it has nothing in common with Russia, to tell you the truth. It has something in common with our needs, with our expectations, some disappointments as well, and that's it.
So what I'm hearing is that it's complicated, and that Armenia might beat you. So with that, you might join the EU before they do. But you also have a bit of a Russia problem. So, Prime Minister, what is holding you back?
Nothing is holding us back, because we just adopted a law about the start of the process of accession to the European Union. But I'm sorry, first of all, let me express our concern and condemnation connected with Israeli latest action, strike to Iran. And you know, it makes put under question the fragile stability that we have in the region, and we are very concerned. And continuing to that, but in general, you said that we have Russian problem or problem.
You have Russian troops in your territory, which has been a problem for other countries trying to join the EU. And I do want to get to the Israel strike on Iran and Iran's potential response later in the Q&A. So I'm glad you brought that up. So let's bookmark that for talking about in a little bit. But when I was in Yerevan last year, the city was convulsed with the opposition political party having a major Sunday night march through the streets. And so downtown was sort of frozen. And you do have Russian troops on part of your territory. The EU also has energy dependence on Baku, which is a problem. But can you just lay out for the audience some of the things that you're working on to join the EU?
I said already that recently we adopted a law in our parliament about the start of the process of the accession Armenia to European Union, and now we have very close cooperation with the European Union. But from the other side, we have no task to cut our relations with Russia, because our our policy, our foreign policy is balanced and balancing, and that is our strategy. From the other side, you mentioned rallies. You know, I think rallies are very usual thing for any democratic country. Because it is very important to know that in Armenia we have reliable mechanism of free and democratic elections to form parliament, government, and Armenian citizens always have opportunity to express their opinion. But it is very important to state that democracy is a strategy for us. And law I just mentioned, it is not only our goal to go and to become a full member of European Union, but it is another impetus for us to continue and implement and widen our democratic reform agenda. And we hope that in time, when we will submit a request for the EU full membership, it will be merit-based request, because we will manage to implement the through overall and deep democratic reforms. And that is our agenda. From the other side, you know that we have a complicated situation in our region. And you mentioned the presence of Russian troops in our country, but I would like to mention that we have also a European monitoring mission in our country, monitoring the situation, bordering situation with Azerbaijan. And from the other side, during the last years, the scale of presence of Russian troops in our country decreased. But from the other side, now we have no task to end the presence of Russian troops, but we have another task to be able, with regional countries, establish sustainable and lasting peace in our region. And you know that recently, this year, we've been able with Azerbaijan to end the negotiations on the peace agreement between our countries with the positive results. I mean that the draft was agreed bilaterally, and bilaterally it is confirmed, and now it is time to sign peace agreement. And now we are in the process of consultations with Azerbaijan how to get to that point and to sign peace agreement. You know, we have stable and good relations with Iran and Georgia, and from the other side, now we have quite active dialogue with Turkey, and we hope that the agreement that we've been able to reach with Turkey in 2022 will be implemented. It is at least partial opening of our border, land border for diplomatic passport holders and third countries' citizens. Okay. And I hope that we will be able to implement this agreement. And of course, in general, we understand. You know, we don't want to come to European Union and to bring conflicts to European Union. First of all, we want to address the possible conflicts in our region, create peace, and bring peace to European Union. That is our strategy. Add something to the peaceful life of European Union.
Long may it be so. So, Minister Lajčák, has Slovakia yet voiced its has it endorsed the membership of either country here in the EU, and if not, why not?
No, Slovakia's position when it comes to enlargement of the European Union has been quite clear and consistent. We are in favor. of the enlargement. We support membership of countries who are willing to join and are meeting the criteria. Moreover, since we are part of the group that joined 20 years ago or 21 years ago, there is still a generation of diplomats and politicians, who, including myself, who were part of this process, and we are happy to share the experience from the process. So there is no problem with my country.
I hear you are pro the enlargement of the EU,
yes.
And of course Slovakia was one of the fastest to join. So, but have you backed these two individual countries yet? Have you said at the EU level that you want them in particular to join?
Sure we do.
Or do you have hoops for them to jump?
If we believe it's good for them, we believe it's good for the European Union.
Okay.
The problem is that, yes, my country needed 34 months, less than 3 years, to complete the accession negotiations and join the European Union. Serbia started the process in 2014, so it's already 11 years, and it's still a long way to go. So that means that for us, the process was very clear, very credible, and it had a huge transformative effect. Over years, we lost this. The process has become more blurred, more complicated, extended. I read somewhere that nowadays you need like 300 consensual votes in the European Council to get through the process. That means there are 300 opportunities that one single member state can block you at any state. So this hardly motivates the candidates and helps them to address the painful issues of reform. So we have the issues with the credibility of the accession process. And also we need to find the right balance of the political and technical aspects. It's not a technical process, it's a political process based on meeting the technical criteria. You cannot be too bureaucratic and you cannot be too ideological. But the good news is that European Union has regained the momentum, has found the momentum for enlargement. There is a positive pro-enlargement atmosphere in Brussels and among the member states, and that opens this famous window of opportunity, and I really hope that both Serbia and Armenia will be able to use it and benefit from it.
So what I'm hearing is that, yes, Slovakia would like both of these countries to join, Armenia and Serbia, but you also recognize that the process has become much more bureaucratic, complicated, many more hoops to jump through. So I guess your main advice to them would be patience?
I think they have been overly patient already, because for the last 10 plus years we have been more talking about the enlargement than working on the enlargement. What is really important is to be aware that there are no shortcuts, there are no discounts, because if you want to be able to function in the community of European member states, you really have to fulfill the criteria. But at the same time, of course, we are all different, and we on the EU side need to recognize the specificity of each country. And countries like mine are always those who are trying to help advise, and of course to be the good advocates for the enlargement.
Chancellor, we come to you. By some accounts, it took Austria a number of years to ascend to the EU. You had to get rid of the shackles of the Soviet Union, which meant you had to become neutral. And that was one telling of the tale, that your neutrality was initially an obstacle. But you're here now. What is your advice to these two countries in particular?
I would turn it around.
Okay.
There's no advice for those two. I would advise us within the European Union. We have the wrong mindset. And Miroslav was already pointing this out. There was once upon a time, the European communities knew that enlargement is actually the strongest geopolitical tool in the toolbox. When Greece joined in 1981, when Spain and Portugal joined in 1986, it was to strengthen young democracies. And it wasn't about did they or can they apply each and every letter of their acquis communautaire. It was a geopolitical, geostrategic endeavor. And now we have lost this mindset. And I believe the Russian attack on Ukraine brought it probably back to some capitals that we have to start thinking in these terms as our forefathers did. For Vienna, it's very clear. You go 500 kilometers to the east, you have Ukraine. You go 500 kilometers south, you have Bosnia-Herzegovina. Both are neighborhoods. We have to stabilize this neighborhood. And I would say this is probably the geostrategic litmus test for the capacity of the European Union, the geostrategic capacity of the European Union. If we fail in our neighborhood, then we should stop talking or fantasizing about the EU role in the Middle East, Northern Africa, or elsewhere. So my advice would be stop with this bureaucratic approach, number crunching, see it in geostrategic terms, and by the way, Southeastern Europe, we call it the Western Balkans. I prefer Southeastern Europe because it's Europe. It's not the backyard. It's surrounded by EU member states. All problems they have are our problems. Some of them even originate in EU member states, if I think about migration. Any migrant normally has crossed an EU state before arriving in Southeastern Europe. So this is not our backyard, this is our patio. And history has shown again and again, if we don't have lasting prosperity and stability in Southeastern Europe, we don't have lasting stability and security in Central Europe. And we have seen what that can create as a problem with World War I and World War II. So let's get our act together in Brussels and the capitals of EU member states.
So we have a number of Slido questions coming in, and many of them are for you, Mr. President, but a lot of them focus on Serbia's relationship with Russia. And so I have a question for the whole panel. Right now, a number of EU plans having to do with limiting, sanctioning Russia, limiting investment in Russia, limiting Russia's ability to fund its war against Ukraine, have been stymied by Hungary or the current Slovakian government. If Serbia joins, you've got one more country that also has a close relationship with Russia. I mean, Mr. President, would you consider arming Ukraine? Would you consider stepping up support and sanctioning Russia, stopping any energy purchases, et cetera? And how would Moscow react to that?
You know, we are not fully dependent, but we are very much dependent on buying gas from Russia. More than 80% of all the quantities we are getting from Russia through that Turkish or Balkan stream, whatever you call it. And we tried and we are striving to diversify all the sources, but that will remain so in at least the next 6 to 7 years.
And of course, recent reporting has shown that the European Union spent more in buying oil supplies and energy supplies from Russia than it actually gave to Ukraine. So you're in good company. But that first part of my question, arming Ukraine, stepping up your support to Ukraine, as you've said, it is an important issue.
I tried to respond to you, but you didn't allow me to finish my...
But now I am.
Thank you. We have a very good cooperation with Ukraine. I have seen President Zelensky 2 days ago in Odessa. Spoke to him so far 9 times, if I'm not mistaken. And Ukraine has always been a friendly country towards Serbia. As a matter of fact, they are very much observant on international public law, and they did not recognize Kosovo's independence as well. They did not even invite Pristina to Odessa meeting, and that's what we appreciate very much, and we have nothing against Ukraine. And speaking about arming up someone, we have no right, according to our laws, to sell and to send any kind of equipment to Russia, either to Ukraine. Some people say that through third countries they were getting some of our equipment. No doubt, whenever you sell it to whomever you want in the world, then both of them, particularly Ukraine, will get something from European countries or from the States or from some other countries, but we cannot do it directly and we cannot do it on purpose, and we don't do it. But we have always a lot to discuss and a lot to cooperate with Ukraine, and we offered our huge support for restoring and renewing their 2 towns and 1 region. Also, we provided big financial support
last year it was tens of millions that we had given to Ukraine as a gift from Serbian government. We're going to do
And Moscow has not pressured you to stop this support?
I cannot say that they're making big pressure, but whether they're jubilant about it, no doubt they're not. It's not very difficult to conclude, but I cannot say that they make any kind of pressure on this, because we act as an independent, as a sovereign country. But you know, it's this European path. It cannot be like whether you are pro-Russian or anti-Russian. It's not about that, or it shouldn't be about it, because we are not anti-Russians and will never be anti-Russians. But what does it mean, pro-Russian? That we have a good cooperation with them? That's it. We are not small Russians, as many people in the States think about Serbia. We are Serbs.
Well, as Vladimir Kara-Murza has reminded me, it's not pro or anti-Russia, it's pro or anti-Putin.
Okay. Well, I believe you're much smarter than I am, but it's too simplified. It's too simplified. I think that a more important question for us is strategic approach of the European Union. What European Union wants to do with all of us, whether they want us or they don't want us. You know what they invented recently? They always find one country that will object to something in North Macedonia, which is always Bulgaria. They will always have Croatia and some other country that will object on something in Serbia, and it will always be the same response. Let's say, well, we have minority issues, minority problems, or problems with textbooks or whatever else, doesn't matter, but just to hold us and to bring us back. And it's in a way, and scoffing us on any single issue that might pop up. It's not something that brings trust and confidence between us. But I believe that more of respect to be shown by all of us. And we have problems. Maybe it's my fault that the European Union is not that popular in Serbia as it used to be. Maybe I should change my own attitudes, my own stances, and to create, at least in a certain way, better or nicer propaganda for European Union.
But you mean to sell the prospect of joining the EU, the advantages to your people, economically?
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt, economically, politically, in many different ways, and I think that no one can deny it. People, it's an emotional question for us. That's what I wanted to depict in a way, speaking about this territorial integrity issues and some other issues. But just, speaking about merit-based approach, and then you're going to say to us that, okay, Tirana and Podgorica are better places than Belgrade, or more developed. No one believes in that. Absolutely, there is no person in the world that believes in that. No one. It's
that believes there are other cities more developed than Belgrade.
No one. Hey, come on. It's like I would say Guatemala is... okay, I'm not going to make this kind of comparison.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, that'll get you in trouble. Well, I
wanted to get closer to US, but to US borders at least.
Okay.
But you have bigger mutinies and unrest than Pashinyan in Armenia.
Oh, I am not throwing stones from my glass house here. I'm just asking questions.
But you're throwing stones in our glass house. Okay.
I am a journalist who's supposed to be here just asking tough questions. So I do have, before going to the Prime Minister, Minister Lajcek, Slovakia's last government had a very different attitude than this government, the current government, towards the war in Ukraine and towards many issues, which is one of the reasons we're sitting here in Prague instead of Bratislava. Does the EU have a big enough tent to bring in countries that have a closer relationship with Moscow?
You know, I have a bit of a problem with this very simplistic interpretation of the world around us, because the world is not simple. And we should not be making political conclusions on the basis of tweets or media headlines, because, as I said, the life is way more complicated. The slogan or the motto of the European Union is united in diversity. What is really important is you adhere to European norms and values. There are mechanisms that, of course, are there to assess whether this is happening. But it's like when you read the media and you know the reality, then you cannot stop wondering how different, how distant the media picture is from the reality. So therefore, I think we are responsible people, diplomats, politicians, and we should really look into the substance and avoid drawing conclusions on the basis of what media or some media or some people are saying. So that's first, and there is no reason to be worried about my country. Nobody is perfect, but we are a loyal member of the European Union and North Atlantic Alliance, because we know that this is our area of vital importance. This is what brings us safety, security, prosperity, and there is no doubt about that. And as I said, we are also trying to help those who want to join the European Union to achieve that goal, because exactly we want them to benefit the same way we have benefited. And I might be a bit provocative here, but aren't we a bit obsessed with Russia and with China here in our space? I mean, I spent 1 year as a president of the United Nations General Assembly. The world looks very different from there. You know, so it's also, and like it or not, Russia and China are realities. And instead of competing in statements, which are changing nothing, maybe we should rather compete in discussing how to deal with these countries. How shall we build our relationship? So, because you cannot ignore them. I mean, they are both permanent members of the United Nations. And when I say that, I will already be labeled and not being anti-Russian or anti-Chinese enough. But we need to stop this madness, for God's sake, because where is this getting us? Look at the world as it is. So probably it's time for some adults to step in the room and to try to be less extremist and more moderate. War is war, aggression is aggression. Russia is aggressor in Ukraine, the war needs to stop, and we want a just peace. Let's be very clear about it. But as I said, I think it's too much propaganda, too much ideology, and too little common sense in all this discourse.
Prime Minister Pashinyan, I have a question for you from Slido. And also just a warning to the audience, in about a minute we're going to turn to you for a couple of questions. So put your hands up and I will probably only get to 2, so forgive me in advance. The question is Armenia's path to the EU tied to Georgia's?
Actually, yes, because you know, in general we were encouraged by Georgia, who received candidate status for European Union, and that you know, I think made Armenia's perspective to European Union more realistic for our people, for our citizens. And of course, you know, now we have 2 neighbor countries which are candidates for European Union, Turkey and Georgia. And of course, it would be more realistic for Armenia to become member of European Union, having a neighbor, or to be member of European Union together with neighboring country, because that means to have mutual land border with European Union.
Yeah. I have another couple of questions for President Vučić before going to the audience. Two pesky ones. You will consider them pesky. One of them is, you often claim that student protests in Serbia are supported by the West. Whom exactly do you have in mind? And a companion one to that is, how do you explain deportations from Serbia of a number of people because of their support for the students protesting? And I ask this group of questions because it goes to the EU's objections to giving people a democratic voice.
You see, for me, it's very important to answer this question. There are protests that are lasting for almost 2 years. But the recent protests actually started 7 months ago. Can you imagine for 7 months that they were blocking all the roads, all the faculties, all the crossroads, all the bridges, whenever they wanted, in a very illegal way, not even announcing, not even declaring, not even asking police when to do it, how to do it, or just letting them know. And we were tackling that issue in a most proper way, without any single intervention of our police, which is totally different comparing to the most democratic countries, so-called most democratic countries in Europe. If you block the highway...
Sorry, so-called Muslim democratic countries? Do you mean like Turkey?
If Netherlands is a Muslim democratic country, or France, then you're right, but I don't believe in that. When they block, let's say, the highway between The Hague and Amsterdam, they beat them so severely in 1 hour that they cannot recover for weeks, the protesters. If they do it in Germany, if they do it in France, they do the same. We in Serbia, we don't do it. We allow them to protest and to protest and to protest endlessly, and we have no problems with that.
But you are deporting some people. You are arresting and deporting some. Are you saying that their issues are valid, but their method is not?
Tell me, which people we are deporting?
I obviously don't have a list of names here.
That's the case always, because that's what Miro was very right, saying, well, that we base many things on Twitter or tweets, posts, or social networks. When we come to the real issues, then it's always there are claims and there are claims. Yes, there were 34 people that were temporarily expelled from the country in the last 7 months, but not Serbian citizens, of course. Citizens of the other country that were involved in all these protests and demonstrations.
But I come back to my question, do you believe that they have a right to protest and that their issues are valid and you just didn't agree with how they did it?
No, there are no problems. I don't agree with them on many things, but they have their right to protest. It's a democratic country, and I'm okay with that, and will always be okay with that. But the real issue is what you do when you start your protests, and that's it. That's the issue. All the other issues, I don't see, to tell you the truth. And I saw that they were asking me a question, when we'll have an elections. We'll have an elections either the end of next year or the beginning of 2027. And that's it. We have had elections a year ago, and now we are doing a lot of preparations for a specialized expo in 2027, and we need to do a lot of work. We need to do a lot of work on our EU accession path as well. And then people will say, and people will decide who's going to win and who's going to reign and rule the country in the future.
I have to say that while you say you want to join the EU, you just called the Netherlands and France, I believe, Muslim democratic countries.
No. You mentioned Muslims. I didn't mention Muslims.
I said it to you because I can't hear you very well. I got my ears blown out in Iraq.
I was not mentioning Muslims at all.
Okay, so that was my mistake.
No, I was saying that speaking about democratic issues, that they act in a very democratic way.
Okay.
Beating those protesters, but we are not that democratic, and we don't do that.
My apologies on stage. I can only.
And I was not mentioning Muslims. You were mentioning Muslims.
I can only wear one of two hearing aids on stage. Thanks to Al Qaeda, I got my ears blown out in Iraq. My apologies for my error. Just want to take a couple of questions, and we have to keep them brief. The lady right there, and the lady right there. Can you introduce yourself in a brief question?
Hello, my name is Eleonora Tafuro. I work for a think tank based in Milan, ISPI. I have a question for Mr. Pashinyan. I had the pleasure to interview you in Milan in 2019 when Armenia's bid to join the EU was science fiction. We would never imagine to live these days. But my question is about Armenia's membership in the Eurasian Economic Union. As you know, this is a very important obstacle to a future membership in the EU. How are you approaching this problem? How are you going to solve this dilemma? Thank you.
And I want to take one more question before we answer, since time is short.
Thank you. My name is Svetlusha Surova, and I represent Minority Issues Research Institute, headquartered in Bratislava. But I come from Serbia, being Slovak national minority. So just to clarify that, maybe we'll shed a light on the questions that I'll ask. So Sir Lajčák, who is very appreciated, mentioned that we have this madness or obsession with Russia and China. And my question to all of the panelists is, if they think that democratic countries have responsibility to hold authoritarian and totalitarian regimes accountable for breaking, as mentioned here by President Vučić, international law, but also international law, not only concerning state territoriality, sovereignty, but also for violating human rights of the citizens of their soils. First, and second, small comment, you said, you asked a rhetoric question, where this has brought us, this obsession with Russia and China, well, to the war at the border country of Slovakia, to the loss of territory of this country, to the millions deported people, forced people to leave, to thousands of killed people.
Sorry, there's got to be a question in your question.
And a last question for President Vučić. I cannot discriminate him here. Yes, you said you don't allow protesters to protest, that you don't beat.
Sorry, that we've got enough questions. So
thank you.
Prime Minister.
Thank you for the question. Of course, we understand that we can't be a member of Eurasian Economic Union and European Union at the same time. And obviously, at a point in the future, we will need to make decision. So, but it is very important that decision will be made by the citizens of Armenia, of course, with the leadership of the government and parliament of Armenia. And now, as I already said many times, that at least to the point that there is no strict need to make that decision, we will continue our democratic reforms to be as compliant with the standards of European Union as it possible. And when that moment will come, we will put that question on the table. I mean, into political agenda of Armenia, and together with our citizens, we will make a decision.
So my other question, Chancellor, I'd like to, from here, yes, to respond to that. I mean, what is Austria's responsibility, for instance, towards autocracies, and are you comfortable, for instance, with Serbia's treatment of its protesters?
They're very different questions.
They're very different questions.
No, on the question on Russia and China, very clearly, very clearly.
Treating protesters. What's the problem? What happened to protesters? Tell me, please. And as you can see,
there are allegations that they're from human rights groups that they aren't allowed to.
Forget it. Tell me one allegation.
That there is a.
What?
Various EU officials have expressed concern that there's not enough freedom to express oneself politically in Serbia. It's one of the issues that I know that I can tell you're upset with the EU for it. I'm channeling the question that I've read from.
Tell me,
EU
Madame
critics.
Dozier, what happened to protesters that was bad? Just tell me one thing.
The expulsion and arrests that have chilled.
But this is about.
I mean,
sorry, Alexander.
No, everything is okay, Alexander. I believe this is a more complicated thing, and I would plead with you a little bit. We should stop if you're in politics, the world is not black and white. You can have this luxury if you're working for a think tank or you're on social media. We should get a little bit more emotionality out of the debate. We should start to see the world the way it is and not the way we would wish it to be. You asked beforehand on totalitarian regimes or in general treatment of countries which are not, acting the way we would like. I believe here again you have to make a difference. For us very clearly, and for me very clearly, if one country invades another one, under what pretext ever, then we cannot be simply bystanding and saying that's okay. You violate the principles of UN Charter, that's okay, because these principles are keeping us safe. We are a small country, we don't have nukes, and I don't want to live in the planet where you have the law of the jungle. So there's a clear reaction. But again, what we are doing in Europe, and I believe that's what you're referring to in the debate, we are demonizing things. I remember the debate we had in the council of blocking, giving a visa block for every single Russian citizen, 144 million people. I was against it. We have to make the difference between Putin and his henchmen and Russia. Russia will remain our biggest neighbor. Russia will remain part of European history. Russia will remain part of European culture. And we should be a little bit cautious about demonizing. And that is, I believe, what has been meant in the debate beforehand. The world is not black and white. The world is extremely complicated, and I believe we do not a favor to any European debate if we say, you are pro-Russian because you said a nice word, or you don't repeat the sentences. I got shitstorms because I said I will continue to read Russian literature and listen to Tchaikovsky. Let's be very careful. There was once a regime in Europe where they banned books, they burned books, they banned things. Cancel culture and ghosting is not something you can do in foreign policy. We can do it on social media, not in foreign policy. Be very careful. Let's be very careful on what kind of thinking we embark here.
And Minister, did you have a response?
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree, as usually, with Alexander. What I want to say, I'm a strong believer in the European Union. I really believe that this is the most successful union of countries on this planet. And I also believe that the European Union is strongest when we lead by example. That means when we put our house in order, when we don't go around lecturing or patronizing, but we perform the way that others want to be like us, others wants to join us. This is who we are, and this is when the European Union is strongest. I don't agree when we are trying to hide behind others. Like, when it comes to the Balkans, I've been asked a million times the question, what about the third players? And I said, forget the third players. I mean, we are the main player, and the third players are only using the space we are left open for them. If we are not doing our work properly, then there is a lot of void space which the others are entering, and then don't hide behind them. That's logical. I mean, so if we are serious, they are serious. And my last point, yes, we have a war in Ukraine, which was, I mean, the Russian aggression in Ukraine. What worries me as an European is that we are not at the table. Why is it Turkey, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Emirates, with all the respect to these countries? But why the European Union is not at the table? Why nobody is asking us for our opinion? So that means if we are doing everything right, then we would be at the table, which we are not. So I'm a professional diplomat. I really believe in diplomacy, in the power of dialogue, and this is where I want to see the European Union.
Thank you. And we only have a few seconds left, but begging some time from the organizers, Mr. President, I wanted to give you a last moment because this Q&A and asking you tough questions is one of the signs of democratic debate. So, but you have had large demonstrations. Are you, even if you don't like the manner of what they're saying, what do you think of what they're asking for?
Well, at the beginning they were asking for responsibility of the people they saw, or they felt that those people were accountable for the canopy fall that happened in Novi Sad, which was a terrible accident. Now they have different approach and different demands, totally different, something that they were strongly against 6 months ago. That's how it goes. But you know, seeing all the demonstrations all over the world, this is...
Would you like to open a dialogue with them? Are you in dialogue?
I have already offered that 10 times. From the very beginning, at that time they were saying it was not my competence and my authority. Now they came to me recently saying it's your competence, it's your authority, call for elections, that's it. You know, they change their attitudes almost on a daily basis, which is okay. I have no problems.
Democracy is messy. On that note, I want to thank all of you and the audience for engaging in a very lively debate.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now, folks, we're going to continue right after a very short video with a panel called Middle East, Is a Path to Long-Lasting Peace Possible? So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Maria Tadeo.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us on this session. It's a very timely session, the Middle East and Israel path to sustained peace. To talk and discuss, we are going to be joined by Dr. Anwar Gargash. He is the Senior Diplomatic Advisor to the President of the United Arab Emirates. And we are also going to be joined by Tomáš Pojar, who is the National Security Advisor to the government of the Czech Republic. So please welcome them for this discussion. Dr. Gargash, Mr. Pojar, thank you very much. Well, thank you for being here with us. I must say, when I was preparing for this session yesterday night, I had a different idea. This morning, a lot of things happened overnight, and perhaps, Dr. Gargash, to start with you. Israel has now struck Iran. There was a big question mark as to whether that would happen, but now we see it as the case. There's questions now in terms of what the response will be from Iran, but also how the region will react, and ultimately the United States. So drawing from your expertise in diplomacy, I wonder if we could get your assessment on the situation.
First of all, thank you very much, and welcome to the Middle East. I mean, we were all very struck by the news that we saw unfolding overnight. And of course, I mean, the UAE was very quick in coming out with a condemnation of the Israeli attack on Iran. We understand that there are serious issues in the region, but we are very much a believer or believers that these issues have to be resolved politically and they have to be resolved diplomatically, no matter how complicated these issues are. And I think in our region, we have seen the idea of trying to use a hammer to address many of the issues that are complicated in the Middle East, and they have only failed to address these issues and created what I would call serious also sub-issues. So a real concern at the escalation of the Israeli attack on Iran, a real concern that the Iranian nuclear program, which should be addressed, of course, but should be addressed politically and diplomatically. And now, of course, as we are watching, we will see what sort of escalation is in the region. And beyond that, I think, what are the repercussions? And clearly, this is a region that suffers from a multitude of open wounds. We're still trying to address the Palestinian-Israeli issue in the wake of a brutal war on Gaza, and at the same time we are still trying to address issues in Lebanon and Syria and other areas. So this is a region of various open wounds. And I think the last thing that we need today is to, to see this unprecedented, really, escalation in targeting Iranian officials and targeting Iranian infrastructure. We still, I think, are not very clear about the sort of total size of the strike and so on and so forth, and also the Iranian response. But I can clearly come and say that the region is trying, and clearly in the Gulf, because in the Gulf, the emphasis really is on putting behind us the whole idea of trying to find military solutions for very complicated, long-term political issues in the region. So clearly, a very distressing, a very serious and troubling moment right now, and we need to look at the repercussions of that.
And Doctor, if I could just do a very quick follow-up. When you listen to the Israeli authorities, the message that is coming across is that they believe Iran is a problem and it has to be dealt with strongly. Your assessment is that they are in some way being irresponsible? They're playing with fire?
Well, again, I mean, ultimately, we have several issues in the region that the UAE has strong views on. But again, I think the clear view here is that military solutions will only complicate the area, you know, the geostrategic scene right now. I think very much, you know, to counter that, we see also after almost 2 years of war in Gaza, we still don't see a way out. We really do need to see a way out. We need a political, let's say, a roadmap that will bring stability there. So clearly, again, the concern, of course, with Iran's nuclear program has been more than a decade old. It's an old concern right now. But again, you know, I think President Trump was quite, you know, courageous in opening a venue for discussion there. And we were very much, I mean, we understood, of course, that these discussions are going to be arduous, they're going to be very difficult, but from the region's perspective, a political, diplomatic solution is essential and necessary. Now, as we condemn this Israeli attack on Iran, I'm not sure that it actually offers any solutions also. It only complicates a very, very difficult, you know, picture in the region clearly. But again, we have to, you know, see the whole thing. We have to have a clearer assessment. All these developments have only happened in the last few hours.
Well, thank you very much. And Mr. Poyer, the European Union and the European representatives put out already reactions saying they are against any regional escalation, that they believe this is still the time for diplomacy. Over the past 2 years, there has been a very delicate balancing act for the EU when it comes to support in Israel, but also the situation in Gaza has become incredibly complicated. Is this going to make it even more difficult in establishing a line that is perceived by the world as fair?
I think the sincere answer is that we don't know. It may bring new positives. Anyone in, I hope anyone in the world but Iranian regime wants Iran with nuclear weapons. And Iran has been the main problem of the instability of the Middle East. Iran has been involved in Lebanon, and it's a great news that Hezbollah has been weakened as a terrorist organization directly subordinated to Iran. It was more complicated with Gaza and Hamas, and not with Palestinian Islamic Jihad, again, the arm of Iranian regime. The Houthis firing missiles not only to Israel, but torturing the world trade has been Iranian arm. So I think it should not be a surprise that, and I'm not wishing, I didn't wish that this will come to this end, or not end, but this development. But it's not such a surprise that if there is a nation which wants to build nuclear weapons, calls for annihilation of another nation, and supports terrorist groups as their proxies fighting many wars in the region, that it gets hit back, okay? And I'm not judging it, but it's not such a surprising thing. So what is going to happen in the next days and months, I don't know. Is there a hope that it may be after that possible to achieve more understanding between different nations and countries and inside some nations and countries? The hope is there. For example, now I think there is a great hope in Lebanon that Lebanon will enter a new era and better era, and I hope also with our support than what we have seen in the past 2 decades. But is it guaranteed? Not. Are there many unknowns which we don't know now? Can there be more escalation? Of course. So it's a very turbulent time for already many years in the Middle East, but there is an escalation. And let's hope for de-escalation, and let's hope that after de-escalation, the time will be more ripe for more agreements rather than disagreements.
So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that the Israeli response, that there is a clear logic to the actions that they take. And again, the Israelis said, Iran is a huge problem, it has to be dealt with.
Well, from the Israeli point of view, and I'm not an Israeli, but I've lived in Israel for some time, okay, that was a nation which tells you openly, publicly, that it's going to annihilate you. So if you are saying, okay, if someone is threatening my life, then I'm vigilant and I will do anything so that my life is saved. You can always argue if the threats are real or if it's just threats, if it's just rhetoric. But if you are threatening someone, and if a nation threatens other nation for annihilation and for the life, then it's very serious and has to be taken seriously. So I think that of what the Israelis are saying, it's now the fight for their existence, because they feel that if Iran would get nuclear bomb, their existence would be threatened. And we don't know what would happen if they would get a bomb and when and what would happen afterwards. But this is the feeling, and this is why they have taken the action. And the fact that Iran was getting closer and closer to the bomb has been acknowledged by everyone, including the International Atomic Agency, okay? So they were building this capability, and they were very close. I hope that they are today more further from that goal than yesterday.
So just as a final question, the European Union should therefore support the actions of the Israeli government, and I say this because the reaction that we see today doesn't fully address that. It just calls for de-escalation in the region and diplomatic efforts.
I don't think European Union is there to support Israeli actions or anyone's action. I think European Union should be smart, okay? Mm-hmm. And also we should have empathy for the situation in the region. We should listen to the region and we should look realistically to the options. What are the options? What are the options of someone ruling and someone else ruling? What are the options on the ground? Because sometimes, anywhere in the world, but also including in the Middle East, the choice is between bad and even worse. Okay, so if, I would be more humble in the assessment of what we should say, and also what we can do and how we can contribute. So let's be frank. Can European Union contribute now realistically into escalation or de-escalation besides saying right things? No. Okay, we cannot contribute. So this is the reality. Okay, and it's not a shame. It is the reality.
So we're not going to be a player.
We are not a player, and we will not be a player.
And before we continue, there will be questions at the end, so I will be saving time for that. But there's also the possibility to send questions through the Slido app, and then I will make my effort to put them. Dr. Gargash, the timing, however, and obviously we will move on next to the situation in the region overall, which President Trump actually presented as very positive, in fact. And obviously the situation in Palestine and the Palestinian people, but just specifically to end this subject. The timing for many is surprising because the United States was involved in heavy diplomatic efforts with the Iranian authorities over the nuclear program. Do you believe this now puts an end to that negotiation? It changes the paradigm?
Well, I think it's in the air. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can't come and speculate on that. But what I want to re-emphasize, I think from past experiences in the region, we have clearly seen that military solutions do not really, address serious concerns, and the Iranian nuclear program is a serious concern. But there are so many other issues also in the region that are also of serious concerns. We have never really had a military solution that has addressed these. I think what we have had, on the contrary, we've had military solutions that have complicated the picture. And I think the lessons of Iraq in 2003, 2004, and beyond today, what we see in Gaza, for example. All these, I think on the one hand, we have seen, for example, serious humanitarian concerns. We have seen states that have been torn apart. We have seen the rise of organizations like ISIS, for example, and we have seen states where the sovereignty of states have been very much challenged in many areas. So again, I think looking really at past precedents here, and without actually minimizing the the dangers of a nuclear program turning into a military nuclear program. I think these are serious concerns, but these serious concerns today need to be addressed diplomatically, politically. I think as we look, we have a foot in the past and a foot in the future. The foot in the past is basically of trying to do the same thing, which is basically use military force to ensure geostrategic change. I think the cost has been very, very high. The foot in the future really is what us in the UAE and many other countries are trying to do, which is basically to prioritize diplomacy, prioritize economy, prioritize humanitarian concerns. And I think from all these perspectives, I just see that we have come out very clearly condemning the Israeli attack on Iran, but I see also that our concerns of a more complicated landscape following that attack are part of our history, part of the history of the region. But as where the talks are, as I said, it's all up in the air. It's very difficult to really be clear-sighted right now about how these things will develop. And I think we have to wait and see how things are.
And just because there's a great interest from the audience, if I understand correctly, you're saying to say that this is the end, or the prospects of a nuclear deal are basically over. You say it's very difficult to give a yes or no answer at this point.
Sorry.
You say the idea that a U.S.-Iran nuclear deal, as a result, is over, or it's difficult to put a definitive yes?
I said it's up in the air. It can, I mean, again, it's very speculative, for us to come and say how things are, and we're still, trying to assess the Iranian response and what is the damage and what are the repercussions. I think it's up in the air.
And just a final point from me before we move on and we'll put to the audience. There's this idea that ultimately what is happening between Israel and Iran is not so much the idea of a nuclear weapon or the possibility of nuclear escalation, but Israel, and I don't want to be provocative, but we have to ask the question, Israel is trying to create the conditions that could potentially lead to a form of regime change internally in Iran. Is that something that you consider? Is that...
No, again, I mean, again, we've seen in many instances that if a country feels that it is under attack, there is a sense of nationalism that rises. And I think that this is something that should not be precluded. But I think the sense of the question is you cannot reshape the region through political force, in my opinion. And you might resolve some issues, but you create also counter issues. And I think this has also been a major part of how our lessons learned, really, of the past 20 years. Lessons learned from the past 20 years show us that issues are complicated, but there is no instant solution. And the use of the military is not an instant solution to these complicated issues. And, I'm very concerned, to be honest, about these developments.
And Mr. Poyer, you said at the start, the truth is the European Union can put out many statements, but we don't have a voice. We don't have a role to play. For this audience, that is very disappointing to hear. There's the realpolitik, but it's disappointing to hear that the European Union, which has been trying to become a geopolitical actor and a big geopolitical force, sees a situation like this and can only tweet about it. Why?
Because European Union is not a state that doesn't have army. As simple as that. So how you can project power if you don't have army? You cannot, okay? So it's not a criticism. European Union is not a nation state. European Union cannot project power by force. European Union by force cannot guarantee any peace and any security because it does not have the means. So what is so surprising? Especially in these tough times when diplomatic means are fine, but diplomacy which is not backed. Diplomacy is fine, but if it's not backed by economy and by army, it's useless, especially at the time of war and turbulence, okay? So if you think that the wars are going to be finished by diplomats sitting around the round table with no other force, no other backing what you can get, how you can guarantee to those parties which are at war some stability and security afterwards, then diplomacy is nothing. So at the end it will end diplomatically. And I am for a diplomatic solution. But let's not, why is US more important in the Middle East, all the Middle East peace processes than Europe? Because it has economic and military means to guarantee something. And European Union does not have it. And it's, again, it's not a criticism to the European Union. It cannot have it. So let's not pretend that we have something which we don't have and we cannot have. So it's as easy as that.
But if that's the logic, and you assume the European Union is not going to be able to play a decisive role, then when we look at the situation in Gaza, when we look at finding a sustainable solution for the people of Palestine, the European Union and increasingly a number of countries are becoming very vocal about this, is saying we need to pursue the two-people, two-state solution. If then we're not an actor, then why are we even talking about this?
I think the only thing we can do from Europe is to support reasonable and rational forces on the ground, and to support the settlement, which will come from the region. We cannot impose anything from outside. We should not do it. And even if we wanted to do it, then we are not able to do it. So we should support reasonable players, states, actors, like the GCC, like Emirates, in their efforts to calm down the situation and to contribute to stability. And by the way, I was the one who was supporting Abraham Accords and commanded Emirates for the very pragmatic deals with Israel. And it was at that time opposed by the European Union and by the consensus here. And I think it was a great tool of stability and great platform for a future stability in the region. And those are the processes which we should be supporting. We cannot do it on our own. We should be more humble. And yes, we should support the path to the two-state solution. But let's at the same time understand that the two-state solution, if we understand by that the two peoples, two nations will be living side by side in peace at one very small territory, then yes, so that's the path and that's possible. If we think that it's going to be the same construct like the sovereign Czechs live next to sovereign Slovaks, in the same concept of sovereignty as we understand it now in Europe, then we are mistaken. I don't think that it is feasible, and I don't think this will happen because I think it cannot happen. So we should be also more humble by that. But one thing which I can say, it will be much easier to get to some understanding and some two-state solution eventually in the Middle East or in the Palestinian-Israeli territory theater, if the Iranians don't have nuclear weapon, if there is no Hezbollah in Lebanon, and if there is no Hamas as terrorist organization running and controlling significant part of the Palestinian territory. Because if the two-state solution is hostage to something, and we can argue and we can be critical, and we should be critical to many steps what the Israeli government is doing. But if there is one serious obstacle, and if there has been one serious obstacle towards reaching the two-state solution, it has been the fact that a terrorist organization was running part of the territory of the future two-state solution. Okay?
And Dr. Gargash, perhaps a response and your thoughts. There's ultimately now a big effort from a number of European countries to engage with the region and find a peaceful, sustained solution that starts around the idea of the two states, and that needs to be constructed. So I wonder if we could get your thoughts on that, but also connected to the events overnight. Are we now to assume or understand that this idea of normalization, or the idea of the return of normal diplomatic ties with Israel now that is going to be it's going to be much harder now?
Well, I think let me start by saying that the UAE condemned the attack, the Hamas attack on October 7th. But at the same time, I think we have seen also the disproportionate response of the Israelis of, many times over destroying Gaza. And we have been, I think, in two things. Number one is we concentrated very much in our policy on three things. Number one is on humanitarian support. 42% of all the support that has gone to Gaza has come from the UAE. And that, I think, has been a main driver for us. But I think what we have been very disappointed with is clearly, from the beginning, there has been no day after outlook for what happens next. So what we have seen is just continuing war. And, places that have been bombed again. Places where people have been uprooted have been uprooted again. And as a result, today we have about 55,000 Palestinians who have lost their lives. So there is a huge humanitarian catastrophe there. And I think this is something that has to be addressed. The UAE has done its part. But then there are other parts of the jigsaw puzzle that we are part of the Arab consensus. And the Arab consensus is for an independent Palestinian state. An independent Palestinian state is part of a two-state solution. And up to now, there is no alternative. I mean, although there is an obliteration of let's say, the landscape that creates a two-state solution, there is no other vision there. The whole idea of really moving people from Gaza out to distant
you said that's a
lands,
red line.
That's not going to go anywhere. That is not going to go anywhere. And I think it is some sort of ideological pipe dream for Prime Minister Netanyahu and others. I think from that perspective, a few years ago we signed the Abrahamic Accords. And the Abrahamic Accords has delivered in various areas, and among these is our capacity to help people in Gaza, because we have to do it through that relationship with Israel. I think in other areas, the Abrahamic Accords has also been stinted because of the almost 2 years of war. But ultimately, the Palestinians deserve an independent, secure state. And I think regardless of what other people say, whether that is doable or not doable, there is no other alternative. We haven't seen any other alternative that somebody can actually buy into and say that this is something that you can buy into. I'm very much struck by various meetings that I've had with Jewish groups, independent Jewish groups. And many of them ask me to emphasize that what we see today as a right-wing Israeli government does not necessarily represent the whole spectrum of how Israel really looks at the prospects of the future. Of course, we have to deal with it because it's the government of the day. But I think from this perspective, you hear a lot of people saying that, this is not essentially representative of the whole vista of how we think. I think definitely there is also a connection. So clearly today, the escalation that we have seen by Israel in targeting Iran is something that will complicate issues. My fear, but I don't want to jump to conclusions, but my first fear is usually when I see something like this is to see if there is an escalatory, sort of momentum in the region. My other fear is what are some of the potential repercussions in the long term. I think in many ways, Israel, and clearly on its policy in Syria, for example, Israel acts very tactically, but not strategically. I mean, there was an opening there. They should have used it strategically in showing the new Syrian regime that we are not the enemy, but rather than that, there was this sort of pounding of Syrian assets, etc., etc. And I think this is a real problem. So the region needs to de-escalate. The region has to understand that military solutions, first of all, are not capable of resolving deep-rooted issues, but at the same time, I think the region also is trying to turn the page. We don't want anybody to try and drag us back. We want to move forward. And I think one of the big things that we need to do is, if we continue to act in a militaristic space, then our ability to influence events becomes limited. And I speak even here about the European Union, about us as Arab countries, etc. If that space is more of a political and diplomatic space, then our ability really to try and influence events becomes a little bit larger. More difficult, of course, because these things take time and I don't know what. But clearly, I don't really see that there are military solutions to complicated issues. I just don't see it.
And when you say we need to now work on the day after and the steps that come on the day after, when you listen to the messages of the Israeli authorities, however, they're very much focused on the today. And they say there's military targets that they need to still achieve and have to be achieved. Are we to understand from your perspective, as long as this government is in place in Israel, there is no path to a day after?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, this is the government of the day. You have to deal with it. But you have to understand what is the directions of this government and what it can do and what it can't do. But I think in many cases, we're just dealing with too many problems in the region. Lebanon was mentioned, Syria is mentioned. Definitely, I mean, this humanitarian, colossus, a humanitarian crisis, and thousands of widows, thousands of orphan children, people who were well off or let's say, reasonably well off, suddenly are in tents and moving from place to place, trying to feed themselves, feed their children. This is something I think that we have to address. Our conscience has to be there. I look at our effort from following the 7th of October, and I think we came to a conclusion that there are things we can make a difference in, and that was mainly the humanitarian side. And then there are things that we have to act with others in order to de-escalate, in order to find solutions. But it's a very complicated scene, and I think as we condemn the Israeli attack on Iran, I think we are looking at a region that, that there is more complication that it just doesn't need.
And now we will open the floor for questions. So if you have a question, please, you can put your hand up and address the question.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Seamus Allen from the Institute of International and European Affairs. So 2 questions. So the first one, we all agree nuclear proliferation is a real and serious problem. So what do we do about the nuclear program of Israel? Because it was Israel who started the nuclear arms race in the Middle East, and not Iran. So what should we do about that, or do the speakers have thoughts? The second question, we've talked a bit about the regional role of Iran, or what Iran has been doing in the Middle East. But Saudi Arabia has been much more aggressive in the Middle East with the help of the United Arab Emirates than Iran has ever been. If you look at Yemen, Bahrain, Qatar, Lebanon, Syria, and so on. So what do we do about those regional aggressors? Because I think we are distracting significantly from that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think on the nuclear proliferation question, I think is important. But I would just offer what the UAE has done. I mean, the UAE had ambitions for a civilian nuclear program, and we did a textbook, plan on how to achieve that without enrichment. Today, we have reactors that are working and providing 25% of our energy in the UAE, and we are not a threat to anybody. So I think this answers, and this is my answer to the first part, that nuclear, with regards to our, not what we say, but what we actually do on this issue. I think vis-a-vis the repercussions of the Arab Spring, you know, the role that Saudi Arabia and the UAE played in Yemen and some of the other also areas during that very difficult times was very important. I mean, we moved to support Saudi Arabia and Yemen based on a legitimate ask by the Yemeni government. It's not like we just jumped in and you know, got engaged there. I think the same calls also for the intervention that was stabilization in Bahrain. Again, we had also that call there. I think again in Libya we were part of the NATO effort also, as Gaddafi was ready to attack a big you know, city such as Benghazi at the time. So clearly, I think without justification or explanation of other instances there, I think in these instances clearly there was a call by the president of Yemen at the time for Arab help. Saudi Arabia built a coalition together, we were part of that, and so on and so forth.
Well, I would like to answer, sorry, I would like to answer the Israeli question on the nuclear. Okay, let's be realistic. So I don't know if they have nuclear weapons, but let's say they have, what you can do about it. The reality is that those countries which acquire nuclear weapons, you cannot get them out of it. So the non-proliferation is about not having more nations having nuclear weapons, because once another nation gets nuclear weapon, then you have a chain reaction that the others want it as well. So let's keep the number of those who are holding nuclear weapons as limited as it is today, and let's make sure that they are non-proliferating. And no one can accuse Israel that it has been proliferating nuclear technologies, and no one can say that Israel has threatened anyone by annihilation using nuclear weapons. And that's the difference with Iran, okay? So let's be realistic and let's see the reality. And I don't think it's that, and I think there can be a great agreement. And if I can comment humbly as Central European or as someone from Prague, I think that in the last decade, United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, they both have played stabilizing and constructive role in the Middle East, and they have been great partners of us. I mean of us Europeans in the Middle East. And I hope it will continue, because this partnership is a good, stable bloc for the future and for the future cooperation. And I wish that Iran would be once in the same category as we have of the relations and spreading stability and trying to spread stability and of constructive engagement and behavior, because I think that everyone wishes that, not only from the distance, but everyone wishes that also in the Middle East.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Tobias Elwood. I'm a former foreign minister from the United Kingdom. And can I firstly apologize for heckling you? It's not in the GLOBSEC spirit. But I think the audience and indeed the moderator was taken aback a little bit about perhaps you're giving a pass to what's going on, because it does affect us all. As Dr. Anwar Gargash was saying, no stakeholder here is in control of events. What Israel is doing is no way translating military might, success on the battlefield, into any form of long-term strategy. And it doesn't just stop in the Middle East. This is the concern. What happens there, if the Red Sea is now blocked because of the Houthis responding, if the Straits of Hormuz are closed because of what Iran then does, that will affect everyone. And sir, you are a diplomat. So statecraft leadership now comes into it. What the EU can do as a collective voice, what the GCC can do as a collective voice, joining on with it, what ASEAN can do, other nations can do.
That's great, but we need a question.
That's what we need to be thinking about. That's what I seek from you, sir, leadership.
Okay, let's.
I think that Britain and France and the nation states of the Middle East can do more than the EU. And by the way, I didn't Brexit, okay? So I'm a proud member of EU. I'm a proud member of EU. But as EU as such, we do not have the power to project power as the nation states do. And I think that's the difference. So EU has limited ability to support those nation states and those constructive players, and we should be doing that. Maybe it's not enough, but it's good, it's great. So we should be using that. But we should not be dreaming that we can do more, okay?
There's time for one more question, and I have a final question myself. Now that you speak about the role of the EU, there's an active conversation about what's going to happen between the EU and the Israel Association Agreement. There's a number of countries now that have openly said this has to be revised, and they have a qualified majority to open up the association agreement. Maybe not fully cancel it, but change parts of it. What do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. It may be cancelled, but I don't think it's a good path. I think we should be more closely working with those powers and those states in the Middle East than less. And if we think that we will be more credible in the Middle East, and if we think that we will be more players and more respected in the Middle East as EU, if we cancel the agreement, I guarantee it's not going to happen. It's not going to be the case. Okay, so this is the reality.
We have to really wrap, but we will do the final question as promised. From gentleman over here. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we're all very keen to see a quick end to this situation around Iran, whether in the region or in the European Union. But isn't the obvious diplomatic solution for this is for the European Union to call on Iran to quickly dismantle its nuclear program and announce an end to it? Isn't that something that the European Union can perhaps do? And wouldn't that be in the interests of peace before the situation escalates further, and perhaps also for the region?
I think it's much more to Donald Trump now what is going to be happening, what's going to be the dynamics, and I think we should wish him well that he succeeds, okay? Because he has a leverage, and he can do something. The United States of America can do something. So I hope in their leadership, I hope in their success, and we should support them in their leadership and their success. Let's bear in mind, the international community, dozens of diplomats and dozens of diplomats have been trying to solve the issue of the Iranian nuclear program for 20 years. It didn't get better. I hope that there will be no issue of Iranian nuclear program as soon as possible. And at the end, it has been now tried militarily, and it will have to be ended diplomatically. And we should support that process. But let's hope for dismantling of the Iranian nuclear program, because if it stays, if it's there, then there will be no stability in the Middle East.
Dr. Garish, final thought?
Final thoughts, I think, on both Iran and Israel. I mean, Iran is our neighbor. It'll always be our neighbor. It's geographically our neighbor. It's part of also a wider region of culture, trade, etc., etc. I think the last thing we want is to see a military action in Iran or destabilization in Iran, because we know that there is a ripple effect. So clearly we have an interest, a real interest, in not seeing this sort of escalation. And I think we came out very, very clearly condemning this. We understand that issues are very complicated, but we don't think they can be resolved militarily. I think vis-a-vis Israel, Israel is, again, a country where when we signed the Abrahamic Accords, we broke a lot of stereotypes, and we've established a full-fledged relationship with Israel. And our whole also idea was that to try and find a new narrative for the region. And I think, again, we persist with our relationship with Iran, and we persist also in using the Abrahamic Accords for the intention that we signed it for it to be a bridge and for it to break a lot of stereotypes in the region. Ultimately, the region has taught us time and again that a military escalation, a military action, a prolonged war does not resolve the fundamental issues that are there.
Well, thank you so much to both of you for taking our questions. We have reached the end of the session, so I want to give them also a round of applause, Dr. Garish and Mr. Tamás Pajer. Thank you very much for taking all of our questions. And I would also like to remind everyone that an extra session has been added on Israel, Iran, where we go from here at 6 p.m. today. So please check the program, because this new session has been added. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Jan Chiensky.
Good afternoon, and welcome to what I think will be a really strong panel. We're going to be talking about towards a European Defense Union, if not now, when. My name is Jan Chiensky, and I am a senior policy editor at Politico Europe, and I'm in charge of our defense policy. So we've got a really good panel today, and we're going to be dealing with the crucial issue of what steps the EU is taking to ramp up its defense spending and its defense production. And this is obviously a response to two ongoing challenges. The first is the threat posed by Russia, shown by the invasion of Ukraine, which is something that's been going on for a decade now. And the second one is the more recent challenge posed by the possible retreat from Europe by the United States under Donald Trump, and how Europe adapts its defense industry and defense posture to that challenge. Before we start with the panel, I'd like to announce a GLOBSEC presentation, A Stronger Europe, Building Defense for Uncertain Times, and it'll be presented by Martin Sklenar, the former Defense Minister of Slovakia and the Director of Defense and Security at GLOBSEC.
Thank you very much, Jan. Good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to tell you about the report that we wrote in GLOBSEC about Europe and how it gets stronger for uncertain times, obviously, as you can see from the title. So this is the challenge, right? Europe is at a critical juncture. The environment is very, very challenging, and the urgency is very tangible. There is no doubt that the old ways Europeans have been doing business are not fit for the current environment and for the new situation. This is a different world than it was 5 years ago. It's different from 1 year ago. And as of this morning, it's also different from yesterday, I would say. Organizing defense is therefore making its way to the European level, where we feel that solutions can come with pushing this to this level. But we have to overcome decades of national approaches to defense and how to find the possibilities of a European joint approach. We have a historic first mandate of the new European Commissioner for Defense and Space. And Mr. Andrius Kubilius, who will speak on the panel in just a couple of minutes, has the big role, and under no pressure, obviously, to chart out the road for European defense, not only for his mandate, but for many, many years to come. So let's hope that we make this happen as best as possible. What we say in the report, the European Union is not trying to replace NATO. Stronger Europe means stronger NATO. The European component complements and strengthens the alliance. And given the difficult environment, the ambition for Europe must be challenging but achievable, and just to create enough credibility and add to deterrence and not detract from the strong Western position of strength. Strategic awareness and strategic communication is paramount in this, and it is crucial to explain to citizens and partners that these investments that we put into European defense are vital for our own security, for global stability, and for protecting the way of life, and that it needs to be our priority. Even though we didn't choose this, we have to do that. So in the report, we emphasize the need for the European Commission to resolutely support member states in delivering and developing a strong EU warfighting capability. This means focusing on specific military capabilities that bolster European deterrence. And you all know what the priority areas are, and most of you probably read the white paper on the future of European defense. It's the priorities right there, but the report also adds a few others, like deep precision strike, ISR capabilities, space-based assets, and cyber capabilities. And given the EU's track record on developing military capabilities, we should be sure to focus on fewer projects and focus our attention rather than trying to do everything at once. Everybody remembers PESCO and pooling and sharing projects. But critically, EU command and control structures need to be enhanced as soon as possible, not to basically take over from NATO, but certainly to build the military planning capability that is necessary and to conduct regular exercises that will show the, resolve, and also add to deterrence. And while it's the member states who have to deliver the capabilities primarily, of course the Commission has a lot to offer, and its legislative powers are the key tool that we believe and write in the report that it should use. The report therefore urges to use the legislative power to impose more progress on military mobility, just to shorten the times to deliver forces where it's necessary in terms of hours, not days, but also supporting infrastructure investments. The Defense Omnibus, everybody's waiting for, that is coming out next week, will include many ways to cut red tape and unlock the potential of the defense industry in Europe. This should include, from our side, also simplifying the movement of defense articles. European countries are exporting 1/3 of their defense production within Europe, and abolishing intra-European export-import licensings, for example, will decrease prices, speed up deliveries, simplify life cycles, and actually kickstart a genuine single European market on defense, Ukraine included, which is critical. Finally, the report also calls for a review and amendment of the EU guidelines on defense procurement. Current rules simply are too slow to reflect today's needs. We need faster, more flexible processes that encourage innovation and joint procurement. That's what we want to see. Obviously, none of this is possible without adequate resources, and the report therefore is clear on the need to keep increasing defense spending and the financial framework in general for European defense. This means advocating for sustained increases in national defense budgets, aiming for the 5% of GDP, and hopefully we'll get there in 2 weeks' time for the NATO summit, which represents the combined defense spending of dual use and hardcore defense. But it also proposes redirecting EU funds and also some of the cohesion funds towards defense and dual use projects. Rearm Europe is a good start, but more needs to be done, especially on unlocking private capital to support the scale-up of European defense, and also a review on the European Investment Bank's role in all of this. Europe is stepping up. I mean, my message would be for the panel that it's not like we don't know that we don't have to do this. We know it's necessary, we know what to do, and we are on the course of doing that. And building a stronger Europe, strengthening the transatlantic alliance is the best recipe to get ready for times of great power competition that are ahead of us. This requires unwavering political will from member states, sustained investment, and crucial institutional reforms. And as I said, rearm is just a stepping stone, but the journey towards a European security actor is a marathon, not a sprint. And in GLOBSEC, we will continue to closely follow Europe's effort to get stronger, more ready, and more resilient for the times to come. And using our deep understanding and large networks of expertise and experience, we want to assist in making sure Europe also stays in peace and can do this hard job. Thank you very much. This is where you can find our products. Enjoy the panel.
Thanks very much, Martin. I'd like to invite our panelists to take the stage. First is Andris Kubilius, the EU's Commissioner of Defense and Space. The second one is Hanno Pevkur, Estonia's Minister of Defense. Sorin Dan Moldovan, the State Secretary with Romania's Defense Ministry. Marcel Wisnicht, I hope I got the Dutch emphasis correct, Vice President with KNDS. And then Kari Silde, the Director of European Engagement with Helsing. Thanks very much. I'd like to start with, first of all, we will be trying to take questions during the panel. There's a microphone, and so if you have a question when we open it up to Q&A, put up your hand and the microphone will find you. Otherwise, we do have this Slido app, and so you can ask questions via the app, and it's hashtag GLOBSEC Forum HV. MHV. And so if you pop the things in, I can see it here on my tablet, and we'll try to address some of those questions as well. I'd like to start maybe with a slightly negative question. Europe feels in danger from Russia, but if you look at the scale of the European population, economy, defense industry, there should be no particular reason for fear. Over the last decade, SIPRI, the Stockholm Peace Research Institute, estimates that Europe has spent, the European members of NATO have spent over $3 trillion over the last decade. Why do we have so little to show for that? And is there some systemic problem at the core of Europe that makes it unable to spend that money effectively, which is why we have tiny tank forces, small air forces, and feel threatened by a much smaller and weaker Russia? Mr. Commissioner, why don't we give that a try?
Well, thanks a lot for a very good question. It depends how we shall look, how much we spend is one thing, but also the conclusions which you will read from other experts will be very simple, that we underspent for quite a long time in Europe. We were living with that, looking for peace dividends, that Americans will give us all the security guarantees. So that is one thing. Second, what if you will read Draghi report, our defense industry became very much fragmented. We are not using power of single market to advantage of our defense industry competitiveness, and that is why member states, again, Draghi report I will quote, were spending only 20% of their defense spending money procuring European production. All other money were going, I don't know how many trillion. 20%. Yeah, 20%, that's Draghi report. 60% was spent for procuring American production. So, that's the situation which we have. And, I can quote other statistics. Mark Rutte is repeating permanently and very convincingly that at the moment, Russians are able, during 3 months, to produce more ammunition than all NATO member states, including United States, Great Britain, all of us in Europe, are able to produce during 1 year. So that's reality. Okay, we are improving. Back in 2023, when the war started, and when, European Union promised Ukraine 1 million ammunition shells, and it appears that we are not able to deliver, then we calculated that we are able to produce only 300,000 per year. With European Union programs like ASAP and EDIRPA, we achieved that this year we shall finish with 2 million ammunition, shells produced in Europe, so it's quite a big increase, but still we are behind. So that is why Commission and Council supported. We came out with all the programs like Rearm Europe, white paper, which really, first of all, concentrates and targets what I call material side of our defense readiness. And I will end maybe with one sentence, which again we need to understand. If to take into our thinking what recently one of the leaders of NATO military command, Admiral Van Heem, we have said about new capability targets, which now was agreed in between of NATO and member states. He said that they will be 30% bigger than the previous targets, which were agreed back in 2021, so lessons from Ukraine are taken. But they also, what he said, that the previous targets, we did not implement it also by 30%. So it's very simple arithmetic that at the jump. Yeah. At the moment, now if you are calculating in a very simple arithmetics, at the moment we are at the level of 53% of what we need to have according to new capability targets in order to be ready for defense. And again, we need to, here, the final sentence, we need to take into account what our intelligence services are saying, that, and German intelligence services, again repeated, that they have an evidence that Putin or Kremlin is really considering plans to test Article 5 during next 3 or 5 years.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pevkur, as the country which is often seen when you look at these potential hot points that Russia would try to probe in the EU and in NATO in an attack of some form. What's your assessment of how the EU or Europe has done in defense spending, and what are your thoughts on the effort that's now underway with the white paper and with programs like SAFE and EDIP to turn that around and to more efficiently spend money and to try to unite a very fractured defense market, and what impact that has on a country like Estonia?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. It's good to be back at GLOBSEC, and of course, I fully agree with Andrii that Europe has been not doing enough, and this is the reality. Just you mentioned 3 trillions, true, but US the same time 10 trillions. So this is the reality. Today, US is spending around 900 billion annually. Europe plus Canada around 350 billion. So the understanding what we all have to have is very clear that even when we get the result in The Hague to go to 5%, then this 5% will not go to defense only. We have all the understanding that we will not change the defense spending definition. And then that means that to go to that 5%, we will go probably to 3.5 plus 1.5 or something like that. What is the under discussion and what is under discussion at the moment? But nevertheless, when I take the Estonian situation, then we say that we have to go to 5% in 5 years, because Mr. Kubilius also said 3 to 5 years is the estimation. But I'm not looking at this as of 3 to 5 years. I have to be ready in 3 to 5 days. So, and I know that the Estonian army is ready for that, to defend Estonia, to defend NATO, to defend Europe. But still, we have the collective defense. The new capability targets are good. The new regional plans are good. Now we need to make them executable. They are not at the moment. So 53%, well, overall estimation, yes. But when you go into the segments, like air defense, enablers, then you see much worse numbers. Number of troops, not enough. So, so this is why, even when we take that, when all the European countries will go to 3.5% with the hard defense spendings, then we will see around 2 trillion of new money in next 10 years. So this is not, this 3 trillion. This
right.
This is much more. And this is added money. So now is the question that what we will do with that money, and the question why we don't have. So you asked also from Mr. Commissioner that why we didn't get enough defense, because we are paying a lot of salaries from this money. So today the average in NATO is around 30%, which goes to the new capabilities. In Estonia, we are investing 54 or 55% to the new capabilities. We are going to 5.4% already next year with the defense spendings. And when we take from this money 50% only to investments to the capabilities, then we will be much quicker on the level of the capability targets as many others. But that doesn't help when the others are not doing.
Right.
So the understanding has to be that we all have to do our share. So this is NATO is the club. So when you are in the club, when we agree the same rules in the club, then we have to also agree or play by these rules. So this is the point. And when we are not doing that, then we are sitting here in 5 years, scratching our heads and thinking, hey, why we didn't get so much defense in 5 years?
Yeah, pretty crucial issue. In Romania, I guess you're going to be, one of your jobs is going to be looking at that defense production ramp up. Where is Romania on building up its defense production capacity, and how useful for you are these EU programs, both in defense procurement integration and in boosting spending for your own industry?
First of all, in Romania, the defense industry is not in the Ministry of Defense, it's in the Ministry of Economy. But we are working because the Ministry of Defense is the beneficiary in the end. Because I totally agree with what Commissioner said in the beginning that, and I want to stress that we understood the necessity since 2017 to allocate at least 2% of the GDP for defense, and we did that. And now we also have a political agreement to raise that to 2.5, for example. And these programs that the European Commission are doing are a good thing to develop our capabilities. For example, I believe it's late, but better later than never, to have a commissioner for defense in the European Commission. And I want to congratulate the commissioner for finalizing the safe regulation, and because we need that yesterday. As the minister said, we cannot wait 3 to 5 years to build our capabilities and capacities. We need them yesterday. The war is still there, and we understand that, at least the countries from the eastern flank, we understand that better than anyone else. It's not only a classical war, it's also a hybrid war, and also we need to understand that as well. And I believe, and I have some expectations from the NATO summit in Hague, that all the allies to understand that we need to each member state in the alliance to do its job and to allocate an amount of money which is related to the reality in the field right now. So
always a difficult argument to make, depending where you are geographically. Right? If you're Estonia, it's very pressing. If you're Portugal, a little less so.
That's true, but it's about the collective defense. It doesn't matter if you're Estonian or Romanian or Hungarian or Spanish. It's about Europe's security, our continent's security. So I don't believe we should look into this like, I don't know, the eastern flank is more exposed rather the western flank. No, I don't believe that. And the Secretary General just stated a few days ago in London, if I'm correct, a quote that there is no east and west right now. So we need to understand that. And I think European countries are starting to understand that. Take a look what happened in, for example, because I was telling you about the hybrid war, which is also happening in Europe. Take a look what happened in Romania, for example, in our presidential elections last year in 2024. That was Russian interference in democratic process of a European country. And I hope that European countries are going to learn about what happened in our case, and I hope we won't see another example like that again.
Great, thanks. We've got a couple of representatives from the defense industry. I'd like to get your view on how you see what the Commissioner is working on, the EU programs. One complaint that my reporters hear an awful lot about is a lack of long-term contracts, that governments are basically calling on the industry to take the risk themselves and expand production without the long-term contracts to give you a sense of safety when you do invest. Is that changing at all? And do you look at these, at the money and the efforts that the EU and NATO are making, and does that make industry feel more secure about the about ramping up production?
Let's start by the begin. And the begin, as the white paper also correctly says, is Ukraine. We need the peace in Ukraine. First step. Their peace is our peace. So our priority currently is simply delivering what we committed to Ukraine and supporting them in keeping operational available what has been delivered and supporting their industry. If you then make the switch to rearming Europe, so again Ukraine, that should include Ukraine. And if you talk about, if you make a link, before I come to your contracts question, to the production capacity, let's be honest, at a macro level, and if we include the production capacity of Ukraine, which is enormous, quantitative and qualitative, at a macro level, we have enough production capacity. We are only not using it in an efficient way. And then you come to the demand side. There is still an urgent need that nations align their demand in time, in quality, to enable standardization as much as is realistically possible, but also to enable an optimized usage of the production capacity present in Europe and Ukraine. And then you can make the switch to long-term contracts, but you have to aggregate this demand side. The nations have to align and also to be willing then, related to that, to transfer technologies to other countries, again, to make an optimized usage of your available production capacity.
So there's a waste that's happening right now. There's unused or inefficiently used production capacity.
Absolutely.
Right. And you're a startup. What's the view on that issue? And as well, my understanding is that Helsing is more focused on the drone side of things. When you look at these programs that the EU is talking about, including some of the issues of air defense, artillery, that sort of thing, is there a sense that Europe is arming itself for a conflict which has significantly changed and the dangers have changed? I mean, we saw that very innovative Ukrainian attack on Russian heavy bombers. The Israelis seem to have done the same thing by moving drones into Iran when they launched their attacks this morning. Should Europe be thinking differently about what it's spending its money on as well?
Thanks a lot. Indeed, we're a European scale-up, no longer a startup, but a scale-up, which I think is an important point to make because we are able to deliver capabilities at scale. We're not a small company doing R&D efforts, which goes to your question about what capabilities do we need to procure? Are we innovative enough? What I will say is we need capabilities that we can field in 1, 2, 3 years. That achieve the effect. Whether these are innovative or more traditional capabilities, doesn't matter. We need capabilities that achieve the effect. The point we are making, and I think we are seeing around Europe, is that we will not able to produce enough traditional equipment in that time frame. So to be able to have the capabilities we need to go and look at non-traditional defense industrial base. Now, I'd also like to touch upon the question that you asked earlier, which is about, do industries need a 10-year time frame to even go into business to build up production facilities? And I think that is not how we should be framing it. I mean, the demand is there, and industry also bears responsibility. And that is also the way that startups and scale-ups work. We, with our own money, develop products, have conviction that these are best in the market, and then go and sell these products. And I think this point of industry taking more responsibility is critical if we are to bridge this gap.
Great, thanks very much. Mr. Commissioner, we've heard quite a lot about inefficient use of existing capacity. How do the programs that you're pushing forward tackle that? And will that effort work? I mean, is there a lot of underutilized production capacity? Can we be doing a much better job of producing than we're doing right now?
Well, definitely there are shortcomings which we more or less know from different experts' analysis. Again, the Draghi report we can remember. The question is how to overcome those problems, structural problems, because at the same time we need to look how to produce what we need to produce. I agree with the question that still the question is what we need to produce, because if to learn from Ukraine, then there are a lot of questions, and I'm always raising the issue that recently United Kingdom had adopted a new strategic review on defense, where they put very simply the warfare doctrine with a very informative title, 20-40-40, which 20% of targets to be hit by heavy weapons, traditional weapons, artillery, tanks, 40% by light drones, kamikaze drones, 40% by heavy drones and missiles. So, which sounds very similar to what now you can hear from Ukraine. That in Ukraine, on front lines, they are hitting 80% of targets by drones. So still, we have this question mark, now on to what kind of warfare we need to be ready. But second, what we need to understand that really there is, how to say, we need to be, and GLOBSEC report here was very, very, very clear. There is some kind of, we need to take into account clear division of labor, NATO, member states, and Commission. So definitely a lot of things in defense and defense industry belongs to the decision making in governments. What we are looking for, how we can incentivize member states to spend their national defense spending in a, how to say, more effective way, more, joint procurement, joint development. We also are looking how to incentivize member states to spend more of their money on European production. And that is where European Union Commission needs to have instruments in order to incentivize. I don't believe in ability for us to regulate how member states can spend their money. So we can incentivize. That is where significance of new program. We now are happy that safe regulation is in place. We hope that that can encourage also member states to agree very soon on EDIP program, which will really bring into new scale that experience which we got from previous programs like ASAP and EDIRP, and also will create a lot of new instruments like SIAP, FAST, and so on and so on. So, and in addition to that, of course, then it would be very, very important for us to look into possibility to have for EDIP not only legal power in EDIP, but also financial power. Because now we have only 1.5 billion in that, in this budget, so we are looking also into next budget and so on and so on. So there are a lot of things which we are doing at the same time. And, and from one side, we're looking how we can incentivize member states to go for more of, joint procurement, which would be beneficial, first of all, for member states, and also beneficial for industry. Because for industry, it would mean that, there is a larger scale of contract, longer-term contract, perhaps, exactly. for member states also. If you are coming with larger scale contract to the industry, you can expect that the price for the same equipment will be lower. Yep. So this is one thing. Now, second, what is, again, on those our capacities. I agree absolutely that we need to learn a lot from Ukraine. A lot from Ukraine. And not only from technological point of view, how to make drone, but also how to manage the whole process. How to create some kind of what I call ecosystem, including, with different procurement dynamism and so on. That is why, for example, next week really we're coming with important package, so-called simplification in defense omnibus. Well, we are starting to touch upon those problems, but also, we are trying to build new platforms for our cooperation with Ukraine. We created joint task force. Now we are working with those responsible ministers who created drone army in Ukraine. to create some kind of joint platform, which we call, taking the title a little bit from Ukraine, Brave Europe, where we really are looking not only how to support Ukraine, but also how to learn a lot of things from Ukrainian industries. So that is also how we can use our capacities in a much more effective way.
You mentioned financial firepower. There have been suggestions kicking around over the last months of setting up some sort of a defense development bank, a multilateral bank that would help funnel cash towards defense spending projects that would work in conjunction with like EDIP and SAFE and these other programs. Is there EU interest in moving in that direction?
Well, perhaps, because I'm always, again, repeating that what we did till now, like white paper and the Rearm Europe program, with all that financial instruments which are starting to be implemented, we did the first step. Now, from one side, we need to understand what are the demands, and then how much they cost, and then to look how we can supply. So from one side, we know more or less now, and then the numbers will come perhaps in a more open public sphere, what are NATO capability targets and what we call out of that aggregated demand. But we need to have in mind also what was, perhaps in GLOBSEC report as it was presented, the issue that we need to start to understand that perhaps really in a longer term time frame, Americans will start to shift more and more of their geopolitical attention to Indo-Pacific and to diminish their presence on the European continent. I'm talking here about not tomorrow or day after tomorrow, but years to come. And then the question is, how much it will cost for us to replace those American capabilities which are existing on the European continent and which are very crucial for us, especially in with strategic enablers. And here are some studies, again, I'm not making my conclusion, but for example, International Institute on Strategic Studies recently published a paper which calculates that for us to replace American capabilities on the European continent will cost around $1 trillion. So when we shall add all those amounts of money, perhaps we shall need really to look for additional financial resources, and then really we shall sit down to look into those new possibilities.
Great, thanks. I guess part of that American military shift to the Indo-Pacific is deploying its troops inside California, but that's a different issue. Minister Pevkur, when you these issues that come up with a fractured defense market, with countries with big defense industries, Italy, France, and others, trying to promote their own defense industries, does that make you particularly frustrated when you are a frontline country with a obviously small population, a small defense industry? Is there the sense that you want to sort of shake people and say, listen, stop promoting your own countries, we need to look at it this as a continental way? Or is this simply the way that Europe does business and it can't be changed?
Well, protectionism is something what I never liked, to be honest. Of course, when I look at our procurements at the moment and acquisitions, then yes, we are global. Of course, when we talk about European money, then we all understand also regarding the SAFE mechanism that it should go to European industry.
Even if that angers Washington, which feels excluded from some of these programs.
Well, at the end of the day, when they take the number of money, what I just said also during my first intervention, the amount of money is so big that the European industry will be happy, US industry will be happy, and also on the global market. So when I look at the Polish decisions, then they've decided to go with the Hanwha, with the K2 tanks, and then K9 now with the Grabs, their own production. We have K9, Finns have K9 from South Korea. This is not the problem. At the end of the day, what we need is the capability. And to get these capabilities, you need to see for the quality, for the price, and for the delivery time. At the moment, the second component as a price has been actually less important, as we see. Unfortunately, we also see that the prices are going up. So the same what we got 2 years ago, we cannot get today. So anyway, I would say that, you know, when we and also when take Europe, then we have to split the big primes like Rheinmetall from Germany, or Leonardo, or KNDS, or you know, some others, BAE, and then we have those emerging techs and you know, scale-ups already, you know, not the startups anymore, but even the startups. You know, I always say that, you know, that we need to look more at the effects. When the big primes can offer us the effects, please be my guest. I'm not against it, but as a political leader today, and also when I talk to my chief of defense, we are looking for the effects. When we are not getting the effects, how to destroy your enemy much more far away than your positions are, then we are losing. So this is why when I want to buy ATACMS, which costs 300, which can fly 300 kilometers, but I can get it only in 2033, then this is not the result for me. I need to have something today. And when the startups or scale-ups will come up with the solutions which can deliver me solution to destroy our enemy in 300 or 500 kilometers tomorrow, then I will go for that. So this is, in one hand, it's a competition, but on the other hand, of course, it is also how to keep our European industry alive. And the competition between the scale-ups and the primes will always be there, and the primes will buy the scale-ups a lot. So, and in one moment, maybe Helsinki is the prime and Rheinmetall is not the prime. So, because we are not buying so many Leopard 2A anymore.
Thanks.
So this is the point.
I saw some reactions to that on the industry side of things. What's your view on the primes and the how did you put it? The primes and the
well,
the scale.
It's good that we have the primes
yeah.
and scale-ups on
right.
the panel. So then I want to irritate them to fight with each other.
By the way, we have a good cooperation in and for Ukraine. By the way. I prefer not to talk about primes and scale-ups, but about system integrators and partners. And we are a system integrator because in the end, everything needs to come together in an interconnected operational capability. So you need system integrators to integrate the capacities of others, whether it's C4I or new technologies, etc. And we are a system integrator, so we do not have this competition discussion. We work together, but in the end it has to come somewhere. Of course, I heard the remark of the K9, the K2, whatever, K9.
Both.
I think.
K9.
Both. Let's be honest, standardization in accordance with the American model, we will never achieve in Europe.
It's just too fractured a defense market.
Yeah, that's going back from 17 main battle tanks to 1. We will never achieve that. But I don't think it's neither necessary, but we have to stay realistic. But I think there are instruments available because you have to start what you can do. Because in the end, it's not only about the capabilities, and standardization is not an objective itself, because in the end it has to be interoperable and preferably interchangeable, and whether it's a K9 and a Caesar or a Panzerhaubitze, that should be the objective. But it's also a question of affordability in the end. And standardization serves economy of scale, enables us to optimize the usage of our production capacity, and in the end is cheaper in logistics. Everybody, the open doors are known, but it's more affordable, so we should strive for some standardization and especially exploit the existing initiatives that are already going on between nations. And I'm talking about 3 or 4 nations that aggregate their demand, standardize their capabilities, and then you have the stars. And we should exploit these kind of examples. Take the example of Germany, who is closing a framework contract for the Leopard 2A8, to which the Netherlands are connected, other interested countries, and even the production is doing locally, and not only for the local country, but more. Those are examples which you should exploit. The structure for European armament program, which is one of the initiatives, we can define projects which we can use those kind of EU instruments, but not everything can be done by the EU. The message is more exploit what is currently already going on by a couple of member nations and target specific elements to be coordinated for the EU, maybe based on lessons learned of Ukraine, maybe a flexible C2 system, or of course the drone capacity and the counter-drone capacity. Select them, but you let coordinate by the EU and exploit what is already going on. And then you have the first steps, and then you come there. I'm pretty convinced.
Thanks. Kari, there's a question for you on Slido from Aaron Gash-Burnett. You said if it takes too long, it's not what we need. How quickly can Helsing and others scale up drone production to, for example, 100,000?
In the next 2 years. So we can deliver right now. The way Helsing has developed our products is as much of the complexity as possible is in the software. So the production of the hardware is quick, it's fast, it's mass producible. So that's the benefit we bring to the table. The other thing that Minister Pevkur outlined or underlined was price. We're seeing right now that governments are needing to pay more for the capabilities than they needed before, right? So there's an inflation happening. So I think we need also companies like ours, like other scale-ups, to put pressure on everyone, on all companies, to deliver not on inflated prices, but on lower prices, because although we're getting more money into the system, as we heard also, it's not enough. It's not going all into defense, so we need to have our eye really on delivering the capabilities at the lowest possible cost. And I would also like to say that, yes, we do have an excellent cooperation with KNDS. It's never going to be one or the other. They're always going to be more traditional defense primes and scale-ups operating together, sometimes also cooperating like we are. So that's what we need to go forward.
The Commissioner talked a lot about looking at the model provided by Ukraine, which is sort of undergoing frontline experience on this. Are you looking at that as well, both in the technological arms race that they have with the Russians and in the way that they're structuring their production?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the main lesson, one of the main lessons from Ukraine is the need to adapt really, really quickly, because the innovation cycle due to Russian countermeasures is really, really fast. Now, if you need to, and that goes back to our approach of software-defined defense, if you need to, at every point, redesign, reproduce your hardware, you're never going to be able to keep pace with that change. However, if most of the complexity is in the software, which obviously you can update much, much more quickly, you're then able to keep up with that pace. And the second thing I will say really quickly, what is really making the difference in Ukraine is the ability to work extremely closely with end users and have constant feed of information about what they need, what is working, what is not working, and we need to be able to emulate that in Europe, which I think to the extent that we need is not there yet.
Great, thanks. Maybe we'll take a question or two from the floor if anybody wants to put up their hand. We've got one over here.
Good afternoon. Kurt Bassiner from Democratization Policy Council. My question is to anybody on the panel who wants to field it. We've both talked about resources, but also creating the incentives, as you said, Commissioner Kubilius, for common procurement and standardization. I'm curious whether there's any serious discussion going on among member states, legislators, about EU defense bonds. This is something the Ukrainians are, they're generating resources through bonds for their defense. It's something that we did in the Second World War. It gives you both of those. It gives you a lever to get the commonality as well as resources quickly, and even tapping into capital flight from the United States, to be honest. I'm just curious whether there's discussion going on about that.
Thanks very much. Commissioner.
Well, usually I'm answering to such question very simply, My responsibility is to spend money, not to find where those money are. But more seriously, well, look, it's I'm always saying in a very simple way, what is the difference in between of defense bonds and safe loans? Safe loans, are taken by member states, and member states are issuing guarantees that they will repay. Defense bonds, everybody understands that this is bonds like it was done during pandemic, pandemic bonds. The EU is going to borrow on its own behalf, AAA rating, but EU is guaranteeing to repay those bonds by its own budget. Now, what is happening with a new generation EU facility and those money which were borrowed during pandemic? In next MFF, we need to allocate 200 billion euros, 20% of next MFF, to repayment of pandemic bonds. Are we ready to add additional 20% into the budget to repay defense bonds? Well, I would be, from my point of view, whatever, we can do whatever we want, but then we need to understand that we shall not be able to continue financing common agricultural policy, we shall not be able to continue financing cohesion funds and so on and so on. So this is much more deep question about what does it mean, those bonds? Because that is really, for time being, this is an issue, how we are going to guarantee repayment of those bonds. And if we agree that, we shall start to live with issuing bonds and then using budget only for repayment of bonds, then that's quite a big, strategic question. So that's my very, very humble answer. I am not saying that it's that we should be, totally against, but that demands much deeper discussion about how we can go forward.
We've got a couple of national government representatives. If you could address that
very briefly. So at the end of the day, for me as a government representative, there is no difference. Is it defense bond? Is it a safe instrument or something else? So we need new money. When we don't make a decision on the political level to put new money, as we did, to go from 3%, so first 3 years ago from 2% to 3.5, and now from 3.5 to 5.5, just in 1 year. So when you don't have the political decision, then it doesn't matter, is the money available there or not. So at the end of the day, as I said, when the political decision is there to put money into defense, then where the money comes from is a secondary question. Is it from the capital markets, from your own rate, what you have, or what interest you can get as a country, or you can get from the European Union, or you can get from defense bonds? Doesn't matter. The point is that it starts from the political decision to make a decision to invest more into defense. So then the financing is or the funding is the secondary question.
And in Romania?
Well, I totally agree with the minister. It doesn't matter where the money comes from. But I believe that the SAFE program, because we talked a lot about it, and it's a new program, it's a test of political maturity of the member states. Because if we will fail, then the whole feasibility of deeper defense integration will be put under question mark. So I believe and I hope that this SAFE program, it's not only a chance for us to get money and develop our capabilities, but it is also a test of political maturity. Because yes, we did have a political decision, and it's all about the political decisions in these situations. Like the European member states decided to form this position of a commissioner for defense, for example. That was a political decision. Of course, it was done due to the war and the context, geopolitical context, but it was a political decision. So I totally, fully agree with my colleague, the Minister of Defense. It doesn't matter where it comes from.
We've heard a lot about the need for unity in Europe, but there is a sense that despite the pressures of the things that I mentioned at the beginning, the Russia threat, the potential disengagement of the US, that there still seems to be fairly deep disunion. I guess the NATO countries probably in The Hague will agree to a 5% defense spending goal, but there's big dissension as to when that target should be reached. I think countries like Estonia want it as soon as 2030. The Italians are talking 2035 or perhaps even later. There's a dissension over how much of a role American defense industry should play in some of these EU spending programs. There's also differences in societies. The Spanish and the Italians want to use a lot of that money towards infrastructure, climate spending, arguing that that broadly fits the defense profile. I'm assuming that does not fit at all with what Estonia would like to see. So as you look at this, maybe from the point of view of Estonia, do you sort of despair of the fact that this is in the end 2 or 3 dozen countries with wildly differing priorities, differing sense of danger, and that from where you're sitting, you are very focused on the immediate physical threat posed by Russia, and it's difficult for you to translate that into action on the part of all the other countries that you're talking to?
Well, very briefly, first, I believe there is no point to start preparing for the war after the war. So when we do that in 10 years, then we might be too late, and investing after the war might be too late. Second point regarding the other topics than hard defense spendings. With all due respect to all the countries, of course, there is a need also for infrastructure. But this is not new money for defense. So this is just earmarking something that this is part of 5%.
Like the bridge.
Like the bridge or railways, whatever. I would be very happy to put on the border of Estonia the big sign that this forest here is under the protection. So Russian tanks cannot enter to that. Or to put on the building that this is under the UNESCO heritage protection and you cannot drop a bomb here. I would be happy to do that, but somehow I believe that the Russians do not understand that. So this is why, we can talk about the environmental protection a lot. We can talk about, investing to railways and say that this is the defense spending, but this doesn't help us to defend our countries.
So you're talking about hard defense spending.
So hard defense spending is something, well, first, we cannot change the defense spending definition. And I've said that many times, I will say that again. And second, when we want to have more defense, then you need to invest more. So simple is that. Of course, we see that, the industry will struggle. They need to ramp up the production. They need to, most probably, also the prices will go up. But nevertheless, when we are not investing more, then we will not get more defense. So simple is that.
Commissioner, when you're dealing with member countries at these meetings which you're at, do you have a sense of frustration as well that there is a wildly differing perception of risk and of engagement on these issues, depending where a country lies geographically, what its budget deficit problems are, those kinds of issues? And as a person from the Baltics, are you able to penetrate some of these?
Well, no, there are perhaps different angles how we can look. First of all, it's very clear that the European Union during last year, even less maybe, very much changed its attitude to its own, defense readiness. Maybe, really those predictions by intelligence services, that Russia can be ready made its impact. Maybe changes in American administration made its impact, but now really we can see that defense is very clear priority for the whole European Union. Second, again, what we need to see as a positive thing, till now in the Council, all the member states were supporting Commission proposals both on Rearm Europe, on White Paper, and so on. So unity is here. Definitely, public opinion, emotions are, a little bit different in different regions, But I'm here, I don't want to blame different, different societies in different countries, because that is pretty natural. I remember very well 2015, 2016, when the southern countries were hit by refugee and migration crisis. And they were pleading for solidarity, for support, and so on. We were in the Baltic looking, so, this is your problem, more or less. So after, till we were hit by Lukashenko, migrant crisis. So in some way, this is what is quite natural, but of course, country leaders can make a big job, in really bringing all of their societies into the same direction. Last point, what is important for us. Till now, we as Commission and what we were doing, and together with Member States, we were taking care about what I call material side of European defense. How much weapons we need, how to produce, how to finance, and so on and so on. I see the need, and the title of this discussion was about the European Defense Union. I see that we shall perhaps move into discussion also about institutional side of our defense readiness. How we're organizing ourselves, when from one side Americans are slowly but perhaps will move towards Indo-Pacific, from another side Russia is keeping its aggressiveness. That will be a new topic. Yes, we are speaking about how to strengthen European NATO, European branch, or whatever how we shall call it. We're talking about European security architecture. That will come. That will bring for us also much more questions about our unity among European member states on defense, how we're doing that, how we're moving, what treaty is saying, that, member states, while implementing foreign and defense policy, needs to move to more common European defense.
Great.
That will be the question.
I think we have to wrap at this point. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists for taking part in today's panel. I'm sorry we didn't have more time, but time is up. And there's a short break for lunch right now, and we'll welcome you back at the Havel stage at 14:10. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Terry Martin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'll just put this down here. And we'll get going. So, welcome to this panel on Europe's green ambitions and how those ambitions stack up against global realities. As we all know, as you all know, the European Union has set itself one of the most ambitious green agendas, climate agendas in the world. But we have to ask ourselves, how is Europe going to face the growing challenge of going green and at the same time remaining competitive, right? Going green and remaining competitive. How do you do these two things together? Europe is aiming to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, but how can European industry and employment thrive while doing that? Because it's going to require massive changes in all sorts of aspects of our lives and economy. Are we developing the right tools to manage the transition, or are we risking what many are calling deindustrialization? What about the backlash from business and the public? Well, we've got just the right group of people with us here to explore these questions. I'd like to invite our esteemed speakers onto the stage, please. Please give them a warm round of applause. All of you, please join us. I'll introduce them as they're finding their seats. Right here is Martin Hojsík. He's Vice President of the European Parliament and one of its most active voices on climate legislation. Next to him, Kyriakos Kakouris is Vice President of the European Investment Bank, deeply involved in green financing in the EU and beyond. Next to him, Thomas Becker, Vice President for External Affairs and Sustainability at BMW Group, helping to steer the automotive industry, the automotive sector through the green transition, as it were. And moving right along, we've got Marcus J. Beira. He's Director General of Business Europe, representing the concerns of Europe's business and employer community. Next to him, at the very end, we round out our panel with Kerel Lanu. He's CEO of the Center for European Policy Studies, better known as CEPS, one of Europe's leading economic policy think tanks. I've also put together for this session a Slido poll. Yeah, just a basic question. We're all used to this now. You see it on your board to get everyone's input on what we're talking about here. And the question is, which path should the EU prioritize to stay both green and competitive? I won't go through the 5 options there, but it'd be great if you could get your Slido going on your phone or your tablet and just type in your answer there. You can also use Slido, by the way, to put questions to the panelists, which we hope we can get to towards the end of our discussion. So, without further ado, let's begin. I'm just going to put a question to each of you going down the row here, starting with you, Martin. You're in the European Parliament. You've been pushing for stronger climate action. Are you not just a little bit concerned, we talked about this in the green room just a little bit, that the EU's targets, its rules, its regulations are moving a bit too fast for Europe's industries to keep up and be competitive?
I would put it slightly differently. I think what we have is the challenge not with the target. And actually, if you see the latest Commission estimates, we are heading well on the 2030 target. I think what I dare to say underestimated.
Underestimate the challenge?
No, underestimated how we need to also look at 2 aspects from a policy perspective better. And that's one thing is the unleashing of the innovation power, unleashing of the business opportunities. That actually the climate policy is really intrinsically connected with the single market, that the innovators, that the scale-ups and startups are facing not the challenges of EU-level policies. But the fact that there is so much gold plating and so much obstacles, what the IMF put at 40% not barriers, but tariffs for goods and 120% for services. And second, that, and of course, the element of social justice, that it shouldn't be those who are the most rich to benefit, that they only benefit from heat pumps, electric cars, proper energy efficient housing and other things. But another thing is also the security. Being at GLOBSEC, our dependency on fossil fuels is killing Ukrainians. We have financed, through our high dependency on imports of Russian fossil fuels, oil and gas, we have financed the killing in Ukraine. It's not a climate thing. But at the same time, if we would have been better in unleashing the power of energy efficiency, renewables, looking at the strategic investments done in China, where we're lagging behind in innovation with China, we would be giving less money to Putin. And that's also one of the tasks. This is not, you don't have to do it for the planet. You should, but do it for the profit and do it for the security.
We got multiple things on the table already. I really appreciate you laying out those points involving the global context. We're looking at tariffs, a changing tariffs environment, which makes it really difficult to plan, not least for bankers who have to, have to make decisions over the long term on that too. So, Kyriakos, the European Investment Bank, it plays a key role in financing the green transition in different ways. But do you feel that you're really investing enough in the industries that Europe needs in order to be competitive, whether those be in the green area of green transition or not? Do you think you see a horizon where those things can be brought together in terms of the projects that you're financing?
I have to say that the goals, sorry, EU for carbon neutrality and climate action until 2050 are maybe ambitious, but they are essential. Climate change threatens our societies, our economies, our lives. I mean, I live in Cyprus, currently in Luxembourg, but I remember in 2023, for 20 days, end of July, beginning of August, we have continuously above 40 degrees. Last year, in 2024, I was really curious how this is going to happen. We didn't have 20 days in continuously, but we have many days, 3-4 days, around 44, 45. Wow. So we have global warming saying that it's 1.5 degrees Celsius per year, but in Southern Europe, in certain parts of the globe, it's probably we feel it that it's around 5 degrees. I mean, this is how I feel in Cyprus, and this is really scares me. At the European Investment Bank, climate action and green transition for us is a top priority. Out of around 88 billion euros, 60% go to climate change and sustainability projects, 60% of our financing. And we still think that this is not enough, or still there is a lot to do. I don't want to give numbers. I don't like to give numbers and how we're going to bridge the financing gap that the economies are facing, the regions are facing. But I think we have to concentrate and be focused on the green transition.
And it must be kept in mind that whatever Europe is doing, that's only going to be part of the solution, right? This has to happen in a global context. So, I'm hoping that we'll be able to get into that a little bit as well, because Europe isn't going to lower the temperature on Cyprus or Southern Europe by itself. It's
absolutely cannot do it alone. I mean, this is what I mean. Without looking what the neighbors are doing, that's why we are supporting also our neighbors, and not only.
Thomas Becker, You're a senior executive at BMW, car maker, big German car maker, cars being exported all over the world, manufactured in different parts of the world as well, it must be said. You're right in the middle of Europe's green transformation, having to make hard decisions about what cars to build and what technologies to use and how to compete against competitors, for example, coming from China. Do you feel that the current EU regulations are helping or hurting your ability to compete globally?
Well, let me compare the situation in the US, Europe, and China. In the US, what you see is maximum confrontation about whether to believe that climate change exists in the first place and about the instruments to use. Yesterday, the president signed a law that bans California from regulating climate. He is destroying the reason why we have electric cars. Not many people know that, but the date of birth of Tesla and of all other electric vehicles was 2007 when the Californian regulator introduced what is called the zero-emission vehicle mandate. It is dead since yesterday. With the support of Elon Musk, by the way.
Do you think it'll be dead forever?
That depends on the Supreme Court, but otherwise, by difference from the last Trump administration, they have both houses of Congress and they have a very strong basis in the court. So for this administration, this is presumably it. What happens next may be another amplitude from going to black to white to black to white. China, total contrary. They are pursuing what is an integrated strategy. It is not climate objectives and then industrial strategy adapts to that. It is one strategy with a climate dimension, a resource independence dimension, an industrial policy dimension, and. And it's just working out as planned.
You think Europe can emulate that?
Europe cannot emulate that because our system is obviously very different. But what you can say is that 45% so-called new energy vehicles in China, meaning fully electric, meaning plug-in hybrids, meaning range-extended vehicles, is also the result of the fact that you cannot pay more than 7 cents per kilowatt hour for electric charging. So there are fundamental things different than in Europe, which are overlooked permanently in our conversations, which are very helpful for them.
I live in Berlin. I pay between 35 and 60 cents per kilowatt hour for the electricity for my electric car.
And you can read in Germany's biggest automotive magazine 2 pages with a fat headline saying, "No cost advantage for electric cars." You will not read that in China.
Yeah, that point can be debated. I mean, I do read the papers, German papers.
So, but let me come to Europe. We have climate objectives, which we all know and which we as a company support. We have a clear plan, and I know that because I've written it, that our total emissions will go down from 2019 to 2030 by 40 million tons, 40. Oh. That is more than a few European member states emit in the first place.
Okay.
And we will do that by electrification, by cleaner materials, by investing into green energy, just to name a few examples. But very clearly, the European strategy to say, there is the climate objective, and then there is exactly one approach how we have to do it, and we ban anything else, has already failed. We just have to take account of that.
Okay, I'm hoping we'll get some, some counter arguments on that from our panel because I think there might be some. Marcus, you've warned that the EU risks weakening its own industry through overregulation, right? You represent business interests in Europe, but is it possible to really avoid disruption in a real green transition?
Well, I mean, first of all, let me start by saying the business community has always been clear that we support the overall targets. So we are committed to climate neutrality by mid-century. The problem is, in Europe, we are always a bit obsessed with targets as high as possible, not always based on facts or analysis. And we only after this think about how do we get there. So what we have seen in the last couple of years is maybe too much ideology and not enough pragmatism and analysis of facts. Will this cause disruption? Obviously. I mean, that's an enormous change of the way we produce, the way we consume, and so on. Is it the right direction? Yes, and we support it. But we haven't sufficiently discussed in the past how do we get there, and how do we get there in a way that we continue to be economically successful. So now this debate starts. You mentioned the regulatory overburden. I mean, we do a big survey every year called Reform Barometer, where we benchmark Europe towards the world. We have seen that we've been falling behind more and more. We ask the companies, why is it? And of course, there's the cost of energy. This is partly driven by the asymmetric shock of the war we have in Ukraine, not only, but this is a big factor. But then there's the regulatory overburden. And what we have seen in the last couple of years is simply a regulatory tsunami. And our companies all tell us they're drowning in regulations. So what we need is to find a feasible way how we get there, while simplifying what we have. And to Thomas's point, I think we also had the obsession that we had bureaucracy wanting to micromanage the companies. This cannot work. I mean, either you have a system like in China, where you plan things and then they work or don't work, or you have a free market economy, which we have and claim to have. Then you set certain targets, frameworks, a direction, but then you need to leave it to the companies to find the best way to get there. So one of the things we are very much asking for, beside, of course, simplification, is tech neutrality, and in many, many, many policy fields. And we have too many pieces of regulation where it says tech neutrality in the preamble, and when you go to the text, it says the opposite.
Do you look with longing, then, across the Atlantic to what's going on in the United States in terms of the dismantling of regulation on environmental policy, for example?
Do I look with what?
Longing. Do you look at that as something you wish might come to Europe?
No, because, I mean, if we look, we are in favor of a simplification agenda, because we know that our company is drawn in over-regulation. The way it is partly done in the US is maybe not the most feasible way, because, I mean, I don't see the value in scrapping things because you don't fully understand what they're doing and things. So I think there's certainly a better way to do. Where this can be, let's say, a fruitful debate is where, of course, let's say, our US colleagues would say, well, if you want to buy LNG from us, to Martin's point, because we do not want to be dependent on Russia, I mean, then you should not at the same time adopt regulation which under methane terms makes it impossible for the Europeans to buy US LNG. So this is the kind of debate which can be fruitful. But I mean, the way I look to the US at the time being is more for the disruption we have thanks to the tariffs, to the uncertainty, and to all the steps we try to mitigate and deal with, but which at the end, of course, will make it more difficult to produce the wells for the people on both sides of the Atlantic.
This is really interesting that we're talking about Europe, China, and the United States. Got them all on the table, different models of approaching this tension between the desire to go green, the necessity of cooling the planet, and on the other hand, keeping competitiveness in a global market. I want to pass the baton now to Pavel. The EU, as we've heard, has a mix of policies. It's famous for regulation. Much of it is admired in different parts of the world, by the way, it must be said. But you know, we've got the emissions trading system. We've got the carbon tax, carbon border tax, right? This is a huge thing, which involving subsidies. Is this mix coherent, would you say, or are we really sending mixed signals to the markets?
If you ask me, so far we have given a very clear signal that we had a green agenda and that we want to move in this direction. What I'm a bit afraid of at the moment from the debates I hear, I mean, also in other panels here this morning, like a panel asked, the organizers asked, is decarbonization still a realistic target? I think most Europeans would fully be convinced we have to move in this direction. And the climate change targets are for, I think, most Europeans still very important targets. We heard the Vice President from the European Central Bank, European Investment Bank saying very clearly, it is a problem. We know the problem of climate. And we see also that, I mean, with meeting the climate goals, we are not there. I mean, we are soon exceeding the 1.5 degrees increase in temperature. So this is one thing. We know the climate problems, and then there is another thing, which is the Brussels regulatory approach. So we have to distinguish both. And this whole debate about over-regulation is now like encompassing the whole debate about climate change. And that is wrong. The problem which we have about over-regulation at European level, I mean, is separate from that. The problem is that, first of all, member states do not necessarily respect what has been decided at European level. So, and I know this very well, one area which I follow the most, financial regulation. I mean, there's something in Brussels and there's something at national level. So we have duality all the time. So that's an extreme cost. And on top of that, the second problem is at European level, the way you approach regulation. And we've seen all the time more and more regulation, what they call in level 1, in the kind of the primary regulation. We have then the secondary regulation. But we have more and more in level 1, and then also an excess in level 2. Again, so that the regulatory burden to overcome this first problem, the fact that member states do not accept what the EU is doing, the reaction from the EU has been to do always regulate more. In the end, what we need to do, and what Brussels needs to do, is be much stronger enforcement. And I would refer to what Thomas said as example, that Brussels should sometimes do like what Trump did yesterday. If the central power, we have a federal construction, doesn't agree with what a state is doing, overrule the state right away. And that is missing. That even if Germany, even if France is not agreeing with something, that we overrule. And we can do this, for example, like in the domain of trade. You asked about Mercosur. Will Mercosur be adopted? It can be adopted by the qualified majority. But sometimes the Commission has far too much fear, certainly, to go against a strong member state. We need basically a bit more respect of federal construction. And if we do this, we will overcome this regulatory problem.
Okay, I mean, this is interesting in itself, what you're discussing, this approach to regulation and how to lay it out and how to get member states to cooperate and what all. That's a huge discussion that's going on right now in its own right. But I just want to focus in on this tension, as I've laid out, between competitiveness and the green ambition on the other hand. How do you see this is this regulation that is there in place and you think should be enforced with greater force? Do you think that regulation is going to allow competition for Europe to survive in a competitive environment?
In this regulation, we have, for example, green finance regulation, how to say what is green. We have energy regulation, energy efficiency, extremely important. We have, for example, the raw materials regulation. Why do we want to have, or we have the circular economy. Why do we want, for example, the Critical Raw Materials Act? To reduce our dependency on third countries. Why do we want to have circular economy? To make sure that we recycle much more what we put today into all kinds of electronic instruments. Today, recycling from electronic instruments is 9%. And at the same time, we have an enormous dependence on critical raw materials from China. Why do we want the Critical Raw Materials Act? To reduce this dependence, to have our own critical raw materials, and to have our own manufacturing.
So I think you're saying that there's potential even within the regulatory framework when it comes to
And let me add, let's say, on energy efficiency, for example, that is also extremely important. If we were not to regulate at European level, we will never get on these climate targets.
Okay. The Slido poll, we laid this out at the beginning. I know that there's some follow-up that wants to happen on the panel, and I want to allow that too. I'd just like to quickly bring in the results of the Slido poll, preliminary results of the Slido poll. They're probably not going to change too much. I think we have 58 people voting there and 72% saying that technological leadership and innovation is the way to go. So, where is regulation in that whole thing? Starting, not too strong, not too much support there for that. But again, the business environment needs regulation too, right? Not just to regulate business, but for the purpose of giving business a blueprint, a set of rules that they can operate on and plan and invest, right? So we have to factor that into. Interesting result. Would you like to comment?
For me, actually, it's a very good result. And I think this is all very much about how to frame it, because yes, people, for example, carbon pricing, it's been built as a market-based principle, yeah, and that's where also the CBAM, so carbon border adjustment mechanism, is something which is coming in. But obviously, it's not where we're lacking. Where we're lacking is, and that's what I like to see, that I like in the result, is that it's the identification of what we can do better. And I'll have to get back to something. One of the things I really appreciate, actually, and I think this is a change from when we would have the same panel 10 years ago, no one is questioning the fact that we have to do things to get to zero. That we have to, not just Europe, globally. And I think this is, having been working on the issue for quite a while, I think this is really the most important fundamental change. Because then, instead of what you see in Europe, and I don't agree, but it's like if you believe in climate change. Because this is not about believing, like science is not a faith. Science is science. I disagree with Marcus about kind of the activist goals. I don't think that the European Science Panel on Climate Change is an activist body. This is the people who are in the climate law suggesting the goals. The goal itself actually is always less than the science tells us because it's a political agreement. But the ideas coming from the science are clear. What I think we really need to look at, and this is where I think the fruitful discussion is starting, okay, we know where we want to get, so let's work better together on how we get there. And I think this is the super important part, identifying and learning from this. Because the difference in the United States is, yes, the current administration, at least number of the proponents and persons from the administration are denying the science. You know, are denying vaccines, for Christ's sake.
It's really funny. You know, I'm a journalist, so you know, facts are very close to my heart. I do fact-based journalism. And just hearing you say science is science, I love that because it references something that I used to use in seminars where I was teaching from The West Wing. I don't know if you ever watched West Wing, and it was a television series, and there's someone trying to convince the president to use a particular policy because the science supports it so very clearly. And he was saying, yes, sure, science is science, but this would kill me politically, right? If I can't, you know, we can't do that yet. And then so I ended up not making a decision on it at all. But anyway, Marcus, you wanted to say something before?
One small.
Okay, small.
And this is something which I think is also important, is what we cannot forget. And it was really well said, it's kind of like Commission being stronger in enforcement is, you know, as SME from Slovakia, innovative in the construction business, them placing their stuff on the European market means certification in each member state and in Germany on each Bundesland. Yeah. And this is not a European legislation. You know, this is, I think, what we often forget. I think Europe gets blamed unfairly for things that it didn't create. And that's why you see the delegated acts, because exactly this is a thing of trying to protect it. So let's work together, not only making sure that the European legislation works and is streamlined, but also that we prevent the member states from messing it up and creating barriers for business, for innovation, for the prosperity.
Thank you, Martin. Now, I will bring Marcus in quickly, and then I want to get some questions from the audience and get things going that way.
Fully agree with Mercosur, fully agree with enforcement, fully agree with we need to reduce the barriers in the single market. Nobody questions science. All this is clear. I think the issue we have is that politicians have not been totally honest with everybody that this will come at a cost and with certain pain. And the direction is still right. But I mean, this is something which should have been done from the outset. But what I wanted to say before everything, I mean, of course we need to do, but we can only do together in the world. Europe needs to lead by example. Our share at the time being is 7%. Our share will be 4% in 2030, which means we only have a chance to positively impact world climate if we prove to the world that we can decarbonize while staying economically successful. Because if we don't it will have a negative effect on the climate policy in the world, because in the world we're living, I mean, the US couldn't care less at the time being, the US administration. China is a bit different, because I think they see the problem more in others. But if we are not proving it can work economically, the well-meaning will say, it's a pity, it would have been so nice, but it doesn't work, and the others would say, they're really stupid, these Europeans. So this is a very important point, that we lead by example, but by showing that it can work positively. 2 final sentences. So far, it doesn't really work. I mean, there's good elements, but a lot of the decarbonization in Europe so far has been done via deindustrialization. This cannot be the way forward.
Of course.
And second, I think we are on a rescue mission. We are on a rescue mission, of course, for the business location, number 1, but we are also on a rescue mission for the goals which are highlighted here, because it's a simple truth. If industry, if business is not investing in the transformation, and in many sectors that's the case, because CEOs tell me, sorry, there's no business case, then the targets will be on paper. And what we want is to make them work.
Thomas Beck, I know you wanted to intervene. I also want to bring in a question from the audience that is being directed to you regarding alternatives to electric vehicles. Are there other technologies that might be in the pipeline? So first, please, your intervention, and then address that question.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with that. I mean, if we look back to 2020-21, when the decision about the banning of the combustion engine was taken, we were in a phase where no single living person was admired as much by politicians as Elon Musk was. He was stood on a big pedestal, the ultimate hero transforming the industry, right? Secondly, was there any discussion about dependence on raw materials or the ability of anybody to just switch off your factories here in Europe? We believed that Peter Carlsson, another big hero, would revolutionize European battery manufacturing with Northvolt. We all believed that. We invested in that, right? Where are we today? We are having a situation where China is demonstrating that with rare earth export rules, you can make sure that if you don't want it, no car produces any music, it doesn't break, and you also will not buckle up with your seatbelt because you need the stuff for magnets without which it doesn't work. What we also have been seeing is that, and we built electric cars since 2013, right? That we are now in, let's say, football-wise speaking, in minute 50 to 55 of the game. And we are at 17% electric vehicle share in Europe. And we are further ahead than most of the others. The game will not end with 100% in the 90th minute. So the answer to this challenge is not to dump the climate targets like the Trump administration is doing it. The answer is to say, all right, I have a ton of CO2, which is under the responsibility of a company like ours. Which are the levers I can pull in order to get rid of it? And the first one is indeed use the superior efficiency of the electric drivetrain and electrify further. But we are not going to have 100%. Secondly, think about the electricity that goes into a car. Make it greener. We, by the way, invest in green electricity, for example, in China, and we invest in green charging along the motorways in the joint ventures that we are part of. You can decarbonize conventional fuels. You can use stuff like HVO 100. And you can think about your supply chain. We have seen massive innovation and competition for getting carbon out of steel, aluminium, plastic, and of batteries. A lot you can do here. And this is something where we are strongly believing in, that if you say you have to demonstrate that we reduce the ton and hold us accountable for that, you do not have to continue the pathway of the last 3 years with ever more detailed technical regulation, banning, and quotas, which I totally agree will become more and more counterproductive if we do not rethink the toolbox without sacrificing the targets we are pursuing.
So just to be clear in terms of the audience question, getting back to that with alternatives to electric, you seem to be suggesting that electric really is where things should be going in terms of greening the car industry.
It's a main contributor, but it will not be the only option that will be accepted. Because what we very clearly see, including in a country like this one, there will be no voluntary full electrification in 2035 and also not in 2040, and it is not needed. By the way, nobody in China even considers banning combustion cars.
Yeah.
Not even consider it.
But it's, you've touched on a really important point here as well, and that this is where geopolitics comes into play. It is already in our discussion here. We've been talking about tariffs and whatnot, but the stranglehold that China has on rare earths and certain elements that are needed to build to fuel the green transition, whether we're talking batteries or wind turbines, and this. So at this conference, dealing with geopolitics to some degree, that's a big factor as well. We really don't know where all that is heading at this point. Direct questions from the audience. I'd like to please bring you in if we can. We have people here with microphones standing by. If you have a question, please raise your hand and identify yourself. And when I give you the floor, someone will bring a microphone to you if anyone has a question for our panel. Any questions? Think about it. No, oh, I think I see one. Oh, there we go. Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Marc-Antoine Amaziga from the French Institute for International Affairs. I'd love to ask a question to our banker. Thanks for being with us. The EIB is clearly one of our strongest assets for the energy transition. Now, could you tell us how you plan to move, or if you plan, and how you plan to move from being the climate bank to the energy resilience bank that we need? Because what I still see is a lot of money that is being lent to a lot of projects that actually would not probably need the EIB to be involved, but not enough to high capital risk projects where actually we would need the EIB to be involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. I have to say that we are going to that direction. I mean, we don't compare, we cannot say we're a resilient bank or not, but it's, we finance from simple, let's say, a solar panel to more complicated projects that the market needs, and I agree very much. I have to comment on our poll about the importance of innovation and technology in the green transition, and I think it's very obvious that green transition is also a technological transition and a revolution. So we do finance this development, and we try to scale up cutting-edge technologies like renewable energy, smart grids, green hydrogen, energy storage, carbon capture. These technologies are not only reducing emissions, but also they are open to new business and new opportunities in order to help Europe to move one step ahead to the green transition.
Okay, we do have another question standing by here in the front, but Karla, you're listening to all of this from your perspective, kind of outside business and outside of policymaking. You have let's assume a slightly broader scientific perspective on all of this from your think tank. I'm just wondering how you look at all of these, what's on the table right now, particularly with the tension between competitiveness and the green transition. We know we need both, right? We all agree on that. It's not of course we do. But where are the pressure points that we can realistically make a difference? I mean, there's one thing in trying to maybe change decision-making processes within Europe. Many would love to see a federalist Europe where we had things were a bit more central decision-making. You seemed to be kind of pushing it a little in that direction yourself a moment ago. But what can be done now? What's the one thing that could be done within Europe by the business community and the policymaking community to get together on moving the ball forward on achieving both climate on mitigation and improving competitiveness?
If I look at it specifically from a Brussels perspective, from the debate which we have ongoing in Brussels, what we call, I think, I don't know whether people in the audience know the omnibuses, which are basically the whole debate about deregulation, what we have in the, above all in the climate sphere, which has started with the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive and the Due Diligence Directive, is that we create confusion rather than clarity, and that we will have less disclosure rather than the disclosure which we need today. Because, I mean, the debate goes now, for example, that small companies will not be subject to that anymore. The problem is that many bankers have said to me, but we want this information. So today, I mean, most, say, investors have financial information, but don't have the non-financial information, what they call the double materiality. The debate goes in direction, first of all, let's say that this will only be applicable from 1,000 employees onwards, which means plenty of companies will no longer be subject. So bankers come to me and say, but how will I ever know? But it's also from a governance perspective much better that if you're sitting on a board of a company, even a smaller company, that you not only have the financial targets, but also the environmental targets. And sustainability targets may have to do with energy, may have to do with waste, may have to do with efficiency, I mean, may have to do with recycling. But the debate is going in Brussels now, and you can follow this also on LinkedIn. I think it's a debate of, I mean, of an entire confusion. We have opened a Pandora's box because von der Leyen has said we want to have this 25% reduction in regulatory burden, but we're opening something and it can end up being more complex than less. So it will be even more difficult for the EU, I mean, to sell what it's standing for than less difficult. And that's what I fear, because I come from another member state and another debate in Portugal. I'm now here. Sometimes if you're outside Brussels, the EU is extremely far away. And you see that the support for what the EU is doing is extremely low, even if it's trying to do climate goals, even if it has these, for example, goals on recycling or on the digital agenda and so on. But if we then have these debates, it just doesn't contribute to that. So I would have preferred, let's say, to stick to what we did and to change the rules, what I tried to explain, in a level 2, in secondary legislation, not in the primary legislation. But no, von der Leyen wanted to clearly state, we will deregulate and we will make it less burdensome for business. You could have done this in a much simpler way, rather than to opening everything as a Pandora's box.
Marcus, no, Thomas, and then Marcus. No, Marcus, and then Thomas, very quickly, and then we're going to bring in our question from the.
No, well, no, on this I would need to say I diametrically disagree with my friend Karel. I mean, you cannot. It would have been better to produce decent legislation the first time. We have produced a couple of bureaucratic monsters. Now we need to repair it. You cannot do this at level 2. You need to go to the core, otherwise this will not work. Number 1, CSRD. There's more than 1,000 data points. We have supported this at the beginning because we said it's a good thing. Then we had this cycle where we had this feeling anything goes. So now we have more than 1,000 data points. We work with the financial sector because we are aware that there is certain pieces of information the financial sector needs. Financial sector tells us there's maybe 300 to 350 data points we need. We say 250. We will come up with a joint proposal, but what is for sure is that these data points need to be more than halved to make it workable.
When you say data points, you're talking
about... The data point, the CSRD, this is pieces of information you need to give in the green reporting.
Okay.
And then we also need, but okay, this is a bit technical now, we also need to reduce the auditing costs, because we don't have a European standard on what, I mean, I forget the word, there's a lighter form of auditing, because of course these reports, you should not audit them at the same heaviness for financial reports. Problem is we don't have standards across the continent, so you have a lot of overperformance, and 2/3 of the cost is auditing cost at the end of the day. So this is something. The second thing, sorry, on the due diligence, on the CSDD. Of course, opening up things creates uncertainty. But with the thing we had at the table, we had the certainty that this would not work, and we had the certainty that we would have companies divesting from markets in Asia and Africa. So we need to bring it to a dimension where the feasible goals and European companies are ready and are taking more responsibility than anybody else in the world, are dimensioned to a level where they can be accomplished.
Thomas, very quickly. Yeah.
One practical example on the theory of the financial sector forcing the industry to decarbonize. Nice story, developed around 2020, 2021, and was behind the European taxonomy. The European taxonomy should enable banks to judge how much companies are doing to decarbonize. In our case, this led to a regime which says you have to disclose the turnover of your electric cars. Not to disclose your total CO2 emissions, but the turnover with your electric cars.
Turnover,
but
your revenues that are generated.
Yes. And
Sales.
your investment for factories building electric cars.
All right.
So, okay. But then, what came on top of it was the so-called do no significant harm criteria, saying if you do climate change policy but harm the environment in any other way, this must not count. And in our case, the body that formulated the taxonomy in Brussels came up with the requirement that an electric car sold by BMW does not qualify as green turnover if the tires on this car have a noise classification of the European Union of more than class B. Meaning that if one of our Chinese customers, and this is a global regime as you know, thinks that with minus 25 degrees in Manchuria, where we have our production plant, grip of a winter tire may be important than the noise it produces, and chooses a tire which is not qualified according to the European Union's criteria. Unfortunately, this turnover doesn't matter. This is why we clearly advocate to just skip it. Okay. The information how fast a car maker goes electric is available from sufficient other sources. You do not need a bloody taxonomy for that. Namely not one which is combined with criteria, so to say, as ridiculous as these.
Very interesting example. I will bring you in, Martin, but first there's a gentleman sitting here in the front row who's been waiting to deliver his question. Go ahead.
Thank you for the floor. Is it working? Yeah. Thank you for the floor. My name is Emmanuel. I'm from Slovakia, and I'm representing EPP Youth for Slovakia. My question would be to all, and since you assisted me the question and the topic, my question would be regarding like all the stuff and goods that were produced for decarbonization, but they have higher value and the prices are higher. And when we, like youth, are choosing our next step to be less carbonized, for example, choosing EV vehicle or solar panels, we tend to choose Chinese productions because they are cheaper and they are reliable too. What are the possible solutions that you might implement in order to like Europeans to choose European stuff and European goods? Because even if we become decarbonized like total nothing and simply null, we will like support Chinese economy. So my question for the whole youth would be, can we decrease the price, or what's the problem behind it, and why should we choose European overpriced decarbonized goods? Thank you.
Is that for the panel as a whole or to someone in particular?
Someone who wants to answer.
Okay. I don't know, we can
but I have to start with some of the reactions.
Thank you.
As a shadow on taxonomy, you know what? The details that you're mentioning are not in the legislation. You cannot blame legislator for something what is not in there. The DNSH, do no significant harm, is, and that is the word significant, it's a very relevant element, but no, the legislation does not. The primary legislation, and that's where the question primary versus secondary comes, the primary legislation doesn't say that you have to have these things, all you mentioned. So please don't put it on the legislator. Then that's where, that's where what I think is important in here is really to have, and that's linked also to the whole disclosure and the CSR, the CSTRIPL, and all the other legislations, is that what I believe is that we indeed should at first look at what can be fixed within the secondary legislation, because also I believe it's something that can be done much faster than the legislative process. And then assess, and I believe that we also have to do some primary legislation changes. I agree with that. But we have to indeed not create uncertainty Because yes, if I go and limit what is now on the table on the CSDDD, the scope to basically level 1, then yes, you're opening a massive, massive risks. Don't care about the environment, child labor. Because I'm Chinese company, I do lovely Uyghur slave labor, but BMW won't buy from me because you don't buy these things. But with tier 1, I just put the middleman. And you don't get beyond that. This is where we need to work on it sensitively. I agree that we need to look at it. What my concern is that, not even the Commission proposal, but I'm concerned is even more in the Parliament because of the populism that is out there. There is a risk of ultimately a chainsaw. And there are people who can do sculptures with a chainsaw, but generally you end up with a mess. And we need to be very careful on how we do that. On the question, you might want to have an answer to the question.
Please do.
This is, the question is going to be slightly different because I think the answer is going to be more complex because I think the issue is also, and what's coming is it's going to be Chinese cars made in Europe. And that's going to be the challenge. What I heard from car suppliers now is not the imports of tires. Continental was telling me, what they have a challenge with is not the Chinese made, it's the Chinese who have built the factories in Europe, follow all the European legislation, and outcompete that. The Indians, the same thing. They build in Europe. And this is what the question is also, okay, how do we make sure that the European-based node companies also are strong, not only in Europe, but globally? Because yes, BMW has a massive factory, and I think O'Reilly you have in the US, you have massive factories in China. It's a global company.
Yes.
And that's also a very important factor in this with the global supply chains.
I appreciate you mentioning we're going to get a chainsaw politically if we don't act properly. There are huge political dimensions to the decisions that are being made in Brussels and by industry and by other countries as well. So I know Kyriakos wanted to make a comment.
I don't want to. It's a very interesting discussion that we have here. But I'm a banker. I'm not a politician. I come from the Ministry of Finance of Cyprus, and I have to say that we have to believe in Europe, and we have to act within what Europe is today. Simplification. It came up from Draghi, from later report. It's indeed. We are discussing it for 2 days here. But I think we have to protect Europe's competitiveness, and we have also to deliver on Europe's target on green transition and our climate commitment. To me, competitive and climate commitment, these are one side. So we have to work to that direction. The European Investment Bank, it's here. I mean, it's usually it's the member states bank, and we get the mandate from the Commission, and we operate like that. But at the same time, we are really flexible and to develop financial instruments in order to meet the needs. I mean, there's to support security focus, energy security focus, to support energy efficiency in remote areas. I mean, there are so many challenges to do in order to really bring this transition. I mean, more close.
Thank you very much. Final. One quick question from the audience, if we have one. If not, then I'll do a quick wrap up and we'll move on because we only have like a minute and a half left. Gentlemen, any burning statement you want to make as we end this panel? And it really has to be one or two sentences max. Please.
As much as I'm in favor of simplification, I followed this debate for the last 20, 25 years. I don't believe it will happen. I mean, it's unfortunate, but there have been many exercises in the past at European level to simplify. It has not worked.
Thank you. Any other final statements from the panelists? Any points you'd like to make? I sense.
No, well, I mean, on this one, we need to try, and here's about very concrete things we have just set up, and we know what we need to change. So I think this can work. But the other part, it's clear that we need to lead globally on decarbonization, but we need, as I said earlier, we need to make it in a way where we stay economically successful. That's the best chance for world climate.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to end it here. We're right down to the wire. I want to thank all of our panelists for an invigorating discussion. I really appreciate that we brought out some of the tensions in this debate and got very concrete, too, in terms of policy terms. I really respect that, appreciate that. I appreciate all of you being with us here. And yeah, I hope we can meet again at GLOBSEC in the future. And just a final note before we wrap up. I have instructions to please ask you to stick around because we have another great panel coming up on this stage, the Havel stage. Europe's role in a changing world, can it save the global order? Well, maybe. Anyway, so go away. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Richard Joswiak.
Hello, hello, hello. Every time I come on here, I have more things to carry. So, hello everybody, I'm Richard Joswiak. I'm the Europe editor for Radio Free Europe. Now, the name of this panel is Europe's Role in a Changing World, Can It Save the Global Order? Now, I am a die-hard contrarian. So my question to that is, or my answer to that is, why should Europe have a role? I mean, yes, sure, they can have a role in maybe the enlargement countries and neighborhood, but, you know, Europe has been dealing with global stuff for centuries. Maybe it's time now to be a bit more isolationist. I'm a European isolationist. So it will come to my own surprise to you that I also think answering the question, can it save the global order? My question is a resounding no, it can't. But you're not here to listen to my pessimism. We have a fabulous 5 people who still think that Europe has a role to play and can, of course, guard the global order. And I'm going to call them out now, one after the other, starting with Arantxa González Laya. Big applause, please. Guillaume Closa. Ivan Korczok, Luc van Middelaar, and last but not least, Mark Speich. And of course, as always, I rely on you guys to ask questions. 2 ways of doing that: raising your hand, waiting for the microphone, or via Slido. Arantxa, starting with you. I know I'm a skeptic. I don't believe there should be any role for Europe. You're an academic these days at Paris, Sciences Po, but of course you have a past as a foreign minister for a very large European country as well. Prove me wrong.
So let me first thank you, Richard, for being provocative, and thank you to GLOBSEC for this opportunity to discuss, to look a little bit outside, stop navel glazing and look at the world, right? So should the EU have a role internationally? My answer, yes, absolutely yes. Why? First, because it's in its own interest. And 2, because it understands that its own interest can only work if they are in sync with the rest of the world. Climate change, pandemics, ethics of artificial intelligence, international trade, oceans, all these are issues where the EU is leading. And I think it's good that it leads. Now, the question I would put is, do we have the right global order? And on this one, I am probably a bit more skeptical. So, yes to the EU and yes to reform the global order.
But what global order do you envisage then?
Well, it will depend on each one of them. So, on oceans, a global order that preserves the ability of oceans to continue to capture CO2, oceans that continue to have a vibrant marine life, oceans where countries individually do not exploit the seabed. That's, for example, my version of a sea, of the oceans, one that can benefit all countries around the world, including those that are coastal states, that probably very often depend on those oceans. So it will depend. Now, do we have the right instruments? Do we have the right set of rules? No, the world has changed. There is many more countries that are empowered today. There is an emergence of issues that were not there today that we probably have to take into account. So we should reform, and the reform will be different depending on the topic. But let's not let's not do as if there is no longer a global order. There is a global order that is at the moment being under a lot of stress and under a lot of need to reform. That would be my preferred way of presenting the question, if I may.
But okay, I'm going to test you concretely now. I know you no longer represent the government in Madrid, but one way that I think all of us agree is that Europe needs to step up, especially on defense spending.
Sure.
And there is a country, Spain, right now that's having huge problems with committing to this 3.5 defense target. That has to do with domestic politics. And doesn't that just really prove my point, that there will always be some region, some government, some coalition partner that always drags this down?
No, I don't think this is a fair way of portraying the current situation. So does Europe need to invest more on its defense and security? The answer from Madrid, and now I'm just speaking for them, I'm not their spokesperson, but the answer from Madrid is clearly yes. Europe needs to step up the game. But what Madrid is saying, and frankly I do agree with this, is rather than start by throwing up a number, we should maybe perhaps start by defining what are the threats we want to respond to. We will not create a common European defense if we don't share the same nightmares. Number two, we have to look at where we've got capacity gaps, because it's good to throw a number, but the number has to be in relation to what we need to invest on. Three, maybe we need to look at how we are going to be financing the gap that we have. And number four, we put a price tag to it. Now, on top of that, we have to discuss where and how we want to make those investments, because we also know that doing it like we've been doing them in the past with the NATO that we had in the past is not providing enough security guarantees to Europe, not the EU, to Europe today. So a lot to think about, and in my view, reducing this to a game of numbers does not do justice to the need to step up our game on defense and security.
Guillaume, I turn to you now. You have, of course, as founder of Europa Nova, you have been thinking about this for a long time. I'm going to do some PR for you because you are part of the conclave. Please read this one. It's many different ideas of how to actually keep Europe relevant in the world. Mark Rutte is contributing, Antonio Costa is contributing, you are contributing. Surely you must be vexed by my skepticism that Europe can actually do something.
Well, several things. The fact that Europe is an observer or a player is something which was done by design. And the question for Europe is to transform its paradigm, which is to become not only a power, but a power of the same class of China and the US, but with a different perspective, which is not imperialism, but which is to contribute to this global order we need in order to solve a certain number of issues, and I may add some issues to the one that Arantxa mentioned, such as the quality of air, which is not only climate change, space, which is vital, diversity, and we are not focusing enough on diversity. So we have so many urgent issues, and the global order, the way it is changing now into a breakdown of the world between the US, China, Russia, with sphere of influence, is not going to solve anything. It's going to destroy decades and hundreds of years of progress in order to manage together our common issues. And we don't want such a regression. And in this perspective, Europe has a specific role. But in order to be heard, we need to change. And we need to transform ourselves into a global, sustainable, responsible power. And for that, we need to manage a certain number of issues. We started with defense and security. And I really believe the question that the Spanish raised is the right question, is what do we want to do? What should we protect first? And we know that we need to protect our eastern frontier first. How do we mobilize our resources? We are already spending every year more than 400 billion euros, and this money is not well allocated for many, many reasons. So how do I allocate much better this money? And what kind of equipment we need short term, medium term, and long term? Well, these questions are not completely answered, or at least are not well answered at the moment. So adding money to money is not a good thing. And we need to put that. And we need also to engage citizens in this debate. But if we want to become a power and if we want to be heard, we need to have a systemic strategy and not focus only on defense and security. Because science and technology is a key driver. And we need to find again the leadership. 20 years ago, we were the global leader. Now it's the US. But it's not granted for the future. The same thing with regard to democracy. We need to give a new boost to democracy. And there is, with technology and with AI, you forget to mention that I was AI special advisor to Juncker and UNZIP, we have the possibility to develop a transnational, plurilingual democratic sphere, which articulate local, national, and European level. And this could give a boost to democracy. But we need to be forward-thinking and forward-looking in terms of behavior. And too often, we are stick to the present. And this is an issue, because when you are stick to the present, you are immobilized. And you are answering issues, which are the issue of the period, but you are not preparing for the future.
But Guillaume, everything you say, though, presumes that there is one Europe, which is not the case, though, and it's never been. I mean, like, for example, France have specific interest, for example, when it comes to rearm Europe, for example. They don't want American money in there. Others do want American money in there. You can go on with everything like that. I mean, your whole assumption is that it's one Europe. It's not.
No, no, no. I mean, my assumption is Europe is a matter of diversity. But when I look back 70 years ago, and when I see what we have done in the meantime, we have created a real union, which is a civic union, which is an economic union, which is a climate union, but we need to complement this. And the fact that our partner, our historic partner, which is the US, is completely changing his behavior, change the game. When we had an implicit agreement with the US, which was, we work together, you are the market, we take advantage of your market, the US, but we give you security. That was the agreement we have. It was working, everything was okay. But now we know that this agreement is not working anymore. So it's not obvious to say we are going to buy American weapons. All the more since we know that in the US there is a debate on the defense industry not providing the right weapon for the American industry. So why should we buy weapons or flight that Americans don't want for themselves? Should we be the place to make profitable the American company because the American market is not sustainable for them? Do you know that for the tech giant, do you know where they are developing their profit. In Europe, without the European market, they won't be as profitable as they are. But this is invisible for us. Hundreds of billions of euros, which are out without taxation. Do you think this is normal? Should we consider ourselves as granted vassals of the US? This can work when you trust your partner. It can't work anymore. So we need to revive and to rethink the relationship such a way that we can go ahead together, but on an equal basis. And for that, we need to change our behavior. The difficulty is, first of all, we were conditioned. And you will see there are some American generals from NATO, former, who are here, and that are going to explain to you that we were conditioned by the US the last 70 years, and the US wanted to condition us, and we wanted also to be conditioned ourselves. But now, and I think Chancellor Merz, more or less, said the same thing, should I? But now we need to consider ourselves as independent, as free. And when you think you are free, you review your strategy, you review your interest, and you are capable of rethinking collectively. And I think, and this is my optimism, that we are in this period of time where we are capable to go ahead together, but we need to define the perspective, and when we have a shared perspective, I mean, the roadmap will be clear, and that's the roadmap of this conclave report that you mentioned, which is a power agenda for a global, sustainable, and responsible Europe.
Thank you, Ivan. Thank you. Ivan, former Foreign Minister of Slovakia, I remember you very well as the Slovak EU ambassador. You listened to Guillaume here, wanting less America. Are you normally Central East?
I did not say that, huh?
But...
No, I did not say that. I said that
Guillaume,
American...
please
Yeah.
Are you prepared, though, to have a less engaged America in Europe, Ivan? Especially with Central Eastern Europe often having relied on American power. And secondly, I mean, you were a foreign minister as well, and you remember very well when it came to EU foreign policy, Arantxa knows this as well, vetoes everywhere that prevented everything. Yeah. Is there a way to unveto the veto?
It is, and thanks for having me, and I'm glad to be here together on stage with distinguished co-panelists. I have one issue, one national issue, which came to my mind while I was reading the messages, and congratulations to GLOBSEC here. I want to say one thing which relates very much to the country I represent, and I'm in Slovak politics. I'm representing the leading opposition party. I need to say one thing. Congratulations on 20 years of GLOBSEC. I am a veteran of GLOBSEC. I attended all 20 editions of this. I was standing by, in a way, when GLOBSEC was born and started of nothing. But the point I want to make is to tell you how embarrassed I feel that it's the second edition already after last year that GLOBSEC is not organized in where it was born, in Bratislava. We're talking diplomacy here, but I put diplomatic language aside. I feel ashamed that GLOBSEC was forced out and ousted from Slovakia. And the reason is because there was hostile environment against, what's the problem here? Talking about security, defense, about future, about everything that matters for all countries of European continent. So I hope, and that gives me a lot of energy to keep on fighting, and I hope we will win. And once we win, I hope GLOBSEC will come back. And I want to thank Czech government and Czech friends for providing what I believe is a temporary shelter here in Prague.
As a citizen of Prague, I kind of like it here, actually.
I like it. Come on. I like it here very much. But I wanted to say this. Now back to our discussion. This panel, Richard, is asking a question whether Europe can save the global order, right? And I want to be very blunt. It cannot. It cannot. But not because Europe would give up on this ambition to basically save the order, but the mere fact that the old order has collapsed Challenge me, please, from the audience, if you believe that we are still living in the past and dream about the order which was established after the Second World War and confirmed after 1989. In my view, I could say it is in disarray. No, I think the order which we enjoyed, which has given the freedom to countries like Slovakia, Czech Republic after 1990, this order is gone. I'm provocative, intentionally. And the reason why I maintain my point is that if you look at the world, at the main pillars of global order that I believe is that multilateralism, paralyzed. Protracted conflicts, they continue and destabilize whole regions. Can there be any better illustration of a new order than the circumstances that we have experienced over this very last night, when Israel has stricken Iran, which was not for the first time, that happened in the previous order. But for me, the new kind of circumstances are because what followed after that strike. The first statement of American administration, and that's the difference with previous strikes, was that it was unilateral strike. And half an hour later, Israel has claimed the contrary, that we have consulted. So I think those are the small pieces and elements which I believe are reminding us that we are living in an order which is a new quality. And I could continue like that. So the first point I believe, when we Europeans want to talk about what we can do, is not to cry over and ponder over the order which is the past, but rather how to deal with consequences of a newly emerging order. And we politicians are, however, not here to describe what is happening, but how to change it into something. And that's my second point. And that's my second point. We can do a lot, but there is one must. And that is that finally we need to do something and about our common foreign and security policy of European Union. Again, I'll be very blunt. We are significantly underperforming in CFSP compared to other integrated policies. We have internal market. We've given up our sovereignty to a large extent for internal market, but we still are living in a kind of 19th century and 20th century world when it comes to common foreign and security policy. We will not, however, be able to do that unless, and that's the first point, how to make our foreign policy more efficient, unless we fix and project European power in our direct neighborhood. Stop dreaming about assuming a global role unless you cannot project power in our very neighborhood. Number two, we can barely play an impactful role globally unless we improve our economy and competitiveness. There is a direct link. You cannot move without that. And last, and that will be my last point, foreign policy, you would agree with me, starts at home. Foreign policy starts at home. And therefore, I believe we can barely expect we can do something more collectively unless we confront anti-European and populist forces within our societies. So there is a great homework for all of us back home if we want to perform better and collectively with the common foreign and security policy. But I'll stop here saying, once again, we are lagging behind. We are lagging behind when it comes to foreign policy output of European Union, which would be commensurate with what European Union means in economic terms. So we are a superpower in economic terms together, internal market, but we are, quite small when it comes how we perform on a global scene. I'll stop here.
Luke, my old sparring partner from Prague events, always. Luke Middelar, obviously one of the main, I would say, thinkers when it comes to how Europe should be shaped. Brussels Institute for Geopolitics. We are, as you often say, we're in a post-Atlantic time now. But indeed, where now we have sort of heard, we have diagnosed everything, but give me something concrete of what Europe should move towards to be relevant. Because I'm still skeptical. You haven't won me over yet, guys.
Well, we have still half the time
Oh, yeah.
Ahead of us.
It's half
First
time.
of all, I also want to thank GLOBSEC for the invitation to speak here today in Prague. And 2 years ago in Bratislava, I had the pleasure of speaking there. And I'm grateful for Ivan to bringing up that change, because of course it's linked. The politics, our internal domestic politics, is very much linked to the wider strategic panorama we are discussing. And I fully agree with Ivan that we are at the end of an era, the end of an order. We can talk about it in very general terms, global order, but basically, when we talk about it, usually we mean the post-1945 multilateral order, the trade order, which Arantxa helped still further develop in the 1990s and early 2000s. And that order, of course, let's be honest about it, was an order of rules and treaties, but it was underpinned at heart by US power. The US was at the system, at the heart of that system, with the United Nations in New York, the dollar at the center of the system, and all of that. And I think what we are seeing now, there were already earlier signs, but what we are now seeing is that the current US administration is no longer interested in upholding that order, although it was to huge benefit, of course, of the United States. In a way, if you allow me the image, it is as if the sun, at the heart of the system, is leaving the solar system. We find that really amazing, because why would the sun do that? But that's actually what is happening. And we, as smaller planets in Europe around that sun, now have to grapple with that historic situation. And we have to acknowledge also, therefore, that that order, as I mentioned, was underpinned by power. And to build a new order on the basis of the values we cherish, the principles we cherish, we will have to organize ourselves as Europeans and with partners in the world as well, also in terms of our own internal strength. And that takes time. It is a mission in itself. Now I'm talking more about the EU side of things than, let's say, the NATO side of things. But looking at the EU, of course, that was founded almost to abolish power and thinking in terms of strength and territory and borders, but was really built to make that world of values and rules. So the EU is in the process of changing, both in Brussels and in the capitals where this has to happen, but it is a slow process. And even if some of these changes are even sometimes impressive, like the speed at which decisions on defense have been taken this spring, also under the impulsion of Poland and other actors, the world outside is still changing faster, I'm sometimes afraid, than we are. So we are, each time we have to play catch up with how other actors are unraveling the global system. And so we still have to be faster, but keep in mind that element of internal strength and cohesion.
But okay, I mean, you say that we constantly play catch up all the time. So, I mean, at some point we need to arrive at some sort of destination. Give me a year when we finally can start sort of see Europe as an actor, as a global actor who can sort of maybe respond, maybe sit at the table when we discuss ceasefires in Ukraine.
Well, there's not one single magic solution, right? Otherwise, we would already have done it or invented it. It's just constant hard work on multiple fronts. But let's take energy dependency. Europe today, it's one reason we are open economies, but also we need partners in the world because we are highly dependent for more than 50% of our energy on imports from the outside world. So we need these partnerships, but we would also be stronger if, for instance, we had more green energy produced at home. On defense, I mentioned it, that work of strengthening Europe's, rearming Europe, the states of Europe, that is ongoing there. The NATO summit will take very, I think, consequential steps there beyond some smokescreen figures. That is a real effort. Again, it will take time. But I'm a historian. We spoke about the order from...
You deal in centuries.
Yeah, so we talk about the end of an order which lasted for 80 years, from 1945, and for, let's say, half of that time in this region. which was the era of the Pax Americana, and we are going to a new kind of order and era, and it will take 5 or 10 rough years. We have to navigate that period of time, but it is not the end of the world if we will have some difficult moments on the way. But I think when we get to a situation where Europe is able to itself defend its own territory, of course that's the basis, without American help if we need to, and that will take at least 10 years, but why not start today? Because if we don't start today, it will still need 10 years in 10 years' time. That's the first step. And reduce some of these dependencies I mentioned, then we will be collectively in a stronger position. And that will also help, I think, to convince domestically electorates or larger parts of the electorates that it's worth supporting, if not fighting for, but internal European solidarity and cohesion.
Mark, I'm moving to you now. First of all, congratulations, Secretary General of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Important role. Obviously, Germany is having a new government. I will push a bit on a German one, because you are, Guillaume might excuse, but Germany is maybe the most important EU country right now. It's a new government. It seems to be ambitious. So can Berlin pick up the baton and lead Europe into a new or a better or some role in the global order?
Well, Germany certainly has to, but it's not going alone, obviously. I mean, I think that your skepticism is justified. I mean, and it was mentioned before, the global order is in disarray, at least the one we benefited so enormously from, the rule-based international order, obviously. But let me challenge you more from a, well, dialectical position. So if we come to the conclusion that the order is in disarray and that Europe in many fields is not sufficiently relevant, what is the alternative? I mean, should we say, yeah, let's stay irrelevant, wonderful, the order is gone and we can't do anything about it? I don't think that that is a viable position. So what Europe needs, from my perspective, is a pragmatic optimism that it can do something if it aligns and unites on the fields where there is more common ground than on others. And you're absolutely right. No, there are many policy fields where we don't see that kind of unity. I mean, not to mention last night. I mean, there we obviously wouldn't agree on how to react, in, at least when it comes to several countries, and I won't go into detail now. But there are other fields where we clearly have this broad consensus. Maybe not all member states, but there's a broad consensus. And I fully agree that defense and security policy is one of those fields where we are significantly underperforming, where we can move forward boldly, and where we see first pragmatic steps that work. I think the safe platform and the safe approach is exactly the right one. So finding a way to deal with the financing issue by allowing member states to borrow money for low interest rates and so on, and even allow non-member states to participate, especially Ukraine. I mean, if you see the framework that invites Ukraine to participate in that platform, I think that's a very pragmatic and at the same time significant step forward. And it's the only way that works. So it's the, well, if you forgive me, but it's a bit more of the Nike claim. Just do it. I mean, it's not about a detailed plan that is a kind of planning economy approach issued by the Commission. It's about setting a framework that is then filled by more pragmatic approach. That's what I think. And now coming back to Germany, because you addressed Germany, I think that Germany can play a decisive role here with that approach. And I think it's exactly the role that the German government foresees for itself. First, being back in Brussels. And being back in Brussels means being seen in Brussels, being there as a driver, not dominating the scene, obviously, in close cooperation with the most important member states. And I always would add, from a perspective of Helmut Kohl, it's not just about the big member states, it's also about the significant drivers if it comes to foreign security policy in the Baltic, in Central and Eastern Europe. But Germany has to be present again in Brussels. I think that's what Friedrich Merz has shown in the first weeks in office. I mean, we are just talking about the first weeks, but I think he has shown this really different approach. And that has a symbolic side as well, and I think he really catered also to that symbolic side. Being together with the other peers in Kiev, being there, being present there. I think that were important steps that we could see. And I expect Germany to continue on that line, to be constructive on the one hand and pragmatic on the other hand again, and drive things forward.
As a German, I thought you would take the Adidas motto, impossible is nothing.
I'm sorry?
As a German, I thought you would go for the Adidas motto, impossible is nothing, rather than Nike's just do it. Is it betraying your transatlantic thing again? Or?
Actually, I wouldn't give up on the Americans. I mean, 49% didn't support Donald Trump. Why should we give up on the US? I mean, they aren't lost forever. Of course, I mean, no doubt that the times are extremely challenging, but why should we give up on them? I don't see any reason for that. And to come back to a point formerly made, yes, of course, we have stepped up European defense industry and in a way that really works. But why shouldn't we buy American hardware if it works so well? I mean, and it's not just a one-off business. I mean, we are, as you know, we are pursuing F-35 fighter planes, and part of that is assembled in Germany. That creates jobs there, industrial jobs coming from the car industry, by the way. So it's also a contribution to competitiveness as well. So you can make deals. You can make deals with this administration as well, as difficult as it is. But I would never, I mean, I'm fully supporting what has been said before. We need this closer European cooperation. But why should, I will always remain, and I can't speak for Friedrich Merz, but it's very clear where his position is. I mean, he will remain a transatlanticist.
So it's time to open up the floor. First, I want to sample the room. Anyone? Oh, there is one. Present yourself, even though I know who you are, Benjamin, and a question, please.
Thanks.
And to whom you're addressing the question.
Sure, thanks very much, Richard. Benjamin Tallis of Helsing, the defense AI company. To agree with what Ivan Korchok and Mark Spike both said, the old order is gone, but that doesn't mean that Europe should give up on its ordering power and our ordering ambition, because we find ourselves in not only a power competition, but a systemic competition. And as Europe remains one of the last key bastions of democratic values, one of the key bastions of democratic values in the world, it is in our interest to order the world in our favor, or to order as much of the world as we can in our favor. So given we're in this competitive world, what are the competitive advantages we actually need to develop in order to realize that ordering power? Internationally, in security, in economics, but also in shoring up our base at home and making those kind of resilient societies which our people actually buy into. How do we go about that? It's a big challenge, but I'd like to hear from each of the panelists how they see that future vision.
Pick one, Benjamin, or maybe two at max. We're sort of running out of time.
Sure.
Okay. Who do you want to answer that?
In that case, I'd love to hear from Mark about that, how we regenerate that from Germany, and I'd love to hear it also from Ivan. Thank you.
Yeah. So the question is, how can we together as Europe be stronger in order to project the values around the world, or how do we compete in a competitive world? I don't have any better recipe than to start at home, because collectively we can barely be stronger unless we are individually not delivering. We cannot increase our competitiveness that we need so much unless individual member states contribute to that competitiveness. And I can tell you, this is my political experience, when you start talking about reforms back home in order to increase competitiveness, you can barely win elections. So we have to engage with our people, to start with them, with our audiences, and convince them that we need to do bold reforms back home that make, at the end of the day, Europe stronger together. I, too, am advocating basically that we continue insisting on our values. But in addition, because of the changed world order, we need to engage with our partners. And I don't want to dance on a tiny ice, but I think if I said it on the record in Slovakia and was criticized for that. But if President Trump continues with his hostile rhetoric against Europe, because it's a hostile rhetoric. When I was ambassador to the US and he was president in his first term, I couldn't believe my ears when he said that the EU is enemy. The point at this moment is if he continues with that, we have to reassess our approach to China. Not to give up on our values, but in the areas where it is absolutely necessary, we have to engage with China as well. I continue this with the risk that I will be criticized, but I'm not the one who is giving up on the values. I'm not the one who says that we have a systemic competition with China, because they have a different regime. But we cannot sit and wait and just look at the United States at this moment, which is approaching European Union as a hostile project. So 2 points for me to allow Mark to follow on that. One to start at home from scratch. We need to do something with competitiveness in Slovakia to deliver for our own people. We are lagging behind. We will add to European competitiveness so that we can profit more from internal markets. And then the economic output will be bigger, and then we will have more impact in foreign policy. And number two, reassess our global partnerships.
Mark, quickly, will you compliment what Ivan said, or you are?
Well, I can only echo that, because I think
you can only echo.
Standing in competition comes from inner strength, and that starts at home, and it translates to the European theater.
Arantxa, you wanted to compliment?
I have a problem with this idea that the global order is gone. Mm-hmm. The US has left the global order. That's sure. It has. But has the global order gone? I have a question mark. If you go to Asia, you go to Africa, and you tell them that globalization sucks, that we should no longer have an order for globalization, they are going to tell you no. We don't like that. If you go to many countries around the world and you tell them climate change, no, we don't want climate change, we don't want to reduce emissions, they would tell you, oh no, we want to reduce emissions. So the question we are faced is, with a system where the US has decided to leave this order, take international trade, is what do the rest of the members of the system do? In the case of trade, the US is 13% of imports. What does the 87% remaining do? Is what will determine what order will we have. So, I mean, I take a more nuanced view on your question, but I have a very clear answer as to Europe's role, whether it's on trade, whether it's on climate, whether it's on pandemics, and the list goes on. The EU is systemic. So if the EU wants this order to remain some form of order, then it has to invest.
Arantxa, I think so. That sort of you partly answered it already, but there's a question here from on slide as well that if Europe wants to be among the promoters of a new global order, what other parts of the globe can be co-creators? So be more concrete. If there are, let's say, co-creators, who do you have in mind?
So if it's about climate change, we need to work with the country that represents 30% of emissions, that is China. We need to work with the country that represents 12% of emission and growing, that is India. And we need to make a big coalition with countries that represent 2% of emissions, but have a lot of power to push, that's Africa. So you want trade? The EU is 14%, China is 14%, the two are systemic. Work with Latin America, work with Southeast Asia, you get a big coalition of countries. So it's going to be variable geometry, but if the EU values having some form of order, then it has to invest on having it.
We have a few questions here. We have about 7 minutes left. I'll take them on Slido instead. Guillaume, can Europe be credible in forging a new world order without bringing Ukraine into EU, I would say, and or NATO? Is Ukraine essential there?
Ukraine is essential because Ukraine is playing a role which is essential for us, which is keeping our values and keeping our frontier. So we need to leverage Ukraine, and we need to consider Ukraine as a big European power. with a big capacity on things we really need. They are very good in digital. They are very good in defense industry and very creative. They are essential in order to feeding Europe and the world. And they are essential in terms of values. So we need to think with Ukraine, and we need to find ways to integrate Ukraine the quicker, the better into the European Union. But we need to change our software with regard to the membership, because Ukraine is not Bulgaria, is not Slovakia, it's a big power. And it will change the European internal order. So we need to discuss the way we want to integrate them, and we don't need to do as if it was a normal membership, which is one thing. But I want to complement also...
quickly, Guillaume, quickly.
Yeah,
so
I want to complement also your answer. Competitiveness is key. But the problem we have with competitiveness today is, in one day, the US can decide to undermine European competitiveness. And they kill us. So we need to have our own internal growth strategy, depending the least possible to the US. And for that, we need to create a partnership for growth with a certain number of countries outside the EU, of course, Ukraine, the UK, Swiss, Turkey, etc., but more globally, of course, with Canada, with Mexico, with Mercosur, with India, and we have this capacity, because the only fact that we are not anymore perceived globally as the voice of the US, and we were perceived as the voice of the US, give us additional margin of bargaining and give us additional margin in terms of credibility. And we need to be aware of that, and we need to leverage this new asset that we were not aware of it. And we need also to leverage our currency, which is a major asset and which is a game changer.
Ivan, I take the Russia question for you. How much time do we have when it comes to stepping up a unified response against Russia and the defensive war? 1 year, 5 years, 10 years to strengthen our unified response?
Many in Europe, and I agree with them, as long as it takes. Because Ukraine is fighting a survival fight, but it will decide about our own destiny. And therefore the question which I see over there, whether global order can work without Ukraine being integrated into NATO and European Union. Global order, I say yes, it can. But European order cannot work without one day Ukraine being integrated into NATO and European Union. I want to say it very clearly and bluntly. I agree with Guillaume. It's not an ordinary membership because of circumstances, because of size of Ukraine. Of course that matters. But unless we deliver on this moral promise that we have against Ukrainians who are dying for our own, for their, of course, for their survival, but for our own survival, we cannot basically claim our European dream, if you want. Ukraine is, at this moment as we speak, having the strongest army in Europe. And therefore, no doubt for me, it will be a major contribution to NATO's defense capabilities. And we must not allow anybody else, President Putin, to have a veto right over Ukraine or over anybody who wants to determine its own destiny where you want to belong to.
Ivan, thank you very much. I have to very quickly go, so I promised to go to Mark as well, because that's sort of a question. It's about what Peter Hegseth said, that should the EU focus more on its own backyard rather than seeking to play a security role around the world? So that is focusing on Balkans, Ukraine.
There is certainly a difference between saving the world order and saving the world. And I think that there is some truth in it, that there is a kind of burden sharing, and that, of course, Europe has to take responsibility for its immediate neighborhood is very clear to me, and that it cannot be in the same way present throughout the world is also clear to me. So concentrate and focus, which doesn't mean that one isn't interested in the security of maritime seaways or so on. That's something, of course, we have to cater about. But well, I wouldn't agree to many things probably that Peter Heckler has said in last weeks and months, but here he is not completely wrong, I would say.
Luke, I have one more question. You will have to sum it up. It's a slightly philosophical question, so I leave it to the philosopher in you. What world order is the world heading towards, assuming it's significantly changing? Put a name on it.
Well, I mentioned post-Atlantic order for this new era. But I think sometimes it's portrayed in a bit too simplistic terms. Also in this, the idea that we are going purely to a world of spheres of interest for great powers, America, China, Russia, the three great nuclear powers with their near abroad, be it Mexico, Canada, in the case of the US, be it Ukraine for Russia, be it Taiwan for China. I think that kind of Westphalian order, old style, which maybe some dream of in Washington, Beijing, and Moscow, no longer exist either, because the world has grown larger, because there are so many more actors. And Arantxa also mentioned some of them, middle powers, Brazil, Indonesia, India. And I think for Europe, it is not only to make sure that we can play a role in that world dominated more by strength, but also that we team up with these powers, which will help us to avoid, let's say, a big war between US and China, and who can play that navigating and bridging role. And I think that is a real mission for Europe for that next period of history. I hope you agree.
Guys, time is up, it says here. Thank you very much. I'm not entirely convinced, but you talked about the mission, and I will try to follow it. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you very much. The reason why I was hurrying is that you all want to drink coffee now. There's a big coffee break, but come back here again in about 15 minutes where they're going to talk about AI. Guillaume, many questions for you there as well, maybe. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Terry Martin.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'll just put down my tablet here and continue to hold this one. Good afternoon, and welcome to what promises to be a fascinating discussion about artificial intelligence and what it means for our economies, our societies, and our public institutions. A quick question. There's still some people coming in. Please join us. Happy to see you. But just wondering, AI, why you're here, how you use it, if you use it. Just quick raise of hands. How many people here actually use AI in their work, or ChatGPT or anything like that? Cool. Yeah, that's looking like 90%, a good 90%, maybe more. Yeah, that seems about right, because AI is no longer a tool used just by tech companies or researchers or labs. It's now shaping really the things that we produce, the way we produce things and learn, how we govern, how we work. It's just a part of our lives. It's creating big opportunities, but it's also raising really big questions that we don't have answers to yet. It's still evolving. Some of these questions: how do we share the benefits of AI fairly? How do we make sure that nobody gets left behind, or that as few people as possible get left behind? Because it is a disruptive technology. We can't pretend that it's going to just come along and everybody's going to be able to stay the way they are. That's not what's going to happen. But there's also the question about how it will impact democracies, or other kinds of government for that matter. How can democracies be protected, stay competitive, and maintain public trust? Yeah, these are really big questions. And we've got a great panel here to explore these questions. We've got our experts are from science, from business, from government, and from civil society. So we've got a really good mix of ideas, and I'd like to invite our guests on stage, our speakers, beginning with Sheikha Al-Mazroui, is lead scientist at the Biotechnology Research Center. Please all just come along and we'll get ourselves seated and get going. So all of the speakers, please come on board.
Thank you.
You can sit right next to me. Again, Sheikha Al-Mazroui is lead scientist at the Biotechnology Research Center of TTI. That I looked that up. It stands for Technology Innovation Institute, but I knew that anyway because I've been to your country and you guys are making waves. She works on applying AI to life sciences and medicine. Michał Baranowski, we know each other from Warsaw, is now Undersecretary of State in Poland's Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, and he's helping to shape the country's digital strategy, among other things. He has lots of things to do. Next to him, Daniel Castro. Turns out that we share a common history together in North Carolina at a university there. Anyway, right now he's vice president at the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation in Washington, D.C., and a leading voice on AI policy and innovation. Next to him, Pravinda Johar is CEO of Avaton, which uses AI to improve global logistics and supply chains, to put it as succinctly as one can. Next to him, Sarah Myers-West, co-executive director of the AI Now Institute, and focuses on making AI more transparent, accountable, and fair. So, warm round of applause for all our guests, first of all. Thank you for coming all the way here to join us. Now, we've got a Slido poll. It's already been up on the wall. I just want to introduce it, draw your attention to it, and ask you to consider picking one of those 5 possible answers. It's a multiple choice poll, made it quite easy for everyone. You can find Slido on your phones. I'm sure you've already heard this enough times at this event. I don't need to repeat it, but there's a QR code there. You can scan, and then you get straight to the poll, and we would love to get your input on that. We're going to bring the results in about halfway through this session. The question being, which of the following should be the top policy priority to ensure that AI benefits everyone equitably, as it were? Good, and you can also use Slido to submit questions. There are two ways you can do questions. One is submit them on the Slido, or raise your hand, and when I've given the floor to you, someone will bring you a microphone and introduce yourself. We're going to be doing that towards the end of this session. So that's how we're going to run along. We're trying to have a dynamic discussion here on the stage. We have multiple perspectives, multiple spheres of life and work that are represented here in multiple parts of the world. So I'm really looking forward to this. Now, let's get started. Let's just go straight into the question. I'm going to start with you, Dr. Sheikha Al-Mazuri. You work at the crossroads of AI and biotechnology, right? And I'm just wondering, how is AI shaping your field, first of all? And how do you make sure that this technology, this is a great concern that people have, how do you make sure this technology remains safe and benefits people across the board?
Thank you, Terry, for the question. It's a pleasure to be here and speak about the importance of the AI in the healthcare and the biotech field. Well, AI today is everywhere, in our phones, cars, homes, when we go shopping mall, clinics. So it's playing a very vital role in our life. And when we speak about the healthcare, it is a very important area where AI played a tremendous role, actually, for improving the service and improving the healthcare outcome in terms of diagnosis, in terms of data analysis, in terms of prevention. If we talk today about the surgery, the patient can imagine and can see the surgery he will be going through even before that by utilizing the AI and the virtual reality tools. And from a wider perspective on data analytics, when we talk about the involvement of AI, I really want to highlight on a very important aspect by utilizing the AI on the data analytics. You know that today the precision medicine is one of the main goals of the nations. Everyone is looking to provide a precision medicine to its population. And when we talk about the precision medicine, we're mainly talking about the genomic data.
So this is personalized medicine. Yeah.
So for us to analyze a full genome sequencing, we are producing minimum 300 gigabytes per person. And that only for the genomic data. If we are talking about a multi-omics data, where we are combining all the imaging data, and then we are collecting the medical history, biomarkers, and all the omics parameters in terms of gut microbiome sequencing or any imaging data or any other tools. Having all this data together is not something easy for us to do it by using Excel. Impossible. So the AI played the role here, and we witnessed all this transformation by having all this genomic data to be analyzed from a month to a week to days and now to hours. Without the AI,
so you can take the entire genome sequence that takes up all those gigabytes, and within 2 hours you can use AI to get the results you're looking for.
I know that some platforms are able to do it within hours, but the race is really ongoing to produce faster platforms to analyze and to integrate all this data to come with a personalized solution for the patient. So yeah, AI is really a powerful tool, helped us to come out with those precision diagnostic and precision medicine solutions.
There's one part of my question that you didn't touch on, which maybe we can come back to that a little later. We'll get the discussion moving along, and that's regarding the safety of all of this. There's great concern surrounding that. So maybe you reflect on that, and I'll come back to you with a question about the safety, particularly in the areas that you're talking about, because there's great concern about that. It affects people personally. Michał Baranowski. Poland is investing in AI for economic growth, among other things. I mean, I know a little bit about Poland. I live in Germany right next door, and I'm aware of the dynamism in Poland in the IT sector, and it's really quite fascinating. What's your government doing to help workers and industries, both, adapt to these changes? Because they're two different things, right? You know, they involve each other, but there are some people who are really concerned that they're going to be losing their jobs and they don't know what they're going to do. And this also affects tax revenues for the government that you are part of.
You like those taxes?
And you want to get those industries, those high-tech industries moving along. So, yeah.
Yeah. Terry, great to be with you again on the panel. Great to be here at GLOBSEC, and I'm going to be also in this panel just listening a lot, but I will try to contribute from the government perspective. So in our government system, I'm the guy responsible for growth as a Ministry of Economy, for opening trade as a Ministry of Trade as well. So for us, fundamentally, AI is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to make our workers more productive. We know that we can boost already very high economic growth, and I will do a little plug for the Polish economy. We are the fastest growing economy in the EU with 3.2% per year, and those creates those tax revenues that you said, as a source for the way that the government is working. There are a few things that are happening at the same time, and areas where we have more homework to do. So one of the big focuses of the Polish government is to make sure that our SMEs are well digitalized. And Poland is not on the top. We are getting better, but we need to speed up. And of course, using AI will be a key aspect of this digitalization. And there are a number of programs that SMEs can access to get digitalized. And this is for Polish SMEs who might be in the audience or maybe not, or maybe listening online. Please check out. We have a one-stop shop for all AI tools that you can use. There is also a Polish large language model, Plum in Polish, Plum, or Plum in English if you want. And that's something that we'll be rolling out both to help the businesses and, in fact, another important customer for us, even though we are part of the government, is the rest of the public administration. When I talk with my colleagues in the ministry, I convince them that I'm trying to convince them that this is going to help them rather than replace them. But this is again the productivity boost. Another very important tool in their fingertips. We are far from AI that can fully replace our brilliant civil servants, but we have to be of course mindful as the technology develops. But again, this is not in my portfolio that much, that we look at AI getting to a place where it's really starting cutting into our labor force. But I'm sure there'll be other colleagues on the panel that will address this, and I look forward to engaging in this discussion.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the skills sector, right? I actually work with Kosminski University on a research project where we look at the impact of automation and AI on employment and the skills sector and what's going to be needed moving forward. A lot of interesting stuff going on in that realm. I guess your employment ministry is more focused on that than you are. But Daniel, let's bring you in here. You study how AI is used across different parts of the economy. Where would you say that AI is making the biggest difference so far? And where should governments focus their investment and time in trying to shape its development?
Yeah, it's a great question, and thanks for having me here. I mean, one of the
I think the most important messages I often have for policymakers is that you don't, when we're thinking about AI policy, we often jump to what could go wrong and how do we have regulations and policies to prevent things from going wrong. And my point is we also need to think about how might things go right and how can we have policies that support enabling things to go right. So basically, how do we maximize the potential benefits of these emerging technologies? And in AI, I think that's what we're failing to do right now, just globally. We're really missing this big opportunity. A lot of countries are focused on how do we seize this opportunity to be the leading developer, or how can we use it in a few areas, as opposed to thinking broadly about, this is a transformational technology. And what we know about even transformational technologies, even a technology like AI, where, the advancement is happening so quickly, where you look at, where generative AI was, 2 years ago versus where it is today, massive improvements. But just where AI was, 10, 15 years ago versus where it is today, massive change. And AI is more than just generative AI. What we see is that you have adoption in certain areas of the economy where it's really easy to do it. So for example, we don't need really much of a government strategy around using AI for basic coding, right? Programmers get on ChatGPT, they get on Claude, they use the tools already. That's not really, there's no real barriers there. But we do know there's real barriers to adoption in core areas of the economy where the government is highly involved. So things like education, healthcare, transportation, areas where we know there's going to be potentially massive benefits to the economy and society, where if we can use AI in transportation, we can significantly reduce, road deaths and injuries. If we use it in healthcare, we can be saving lives. We can, reduce infant mortality. We can address so many different issues. And in education, this is one that I'm particularly really interested in, where even the tools today, there's so much that you can do to empower students, especially everything from primary and secondary school to higher ed, where you can basically give them a world-class tutor at their hands. You can have them get a personalized education plan that we couldn't do before. Incredibly powerful, incredible opportunities to increase educational outcomes. And yet, this isn't what we have most policymakers talking about. We have them talking about the risk, and we don't have them saying, well, how do we actually get to this end state? And that, to me, is, there should be this urgency here of doing it, because, we know that these things don't just happen on their own. You look at, electronic health records in healthcare. We know using digital health records, you can save lives. We also know it's taken billions of dollars and billions of euros of investment to get these systems up and running and decades of work. It's really hard to do digital transformation, and we need policies that support that. And so, when I talk to policymakers, that's my message, is let's look at these big opportunities. Let's get some excitement and momentum and investment in these areas, because it's going to take the private sector and the public sector working hand in hand to achieve these benefits. And we can't just say, well, there's some risks, so let's wait and go slowly. No, those are missed opportunities. There's costs there, there's lives that can be lost, and there's also, we're missing opportunities, if you care about the risks, to also shape the technology by being an early adopter.
Interesting, because you mentioned public and private sector. Right now, I get the impression that the private sector is very much driving whatever is happening in AI, and it's not caring too much about what policymakers in any particular country are doing. They will move. Can't move that quickly, but it's a global, interesting, fast-moving industry, and the role of public policy in shaping that is something that, in a positive way, it does need to be talked about more. It's my impression as well. Pavel, from your business experience, you're based in San Francisco. A lot of stuff happening there in this realm, of course. What would you say that is the biggest impact that AI has had so far on how companies operate, and what do you think still needs to be done to make it work better?
Sure. I think if you look at where AI is being applied, as you mentioned, it's everywhere, but you broadly divide it up into what is called kind of a IT area and OT areas. And OT stands for the operational technology, and which is really embedded into everything we use today. So autonomy or autonomous driving, autonomous flying, all of that is part of an operational technology where we are trying to see can these machines do better than humans. Right? So in San Francisco, you guys know, Waymo has been around for a long time. The number of accidents caused by Waymo is so much fewer than the number of accidents that would happen normally, because these cars don't go over speed limit. They have more cameras than human eyes. So as humans, we can see only with 2 eyes. Now these cars have kind of so much more which is embedded into it too. Same thing if you think of, we are no more than 3 or 4 years away from air taxis. And so whether it's kind of going to happen in 2930 or sooner, it's going to be just like autonomous driving. We're going to be back to autonomous kind of flying to some extent. And when you think of autonomous flying, the first thing comes to mind that we don't have enough pilots today. So if you don't really kind of think of using AI and these operational technology where we're using all of human senses, right? So if you think of AI on operational technology, you have to think of, we have 5 senses, how do we go and kind of embed that into anything which is autonomous, right? So it's vision, it's smell, it is kind of touch, it's all of those things are kind of now you're able to go do. But then there are things like perception, right, which is where kind of if you think of work we have done, vision we will say now is highly mature. And so there are so many kind of applications of computer vision now in our daily lives that it's very mature. Even the traditional cars have so much which is around that kind of you're so used to knowing now that kind of you got that blinker on the side, that there's a car next to you, which again kind of on the vision applications too. Perception we are far away from, and because we haven't figured out kind of how as humans we perceive something is going to go happen. And if you think of flying, perception plays a very big role on that side too. Then you have kind of like, so it's not only then about the pilots. We don't have air traffic controllers today. And so we are all aware of kind of what happened in DC and what happened in Newark, and think of the number of planes which are on in the skies today. With air taxis, the number is probably going to go up 1000x to 10,000x over the next kind of 2 or 3 decades. So starting to think about autonomous air traffic control systems, which we are involved in along with kind of our one of our aircraft kind of partners. And these are the things, again, are things which have not happened yet because we still need few more years to go through it. Then there are IT areas. IT areas is where you hear a lot more about large language models, and you hear about kind of ChatGPT and others. And those are almost getting to a point where there is no more training data left for us to go and train large language models. So we are at that point, right? So the reason after ChatGPT 4, the 5 is kind of taking a long, long time, that we have exhausted all data available in the world in there, especially for the English language data. Right? So I know you talked about Polish language, and there are more things to go do for multiple language or Arabic languages or so. But just on the training data side, you're almost at the end of LLMs, that how much more can they mature. So we're talking about how do I go create synthetic data. So it depends on the level of maturity, right? So on some of them, it's that we are almost there. And then other areas like I talked about, and those are not only 2 examples, autonomy and autonomous air traffic control systems, but there's so many more where the work is being done.
It's fascinating because we're talking about diffusion, right, of AI technology, and you were looking specifically at mobility, whether on the air or in the ground, and we're at a forum where there's quite a significant representation of the defense industry, and I know in the defense industry, in terms of flying, there's a whole lot going on, and sensory technology, which you're mentioning as well, hugely impactful. But the idea that we're kind of running out of data to train the large language models is an interesting prospect in itself. Sarah Myers-West, you've argued for more democratic approaches. We're talking about governance of AI to a large degree. What does that mean when you're looking for more democratic approaches? What does it mean in practice, and what would you say should be done to make sure that the public has a say in how this technology is used? Because so far on this panel, we've got, it's been pretty upbeat, go AI, right? And shape it more positively moving forward? Anyway, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. So yes, I think that in the approach to AI, we really need to be foregrounding the interests of the public in how AI is governed. So just taking a step back, I think in the conversation around AI, there's been a lot of focus on technological transformation and technical progress, and not enough discussion about power and that how the sort of deepening and transformation of power relations is going to impact the public. And in the introduction of AI, and in moments of technological transformation, the public is exposed to significant instability and risk. And what we see in this sector is, value capture and heavy levels of concentration all the way across the stack and across every sector. And the concern here is that AI development will ultimately further the interests of only a handful of players who are best positioned to capture the commoditization of AI without other kinds of intervention. But I think what's been helpful in this conversation is an acknowledgement that there isn't an inevitability to any particular trajectory for AI, and there's a tremendous role for public policy to play in shaping that in the sort of broad democratic interest. There's been a lot of discussion about AI and industrial policy and investment in AI, and there, I think, really taking an approach that is more holistic, that couples the interest in investment in this sector with strong regulatory scrutiny is really what's needed to make sure that AI is resilient, that it's competitive, that it's secure, and that it's publicly minded. And I think, secondly, it's really critical that we don't index on one sort of version of this technology. Remember, AI is a very broad field. The term AI has meant many things over the course of, its almost 70-year history. So not focusing in solely on, just large-scale foundation models at the cost of other kinds of basic research. I hail from the US, and there's a deep irony in the $500 billion investment that was announced around the Stargate project, which was, sort of claimed, among other things, that curing cancer would be the outcome at the very moment that we're defunding the National Institutes of Health and its investment in cancer research.
Yeah, powerful illustration there of the of the tension in all of this. And it's funny. I live in Germany. Germany is famous for being risk averse, right? I was a business journalist for many years. Used to interview economists all the time, and they would tell me, what is this thing? This risk aversion. We really need our companies to take more risk and move forward. But I mean, we haven't talked too much about the risks. We're starting to get into it a little bit. We're going to get into that a little more just now, because there is deep public concern. And Germans are really specialized at asking the question, why should I do that? Or, could that hurt me? As opposed to kind of an American mentality of, why not? Let's try it and see what happens. And if it doesn't, if it's bad, then we'll change it. Anyway, we'll get into that. What I'd like to do right now, though, is go back to our poll and see what the answers are to our question. The voting, if there's been any voting on this question, which of the following should be the top policy priority to assure that AI benefits are equitably distributed? We've got a pretty clear answer here. Cross-border coordination on AI safety and governance. So we realize that this is a global thing. It's not, as I mentioned earlier, it's not going to happen in just one individual country. There's a lot going on, including in UAE and other parts of the world are just really leaping ahead in some ways. And we see national AI strategies with enforceable ethical guidelines. Okay, so we see both going on there. thank you for your replies, by the way. It looks like we got 57 people plugging in on that. Now, the Slido also gives us an opportunity for questions, and I would love to get, we've got 20 minutes left. I'd love to bring in some questions from you guys. We can start with that by looking to see if there's anything coming in on the Slido. If not, that's okay. Yeah, we just have one question there about enforcing ethical AI to respond to nations that deliberately avoid regulating it, what to do in an international context. Maybe we can pick up on that. Talking about sensitive data. Health data is very sensitive. It's hard to get more sensitive than that. But let's open the floor to questions. We've got one question already down front. And so just raise your hand. I might be able to group them a little bit. I think that is Benjamin Tallis. Please identify yourself and ask your question.
Thanks very much, Terry. Correctly identified. Benjamin Tallis of Helsing, the defense AI company. And I found it interesting that only one mention of defense was actually made. In the context of Germany, which indeed famously risk-averse, famously cautious, and famously difficult to digitalize, the one exception to that is the current boom in the emerging tech defense industry in Germany, where in a cluster around Munich, which is including where our company was born, you see a whole group of companies really pushing ahead, forging European leadership on defense AI. But let me say two things on that as to how we actually evaluate what risk is. And I think the point that was made about power just then is really essential. We have to understand the risks and opportunities given that we are in a global power competition, given that we are in a competition to actually attain tech leadership against our authoritarian rivals. There are serious costs to being risk-averse in developing this technology if we don't actually master it in a way that puts us in a position of geopolitical leadership. So my question to you is, how do we overcome resistant bureaucratic processes? Because it's actually not been public resistance to famous debates about killer robots and things like this. We take ethical assurance extremely seriously in the defense AI business because we realize the stakes that are involved. It's not that that's holding us back. It's actually classic bureaucratic process of procurement agencies and others who don't have categories for the type of things we produce. And so we get stuck in a bureaucratic mess. So we're not currently leveraging what could be a true strength in geopolitical competition. How do we take advantage of that better?
Daniel, that sounds like a question for you, first of all, in terms of how public policy can better shape this to empower.
Absolutely. I mean, I think most policymakers are focused on the second part of that problem, which is how do you keep the technology out of the hands of the adversary as opposed to how do we actually make use of it ourselves, which again, is kind of an easier problem for them to wrestle with. They see this risk over there, let's stop those people from using it and don't deal with that question about how do we accelerate adoption in the US. I mean, something that I think is a kind of positive alignment there is that we are seeing, the defense industry, really starting to make more connections with Silicon Valley in terms of thinking about, this needs to be a strategic partnership, that, we want our tech companies to be integrated. And I think part of that, it's not just are they using the good technology, it's also are they adapting the mentality that I think we have of let's innovate, let's be creative, let's kind of rethink these stagnant, bureaucracies that were built for, a couple of generations ago and haven't really evolved significantly. So I think there's big opportunity, not just to see, not just let's buy the technology, but let's rethink some of these things. Can the Pentagon be significantly more efficient as an organization in the United States? I mean, that's something that I think we should be thinking about. There's also things about improving the warfighter. Thinking about veteran health and safety. I mean, there's so many opportunities there, and we're starting to make some progress, but we haven't seen that radical transformation. And again, I think you're right to focus on procurement because that is one area where there's been a lot of focus in the US in terms of saying, well, we're not going to get venture capital to invest in this area if these companies can't scale up because they can't sell to us. So there has to be that alignment. And In-Q-Tel, which did that for the intelligence community with Palantir, huge success story in terms of creating that market. I think you have to do that with defense, but it shouldn't be the US just doing it. It should be a NATO alliance doing it. And I think that's where we really need to change things. And my concern is that when I hear some of the conversations in Europe, it's about European sovereignty. And then when they're talking about building this out, it's not about the NATO alliance and having this larger counterweight to China. It's about, well, am I building something with German money in Germany and French money over here? And I think that's not a good challenge. And I realize as Americans saying we need a stronger NATO alliance probably isn't the right message or messenger, but that's at least how I personally feel on it.
Mika, I know you want to bring in, I think just about everybody on the panel wants to say something about this. Mika, let's start with you.
Just couple, and Ben, it's wonderful to see you. A few things. Fully also agree with, or perhaps it's important to point out that we are in the arms race in AI with our biggest challengers. And they, especially, perhaps are less concerned about some of the governance issues, some of the human rights issues than we are. That doesn't mean that we should abandon all of our regulations. Not all of our regulations are bureaucratic.
When you say arms race, you mean literally?
I think it's literally enough.
Weapons, right.
I mean, it's both in terms of dominating the, boosting our economies, but as Benjamin said, I mean, AI is going to be absolutely critical for the future of our security and defense. And you can look at at this stage, you look at the Ukrainian spiderweb operation, where they very nicely and successfully destroyed a big chunk of strategic capability of Russia. That will be, from what I understand, being just reading about this in the news, this would be impossible without it. We know in Poland that this is a critical area in which we have to invest in security and defense, and the war in Ukraine is showing already that the future is now in this context.
Sarah.
So I think in thinking about whether there's an AI arms race, it's really crucial that this be staged to be a race to the top, not a race to the bottom. And just yesterday there was an announcement that the Pentagon has gutted the team that's responsible for testing and evaluation of AI military systems. That's not going to help shore up the national security in the long run. So I think really there's a reason for having testing and evaluation of systems before they're deployed. It's really important that that testing and evaluation be conducted not on a sort of by the companies themselves, but there be robust third-party testing and evaluation that's conducted because the risk there, and it is a very real risk, is that in the interest of trying to speed up technical prowess, you end up actually undermining the ultimate national security of the states that are using AI.
Sheikha, apparently there were some problems with your headset there at the beginning, so they brought you a microphone. I'd like to bring you in here. Maybe you should use the microphone. Seems to be some technical issue there. Sorry about that. But we began at the beginning. I mentioned the safety concerns surrounding your industry, and we're talking regulation, AI, how it can be used effectively for the benefit of all, and its benefits distributed equitably without endangering our societies. How does this work for you in your particular? You're in the United Arab Emirates. There's a different regulatory environment. There's a different governance model in your country. I'm just wondering how this fits into where you are and what you're doing.
So talking about the security of the data and the encryption and the anonymization of the data is a really important aspect, especially in the healthcare. When the UAE started putting the UAE Genome Program, which is one of the world's largest genome project, that didn't come within an idea only. It requires readiness in terms of infrastructure. G42 at that time bought the world 26 Artemis supercomputer to have this data stored and secure on that cloud. And then also to make sure that we are really applying the rules and the policies of data security and privacy among all the devices we were using to extract those data and transferring them to the cloud. So all these policies was built and made sure that they are in place even before starting the project. And And we have trained the people on how to make sure that the data will stay encrypted in a way that will make sure all the people are trained and prepared for such a very important project. Saying that, from a policy-making perspective, the UAE always make sure that they are involving the highest technologies or the most advanced technologies that will ensure having all this in a place. When I joined G42 during that period, believe it or not, I thought it will be a small project. I was surprised, honestly. It was and it's still today, it's the only place on planet where you will find the whole 3 different type of sequencing technologies from different part of the world are placed there. And all these technologies was brought based on a decision making that they will serve the goal of having this data generated and secured in a way that they will be really protected. Once this data will be generated, there is another story or scenario about it. Who will be allowed to access this data and how they will use this data in case if there will be any commercialization out of this data, if there is any solution will be coming out of those data, how this data will be commercialized to the end users who are really waiting for such data. When the UAE decided to have the genome program on 1 million sample, that was an announcement to the world because the genome project was having a little amount of the Arab population. So having 1 million sample to be added to the world genome data will be a huge addition. So that was the goal of having such program to really help to design a personalized medicine for the population and to also have a good addition to the global genome initiative with having all this data being secured and encrypted in an international standards.
Thank you. That puts it a little bit in a broader global context. Pravinder, I know you've been waiting patiently to say something, and then I'm going to try to get another input from the audience. So if someone out there is thinking about a question and you've got it formulated, please be ready for it. Pravinder.
I think just to go back to the defense, we work with DoD, and we've been doing it for the last few years or so. One, there are tremendous benefits, and I did not know that the testing thing happened yesterday, too. If you just look at kind of on the benefits side of it, our fleet readiness for US, broader fleet kind of today, it's somewhere around 60% at a given point in time. So 40% of the fleet is not usable. And then in the best of times, it has been that maybe 30% is not usable. And I think application of these AI technologies, I think our theoretical number of what's possible is that out of $1 trillion of budget, you can probably take a couple of $100 billion out of sustainment and logistics and apply it to the future weaponry. So if you just think of the business case on that side is so strong for defense that majority of the countries, Western countries, are focused on it. And of course, kind of China is very focused on it today. So I wouldn't kind of lose sight of that, what we are really talking about in that case, the benefits for defense in particular. And defense is slightly different than how to work with FAA, right? Kind of in the public safety side. So you again, when you talk about policy and safety and what it really means, one is kind of more for civil usage. Another one is kind of that you're dealing with how we go to a theater in a war and what happened in Ukraine. They're just two different sides of policies and two different level of risk, which is acceptable. Some level of risk are acceptable in a war theater, which are never going to be acceptable in a public policy on whether it's on health or education or others.
So another question from the audience. Thanks, Benjamin. I mean, we've got some, lots of input on your question. It generated a lot of thought here on the panel. So other questions? Yep, gentleman there in the front.
Thank you. My question has to do with...
If you could just please identify yourself.
Sure, Asen Vasiliev, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance of Bulgaria, currently in opposition.
Well, thank you.
And working quite a bit with AI. So most of the AI that's publicly available is available through APIs. And that's how it's used. You use OpenAI's model, Google's model, Anthropic's model, DeepSeek, whatever it is. Let's imagine you deploy it in your economy, like our Polish colleague said, and your industrial processes depend on using that AI reliably. What happens if the API stops responding? Isn't that a critical dependence of your economy and critical processes in society?
So I'm sorry, I didn't acoustically quite hear that question.
Yeah, and the question is, what happens if the API stops responding and you're creating, if you're a European, dependence on US or Chinese technology that you have no control over?
Okay, that's an interesting question. Mikhail, but I mean, whoever wants to jump
Well, I mean, I'll just say briefly, I mean, I think that's the argument that a lot of the open source providers say is why you should use open source, because you can deploy it on your own infrastructure that you can control. So there, that risk can be significantly mitigated. I mean, you can run it on European infrastructure with a European provider over European ISP. So I don't think it's a risk. You have these dependencies with APIs across the board, and you have dependencies beyond APIs in terms of just all software that we use today has lots of integrations and code that's drawing from different parts. And so if any of that ecosystem fails, that can be a problem. But that's part of building up resilience, is specifically to address those kinds of threats. So kind of big picture, I don't think that's actually a significant concern as long as an organization is thinking about what's the fallback if we are using a dependent API. And it's no different than with other cloud-based services where if Google Cloud goes down, if AWS goes down, it's a significant problem. But that's why, for the most part, they don't go down because they know it's so critical and they actually invest quite a lot into making sure they have very high uptime.
Sarah, I'd just like to bring you in on this because, I mean, this is a bit your specialty in terms of dealing with what if, right? What if and how can we shape this AI development in a positive, more democratic way that is going to protect the interests of society as a whole. Just wondering what your reflections are on what we just heard there.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you described is the kind of systemic risk that we need to be treating very seriously with the development and deployment of AI. And I think it's, potentially even worse in scenarios where we're transitioning over to the use of AI agents, where there's sort of even less direct scrutiny and more sort of autonomy given to an AI to act outside of human control. I think that the answers are really, you have to cut back to the heart of the concentration within the sector. We just heard today, it was confirmed that Meta is acquiring a 49% stake in Scale AI and bringing on Scale AI's CEO into the company. Like we're seeing sort of a deepening of concentration within the AI field, and I think that's where having stronger competition enforcement needs to be a really foregrounded part of the regulatory toolkit.
So we only have 2 minutes left, and I'm, I work in broadcasting. I always try to end like a couple of seconds, just before the end of this show. So we're under a tight deadline here. 2 minutes. One quick question to the whole panel. Please, a one-sentence answer. What is the one thing that could be done right now to help improve public trust and confidence in the development of AI moving forward, starting right here next to me? Going down the road. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think training the AI and feeding it with the accurate data.
Mika.
So I haven't thought about it before. So I have no idea. Maybe.
Sorry about that. We can
this is
do
good stuff.
Longer follow-up
on the panel. Thinking, I think so. From the economic perspective, I think I would like for our societies to be trained and sort of getting used to using AI as a tool, so they feel like they can be more productive rather than they can be replaced by AI.
Very good.
I created the Center for Data Innovation about 12 years ago, specifically because I thought we need more data, and I think that's still true today. Exactly because we need more representation. We need to have more access. And for many people, we focus on the digital divide. There's now a data divide, and we need to be closing the data divide globally.
Verbinder.
I think for me, it's more on demystifying and educating people what AI is, because I think there's still many people think AI is ChatGPT. And that's where they stop. Right?
We're on a huge learning curve.
Yeah. So we talked a whole bunch about the risks of AI. We talked a little bit about benefits. And I think one of the things that's really been missing from the conversation is looking at safety in relationship to efficacy. There's a lot of promises about AI, but before sort of indexing on making wholesale societal changes in the interests of these promises, we need to make sure that there's actual proof to the pudding that these systems are going to work as intended.
Thank you very much for keeping your answers brief on that tough question. I acknowledge that. Just want to say a big round of applause for our guests, our speakers here. They're marvelous. I learned a lot. It's a very diffuse topic. We're all on a big learning curve, including myself. I look forward to hearing more about this moving forward. To our audience, please do stick around because we've got on stage in just a few seconds from now, we'll see a presentation by Julia Osmolowska from GLOBSEC, followed by a panel on Ukraine's security future. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Kim Dozier.
Hello, everyone. Hanging in there as we reach towards the end of the second day. I'm Kim Dozier, CNN Global Affairs Analyst, and we're about to have a lively discussion on security guarantees for Ukraine, what Ukraine needs to survive if the US pulls out, and more. But first, we're going to have a presentation from Julia Osmolowska, who is at GLOBSEC's Kyiv office, and she's got some scenarios to present us about what could happen with Russia next. Julia.
Thank you very much. I'll try to bring a bit of vividity to our discussion. It's actually not my predictions or not my scenarios. This is a huge work done by 61 top Ukrainian experts in security, defense, and foreign relations. I need to say a couple of disclaimers before I start. First, it is definitely not response to JP Morgan scenario. Because the work when this scenario prediction appeared has been already ongoing, and it's our third edition of scenarios. The first one we launched in 2022 in attempt to do predicting unpredictables, because everybody had been taken aback, got lost with all this, what was happening in Ukraine, so we tried to bring some kind of predictability in what might happen. But definitely it's not a one determined route. It's a couple of different ways, so we put it in scenario building. Second, our scenario building is not just our own vision, it's an exercise based on proper calculation of scenarios. So we do introduce the probability for scenarios, but they are based on mathematical modeling, on using methods of statistics and theory of probability. So let me start. by saying about the experts profile, because it's not just us, 4 of us who designed this, but actually many of people who participated from Ukraine, as I mentioned, 61 top Ukrainian experts, among them 25 senior-ranking former and current officials, politicians, 12 former and serving senior security and defense forces officers, 7 former ministers for defense, for foreign affairs, 9 ambassadors rank, and 25 top media experts in Ukraine, well known in this field, with whom we called actual opinion leaders, because they do transmit this their thinking, and the assessment of events is very much in demand. These scenarios, so why 7? It's too much. Definitely, I do myself hate like making a lot of scenarios. Normally we do 5, but because of the complexity of the situation, we did 7 this time. Probability score. So out of these 7, 4 are of military nature, meaning that the war will go on. It will be a war of attrition, no peace settlement, no ceasefire. Only 3 scenarios are of ceasefire and potential peace settlement. And probability. The leading scenario is the Russian war in Ukraine, war of attrition, with lowered intensity of hostilities due to draining out of resources on both sides. 38% of probability. The second of Ukrainian expert choice is hybrid World War III scenario, where acute conflict and wars across the globe will blur the war of Ukraine, among other different events, and recent events that we just saw overnight, I think that only highlight that this probability is quite appropriate, and it might be even bigger. So you will have the chance to look into all these scenarios, to read them through, because we designed the vision for you of each of the scenario and of 10 driving factors behind them. Let me just highlight from these charts that 4 military scenarios outweigh significantly the probability of 3 peace scenarios. It's 75% altogether against 25, meaning that we shouldn't be expecting, even if you want to, because the circumstances are not allowing us to have this, to expect this, we shouldn't be expecting probably a proper, meaningful, at least temporary peace solution in the next year and a half. 10 driving factors, also worth mentioning. I won't be reading them through, but you will also have a weighted vote at the end, so it's collective selection of experts of a driver. We suggested 51. On top of that, we suggested 83 different events and phenomena that could define the situation around this. And among these 10 driving factors, what is worth mentioning, that 9 of them are of military nature, and most of them are about Ukraine's self-sufficiency. So what are the conclusions? Important observations from that. War of attrition scenarios prevail, as I mentioned. Military and military financial factors prevail, which is 9-1. And one factor is about Ukraine's internal capacity to sustain this war. So it's not about negotiations at all. All negotiations factors are in second tier, and they're mostly about European. United Europe in negotiations, security guarantee, and Ukraine's integration into Europe. So there is definitely growing demand for Ukraine's self-sufficiency, defense production, finance of security and defense forces, military innovations. So relying on European and American assistance is 9 and 10th factor in this top 10, so not the first one. And what is the most important? It's definitely the risk of blurring of the war conflict, the sliding probability of it. So I will stop here, encourage you to read these scenarios. They will be available also in print after this formal release of the scenarios, and enjoy the reading. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite to the stage, we'll start with Minister Margus Tsahkna, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia. And then we have Parliamentary Secretary Artjoms Oršulskis from the Foreign Affairs Ministry in Latvia. former Defense Minister Oleksii Reznikov from the Ukraine Defense Ministry. We have Heather Conley, a former official in the Bush State Department. And Sir Richard Sheriff, the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander Europe for NATO. Thank you. Now, as we settle in, I'd like you to pull out your Slido. We have a couple of questions for you. One of them is the U.S. likely to withdraw diplomatic and military support from Ukraine? We'd love to pulse your opinion on that. And then the second obvious question is Europe ready to defend Ukraine without U.S. help? So we'll give you a couple of moments to answer those as I warm up the crowd. I will turn to the panel. And for those of you who were in transit, President Pavel opened up the conference, and in his remarks, he was bracing. He said that Europe needs to be ready to keep Ukraine in the fight on its own without Trump. And we've had other ministers and top officials in the past couple of days say that they think Russia is preparing to test Article 5 and that everyone needs to be prepared. And I have to say that I have been hearing these kind of things for a long time, maybe 20 years, and I keep wondering when anyone's going to actually act on it and wonder if we're at that point. But let's see, did we have those Slido answers? Did the first one, is the U.S. likely to withdraw diplomatic and military support from Ukraine? 50? Wait. First we have, is Europe ready to defend Ukraine without U.S. help? The answers are 50-50, okay. And what were the answers on the other question? Is the U.S. likely to withdraw diplomatic and military support from Ukraine?
Okay, 50.
Okay, again, we're at 50-50. The yeses are, this is kind of entertaining to watch. There are a lot of optimists in the crowd. Yeah, well, no, I see now we've got the majority of people by a narrow margin. I see the margin by which the U.S. president won this last election have said probably. So, Minister Reznikov, I want to start with you, since you are the country under fire. What do you need first, most of all, if the U.S. pulls intelligence and aid?
I would say that in any case, the list of priorities still remains the same, like it was in 2022, 23, 24, and today. Because first task is to protect our sky, to protect our kids, our students, our hospitals, our schools, kindergartens, everything. I mean civilian residential first of all. So the priority number one still is air defense systems, all types. I mean most systems like Patriot, NASAMS, SAMP-T, IRIS-T, and other sophisticated systems. Interceptors for them, so different types of missiles to stop Russian cruise and ballistic missiles bombarding us. Fighter jets also, because the fighter jet is a very good air defense platform. Second priority still remains artillery shells for the artillery systems. We have a really good zoo, I call it an artillery zoo from the NATO countries, but we need a lot of artillery shells to stop orcs on a battlefield. That's why for example, Czech...
Orcs, can you explain to the audience?
We call Russians orcs because it's an army of looters, murderers, and rapists. So, and the Czech initiative about the 1 million artillery shells, we applaud, we really appreciate it. The third, probably, point of this list, it's electronic warfare, all types of electronic warfare. I mean drones for flying, jumping, crawling, diving, swimming, everything, plus jamming systems. Because this war, it's the last conventional war on the history of mankind, and we are fighting in a new type of hybrid war. Because simultaneously, we're still using conventional weaponry like Soviet-era legacy. We're using cutting-edge technology from the NATO countries, and we're using the invention of our genius in garages, which they producing new types of electronic warfare. We have drones. We have no fleet. We have Navy forces, but using the Ukrainian cruise missiles and using the Ukrainian drones, we push back Russian fleet more than Crimea Peninsula to the Novorossiysk. And today, the grain zone is approximately 50 kilometers wide. I mean, 50, because FPV drones can reach out the enemy on 25
FPV
kilometers.
drones, first-person vision drones, you wear a goggle to drive them.
So if you think that modern special operation forces soldiers looks like with a guy with the big muscles and the rifles, not. It's a tiny guy with a, like me,
thick glasses,
playing the game part. Because he was successful with the PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 3 or Xbox and something else. They are the current hero of this war.
So, Minister Tsakna, I got to visit Kharkiv, Izium recently. I got to see in the kill house where they train people how to drive drones. They had ground drones. They had a beautiful $100,000 Estonian ground drone. And one of the guys there said, that is so amazing, we cannot take it out on the battlefield because the Russians will blow it up. And so they turned to the $10,000, $7,000 ground drones that were just basically looked like a wheelbarrow that was motorized. But one of the main things they were saying is, you know, we know the Estonians are behind us and they get it. They know the Baltics are behind them and they get it. But I have been going to the Leonard Mary for years and hearing Estonians say for years, we've got to get ready for Russia. You are already the closest to spending 5% of your GDP on defense. Give a grade to the rest of Europe. How are they doing catching up to the Baltics?
Thank you very much for these kind words, and I take a note and going back to my companies back to Estonia and not to produce so exclusive.
Beautiful $100,000.
Yes. Yeah, but be honest, Ukrainian defense industry are changing the world really. And as you mentioned as well, next year Estonia is going to invest 5.4% of GDP. And now I'm talking about the real defense investments. I'm not talking about this 5% that actually we're going to discuss in The Hague. This is something which is important to get figure number 5. But in real life, I'm happy that finally Europe is going to pay more. And 3.5%, be honest, will be hopefully the agreement. But the question is that in what time frame it's going to happen. And I'm honest, thank you very much. You mentioned all the Baltic states that we have said already more than 20 years that Russia is an aggressive country. And I can say it very clearly here as well, that unfortunately Putin didn't wake Europe up. Putin was not actually, with his all different aggressions, started from Georgia, and also, be honest, the war against Ukraine started 2014, not 22. And even from 22, okay, I saw more concerned European nations, and also we all have put more support to Ukraine. But actually, to be honest, Ukraine was fighting there and is still fighting. But who actually woke up Europe based on the investments to our own defense was actually President Trump. We all, or most of us, we were in Munich Defense or Security Conference. I remember exactly the mood in the room. And after that, somehow, we got the results, elections from Germany, and Germany has decided to lift the restrictions from the defense investments and now creating probably one of the greatest army, hopefully, in Europe. So after that, we got new dynamics. We can ask whether it's like 10 years too late or not, but we are happy that this is happening right now. But if you ask me whether Russia is going to invade Europe, so they already do it in Ukraine. So I cannot follow this understanding that Ukraine is something not belonging to Europe. Europe is at war. The question is whether NATO is at war officially, but we are in the meaning of we are supporting, advising, and the question there was as well that whether Europe must take responsibilities if US is going out on that. Yeah. Of course, we have no other option because Europe is at war already. The second level is about hybrid attacks, what we call. I hate the word hybrid because these are the attacks. And if you list everything, what has been, what Russia has been done during the last 3 years in Europe, not in Baltic states, in Europe, and you put this list like 4 years back, I think that we could call already Article 5. So
targeted
that's
assassinations.
Assassinations, and also, official reports from Poland about this shopping mall, attacking people. We have arrested more than 10 persons in Estonia, which has been guided, funded, coordinated by the secret services about attacks against the persons and assets. And we have lots of.
I visited with some of your journalists who tracked. These were Estonians who'd been reached on the dark web by the Russian security services and paid to do various deadly mischief campaigns inside.
Yes, but exactly what is Putin is doing, the two things. Putin is playing with our, as a Western part, fears of escalation, and this is what we let him to do, really. And the second is that he's spoiling our societies as a frog, The turning on the heat, and we always say, no, this is not this time. This is not Article 4. This is not Article 5. And this is the most dangerous path. Just the last so-called accident about the Shadow Fleet a couple of weeks ago, the vessel came into Estonian economical waters. We went to escort this vessel out, and then Russia sent, first time ever, to protect the ship which had no flag, no papers, no insurance, in Estonian territorial waters. The fighter jet, and they violated as well the NATO territory. So, of course, we sent the fighters up, but again, this was totally new level, and I think that it was not the first time. So what I want to say, we need to understand that we are already under attack. The question is where we and what and how and if we are ready to declare that this is Article 4 of NATO or Article 5. And finally, I can say that for testing NATO, about Article 5. Russia doesn't need a full-scale military capabilities the other side of the Baltic border, or the Finnish border, or the Polish border. They don't have them. They all, I was defense minister 16, 17, 120,000 troops ready to go. They were all sent to Ukraine and they're dead. They're dead, they're not existing. But for testing Article 5, that globally everyone is understanding it. Now this is it. Russia doesn't need this kind of full-scale capabilities. And this is the question, who is leading actually NATO? Is it Putin or is it us as the NATO members? Well, and this is the main question.
And I have to add that, of course, there have been reports that some of those Russian troops are moving back, which is a disturbing thing. So Minister Uršulskis, you are preparing your public for a potential invasion that keeps getting warned of by intelligence agencies in your region. And you're also trying to fund Ukraine. And I've heard from Ukrainian special operations folks that Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, your forces spent a lot of time prior to the 2022 invasion working to give them the kind of skills that helped them drive Russia out back in 2022. How do you do those things at the same time? Limited budgets. How do you prepare for a potential Russian invasion, but keep Ukraine from going under?
Yeah, great question. Thank you for that. Well, I think the honest answer is that we actually really have no other choice. Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, we are the three countries who probably understand more directly than anyone else what it is to be under Russian attack. We were occupied for 50 years, and every single family in Estonia, in Latvia and Lithuania had their family members who were killed by Soviet troops or deported to Siberia, or who had all their belongings stolen by the regime. So this is the core understanding of almost every single citizen in our countries. Of course, we also understand that those Ukrainian soldiers who are dying for their land in near Kharkiv, near Donetsk, near Lugansk, they're dying not only for their land, they are dying also for the security of citizens of whole Europe. And it's not only the security of the countries who have the border with Russia. Because if the war is large scale, believe me, it will come everywhere. Yeah. It will be visible in Paris, it will be visible in London, it will be visible in Berlin, not only in Riga, Tallinn, Estonia. So yes, this is quite natural for us. We in Latvia, we are also currently spending 3.7% of our GDP towards defense, 5% next year. Already the decisions have been done. It's not an easy task. We are cutting almost everything, actually, to get that. But this is our core priority, and this is actually the question of our survival.
For your public, the threat is real enough to continue these two missions. You're not getting complaints.
Of course we are. Of course we are. This is not an easy thing to explain because, of course, there would be some part of the society who will not see the threat that direct, who will ask the questions. And of course, there's always a dilemma: should we invest more in healthcare, for example, or in education, than invest in our security? We are trying our best to explain. Unfortunately, the huge element, Minister Tsango already mentioned this hybrid threats, but the disinformation snowball, which is going from Moscow to our countries, is tremendous, and unfortunately there is a part of the society.
And so that makes it hard to explain to your public why they need to be spending on this rather than healthcare, better schools, whatever.
Exactly, absolutely.
Better roads.
Absolutely, this is it. Yeah, also we are trying to do it in also more or less smart way. Of course, we are supporting Ukraine financially. We are supporting Ukraine with the production, with the military production also. What we produce, we are currently producing a lot of drones. Yeah. But we are also trying to explain it from the economic side that this is also kind of, we support our local production, thus supporting Ukraine, but this also gives us some benefits here in Latvia as well. So there are several ways how we can do it, but this is, of course, not an easy job.
It's a struggle. I get it. Now, I have warned Heather that she's going to be the sweeper coming last, but so I first want to go to Sir Richard. Keir Starmer's government has a similar problem, trying to explain why they need to spend money on rebuilding the British Army, but support seems high for Ukraine. You are also one of the Five Eyes and one of the top allies who could potentially convince Donald Trump to stay in the fight. What do you do to sell Trump on the need to support Ukraine?
You say that the way to make America great again is to lead the charge in the defeat of Russia. Mm-hmm. And that way, Trump's name will be in lights for the rest of history. Mm. You say, if you go down the road you're going down now, parroting Putin's words, offering a peace deal which effectively means the capitulation of Ukraine, with your senior foreign policy lead celebrating Russia Day, as he did yesterday, you will go down as a collaborator. No, I don't think that message is going to land very fair and square, but that's what I would say if I could talk to Mr. Trump.
Do you think that kind of message is being delivered behind closed doors, as opposed to the masterful performance that Prime Minister Starmer gave in the Oval Office?
No, I don't think it is. I mean, behind closed doors, I think it's highly unlikely in the White House, because my reading of the situation is, and there will be many here who know much more about it than me, that he is surrounded by people, acolytes, who parrot his words. I think our our European political leaders have quite a challenge, because on the one hand, all the indications are that, and frankly, it really grieves me to say this because I've soldiered alongside Americans, I've fought alongside and under command of Americans, and I have the greatest respect for the American armed forces. We are genuinely within, this is a band of brothers and sisters. But I'm afraid I have to say I think America is no longer a reliable ally, and much of that comes back to us in Europe because we sat less our friends in the Baltic states and Poland who really know what Russia's about. But in Western Europe, we sat back and we put our money into health and education, and we've cut away our warfighting capabilities. So is it any surprise that America reacted the way it is? But we are where we are. So the challenge is trying to not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Maintain contact, but at the same time, build up genuinely to demonstrate to America that Europe can look after itself. I note my esteemed colleague, the foreign minister of Estonia, very politically and rightly dodged the question about grading his fellow
Yes, I noticed
NATO
that.
members.
I was going to get that to that
Let
later.
me grade. I wouldn't expect anybody to do it. But frankly, A++ for the Baltic states and Poland and Finland and Sweden, frankly, it's a gamma for, or if not verging on a delta for much of the rest of Europe. And I think what we're going to get out of the NATO summit is, yes, there may be a commitment to 3.5 and 1.5 on related expenditure for defense, but what really matters is how quickly.
Exactly.
And I look at my government, and they've said 3% by 2034.
Yeah.
Mr. Putin, can you just hold off for another 9 years?
As Russia produces 1,500
old
tanks
man
a
already.
year.
He cannot wait like 10 years, I think. So.
Yeah. So, Ms. Godley, I warned you this question was coming. Now, you were a senior national security official in a Republican administration. You fought the battles of 9/11. Do you think President Trump will walk away?
Well, I think the United States is right now in a slow moving away. But I will say, in the early weeks of the Tinca Trump administration, when Special Envoy Witkoff was outlining some of the potential deal, that would have been catastrophic. That would have been basically U.S. support for the Russian position. That hasn't happened. And although we've had tortuous Oval Office meetings and drama around the U.S.-Ukraine critical minerals and natural resources agreement, things have continued forward. So I guess the worst fears of many of us in the very beginning of this administration has not happened. But I think what we've seen just this past week with Defense Secretary Hezga's testimony, there's a cutting back of providing military support for Ukraine in the proposed Defense Department budget. I think the critical minerals agreement for the president gave him he feels like he got something. In his mind, the United States was getting ripped off, and somehow that agreement, we know it's long-term, we don't know how it will completely come. In his mind, we got something for it. And I think that does allow the aperture to be open for the Ukrainian government to purchase military equipment, but we all have defense production challenges, and this equipment is needed now. But I think what we're sort of all talking about is really the unsustainability of the transatlantic security relationship. And so to responsibly manage that, it's an off-ramp and an on-ramp, but we don't know the time horizons. That's the challenge. We are going to see the United States reduce its presence. We don't know yet the decision of the Force Posture Review, but I would suspect that they'll take out 2 combat brigade teams. They've been wanting to do that for a while. There will be adjustments, and none of us know, as the events have been unfolding over the last 24 hours, what US capabilities will now be needed for the Middle East. We already know that anti-drone capabilities that were destined for Ukraine have now gone to the Middle East. I'm assuming as a preemptive move of understanding what has transpired. So it's really all of our responsibility, and this is really the NATO summit, to make sure that as the US, if it responsibly manages this reduction, that the Europeans have the on-ramp to be able to manage it. And ultimately, it is to create a sustainable relationship, which is what you just said. It has been unsustainable for 25 years. I just say one last hopeful thing. When American public opinion polls talk about Russia and Ukraine, the American people know who the aggressor is. They know who the victim is. Our president equates them, but the American people know. But then in the same question, you ask the American people, well, do you want to provide more military support? Do you want to pay for more of that? They say no. I don't want to have to pay for it anymore, but I want the right outcome. Now, those two are contradictory, and I think this is where the lack of communication with all of our publics about the cost, the sacrifice, and what the outcome we are fighting for. And that has always been missing, particularly in the last 3 years of this conversation.
Now, I had asked a European intelligence chief, who shall remain nameless, at a location which shall remain nameless, but I'm allowed to use the actual quote. I said, what would change Donald Trump's mind? And this chief said, if he could see the internal documents showing what Putin's advisors think of him. So if anyone could arrange that, that would be awesome. I also spoke to an official who had to cut off the intelligence to Ukraine. And they said because of what we denied them, they didn't get warning of ballistic missiles that were being launched at civilian cities, jets that were taking off. They said, this person said to me that they've devoted a lot of their air defense to military targets, and some of the air defense around civilian areas, they need warning to spool it up. They need warning. And this person was convinced that more civilians died because of that brief stoppage of intelligence. Mm. So what I want to look forward at is, okay, we're going to start going to Slido questions, but I really wanted to ask, what do you do if you lose US satellite access? That's, what do you do to make up for the intelligence? Are you all already thinking about that? Anyone who wants to jump in?
Maybe you,
yeah.
the expert actually coming. I know. Actually, I don't. I'm a very practical person, and we are mainly focused on what we can do.
Okay.
Really, what we can do. Of course, there is a science, and we had the momentum when US didn't deliver intelligence and satellite pictures. So it can be repeated, of course. I think the experts can say exactly what does it really mean. But we need to focus on what we can do. And just following what we said previously as well, we can do our part. We have all the money in the world. We have 240 billion Russian frozen assets in Europe. And we're still afraid of using that. If the question is about money, we have lots of money. And not our taxpayers' money, but the aggressor money. Then we need to buy stuff, exactly as the minister said. Air defense, and we know everything. We need to invest heavily to Ukraine defense industry, which is booming in great ways. And also be honest, even if we collect all the money what we need in Europe for the future, we spend it within the next 5 to 7 years, we have no capabilities of production. So Ukraine is coming in again. So we need to focus on as well, not what Putin is saying, but actually what he's planning. And this plan is public for everybody since 2007 from the Munich Security Conference. And this is the restoration of the Soviet Union. So we are part of that. And we need to understand that Ukraine is not fighting only for himself, but also for all of us. And we need to be prepared that as long Putin is alive, he will continue. Because there is one rule from the history, is that if you are the warlord, you cannot stop the war anymore. The only person who left from Kremlin alive to retirement was Khrushchev. And all the other guys, they needed to, go on and go on. And Gorbachev was ended because he was too weak, and then the collapse of Soviet Union happened. But Putin cannot stop the war. Even for Stalin, after the Second World War, and he was victorious, took a couple of millions of lives in Soviet Union to stabilize the situation. So you can imagine that whatever we think, whatever we talk with Putin, he cannot stop, so he will continue. And that's why I'm coming back again, that let's face it and let's act. It's not about Ukraine that the Putin is asking. It's about European defense and security architecture, as well about the membership of NATO. Okay, we are not talking about that now, but this huge mistake, what we can do is take down this opportunity. And then if we take it down from the table for the future, we declare publicly that actually Putin is leading NATO, not us. And not us is going to discuss. And this is not about the security guarantees for Ukraine. It's about European security guarantee, because Ukraine is and will be the strongest military power in Europe.
Yeah.
And I'm, as Estonian foreign minister, I would like to see in the future that we put the skin in the game with the guarantees to Ukraine. But the other way around, I would like to see Ukraine troops fighting together with our troops if Russia is coming to us. So this is the logic behind what we need to follow, not who's taking what, and if US is going out or not, because we need to convince them, we need to work with them, but we need to do our part, and this is my main message.
I think that we have certainly said on air, me and lots of different analysts on CNN, that Putin does seem to be leading NATO by the nose, at the very least. Minister Reznikov, was that an accurate description of what you lost, losing intelligence for a few days? And what are you going to do if it happens again?
I'm trying to comprehend what I can say.
What you can say. Yeah.
So, okay, I was a lawyer, as a business lawyer before I became the public servant. So I know a couple rules. Don't put all eggs to one basket. That's why in 2022, I met a couple owners of the private company, which are owners of the satellite fleet.
Like Palantir, like Elon Musk?
Like others, not Elon Musk.
Okay.
And more reliable, I would say. And after that, I met a couple defense ministers from Europe, and we signed the contract, trilateral. Money flowing from the European countries to this private company with the private satellite fleet, and our military units getting the pictures and information online regime from this fleet. As I know, my colleague, next defense minister of Ukraine, resigned the prolongation of this contract. So it's a different countries, different private companies, European and American as well, but not states. So it doesn't matter what will be decided in White House to stop some kind of intelligence changing. Probably, yes. CIA will stop stealing the paper from the Kremlin. Okay, you know that in December 2021, it was a report of the American intelligence services and Pentagon to the Special Committee of the Congress. They delivered the information that Russia has a plan to occupy Kyiv during 72 hours or 3 days. After that, it was some kind of leaks, and American media spread very interesting, I call it cognitive bias. Kyiv will fall during 3 days.
That's what
see the nuance.
Officials were telling
Russia has plan,
yeah.
But the perception Kyiv will fall during 3 days.
Yeah.
But we're fighting 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years. So don't worry.
You've been making alternative
We are still
plans.
alive and we will survive. And we have satellite pictures from other sources, more reliable. Don't worry.
Well, I've been told. Before we take a couple of Slido questions in the limited time we have left, Sir Richard, do you think Britain would be willing to put at least a some sort of marker down in terms of putting troops inside Ukraine, a symbolic number?
Well, we saw the faffing around over the so-called intervention force or guarantee force or whatever. I cannot see how there can be any sort of force like this until the precondition has been met, which I said earlier, which is that Russia is forced to accept it, and that means defeat of Russia. And so we've got to start by thinking strategically. Europe whole, free and secure against Russia. What objective do you need to satisfy that? You need defeat of Russia in Ukraine. And therefore, this is what we should be seeing out of the NATO summit, is a strategy designed. How can the West, how can Ukraine's partners support it in achieving that objective? And it's not just military, it's economic, it's financial, it's a whole range of lines of operation.
But can you come up with a plan like that if the US is actively lobbying against it at the summit?
I think Europe has just got to get on and do it. And Canada. Canada's part of this equation as well. And with a population of 4 times that of Russia, a GDP combined 12 times that of Russia, plus all the Russian assets sitting here in Europe, absolutely we can do it. What's needed is will and courage and moral determination to make it happen. To your point about a guarantee, absolutely, once that's happened, Ukraine needs to be part of NATO, and NATO troops need to be based in Ukraine in concert with the Ukrainians, of course, and airplanes in the skies above to ensure that that deterrence remains rock solid on the assumption that Russia will always remain an aggressor. It would be just brilliant, wouldn't it be brilliant, if the sort of language, if the sort of aspirations of Vladimir Karamurza we heard so eloquently last night came to pass and Russia became a democracy. But until then, we've got to assume it won't. So yes, Britain would absolutely, I'm sure, as would every other NATO country, be prepared to commit to troops on the ground in Ukraine once that essential precondition has been satisfied.
Can I add it? Again, it's some kind of probably one more cognitive bias that we need massive troops on the ground to protect us, to build up some buffer zone. No.
I did say
we have a lot of soldiers. We need other types of support because other NATO countries, they have no buffer zone. Belarus, it's allies with Russia. So our friends in Poland and Lithuania, they have a border with the Belarus and Russia, Suwal corridor. Our friends in Estonia has a Narva direction. So no buffer zone. And after then, Finland and Sweden joined to the NATO, Baltic Sea became the internal lake of NATO.
Yeah.
And Russia very nervous about that. So we don't need boots on the ground massive. Yes, symbolically, okay. But we need technical support, finance support, weaponry support, air defense system support, especially with the fighter jets and other types of aircrafts. But we are not asking you, begging you, oh, good, come to Ukraine, stay in a military base. We have more than 1 million very expertise soldiers with a uniform.
But President Zelensky did talk about a deterrence force, so I wanted to bring it up. Minister, you had
3 telegraphic messages. So first thing about our transatlantic relations. We understand that they are changing very drastically. There are a lot of questions unknown. How they're changing, when they're changing, and what exactly is going out of Europe. We have, as a European Union, as NATO in Europe, we have actually all the capabilities and all the possibilities to do the majority of things on our own. The main question is how fast we are ready to do it. Yeah. And this is the main question for the summit in Hague. And also, the second thing, are we ready to actually spend smart? So we are now agreeing on at least 3.5% at some point. But they should be spent smart, and the industry in Europe is changing, but it's changing very slowly. We, in order to actually keep on the capabilities we need to have at least 5-10 years. What means
5-10 years?
Very optimistically. Very optimistically.
Gone from 0 to what is it going to be? 4 million drones this year. So that's from 2022 to now, they're going to make 4 million drones. So
yeah, that's true, but we need to keep in mind the pace of Europe, which isn't the pace of Ukraine right now.
You just pointed something out. That pace isn't going to change unless you're facing an existential threat.
Some German generals saying that Russia will come to Europe in 2029.
Yeah.
You have only four years.
And that was exactly my point. What we need to do, we need to actually invest in not only send produced things in Europe to Ukraine, but also invest in Ukraine's military infrastructure and in Ukraine's military production, which will help not only Ukraine, but also Europe. Yeah. And the last point, absolutely membership in NATO. Membership of Ukraine in NATO, it needs to be, and it's actually not only the one-way road. Yes, of course, NATO deters, and it's like probably the best in the world to deter aggressors from coming to the countries. But Ukraine, as a large army with incapable experience in modern warfare.
I hear you. We've got 2 minutes left, so I just wanted to get
very practical again. We talk less in Estonia, doing maybe sometimes more, but. I totally agree with Minister Reznikov. The question is not whether NATO or Europe is sending troops to Ukraine to fight, because I think that we need to learn a lot from Ukraine army, how you fight actually, and also not practically only about the spirit. But the question is, I'm still not agreeing that we are talking about Ukraine and then we are talking about Europe, because what we need to face is that European security architecture. And the question is whether we put, as Europeans, as well, most of us, the members of NATO as well, our skin in the game, really, to guarantee. I don't know which is the correct moment. It's like the ceasefire moment or whatever, but nothing will change that if we all put the skin in the game, and also the other way around from Ukraine's side. It is exactly how NATO is working based on Article 5, but if NATO formally is not able to approve membership, so we need to form this coalition of the will, which is actually now led by UK and France. And even Estonia, which is a small country on the border, our government decided 1.5 months ago that we will participate in a pretty large scale of troops we take away from our capabilities in Ukraine if the coalition of the will is coming. But the question is not the real capabilities in the meaning of fight, but the question is whether we are really putting our skin in the game and also taking responsibilities. And then it's as well maybe easier for politicians really to make decisions about the Russian frozen assets, all the other things, because then we will be responsible. Estonia has been as well, many other, all the politics, we have been always participating on different missions, and our soldiers are now in Iraq, no problem. Well, not because of we have a special interest there, but because we put the skin in the game, because one for all and all for one. And if we are not understanding this principle and not finding the way out from this formal problem of NATO, then we will ongoingly think about what can we do. This is the way out.
Got it.
Sorry, I was long, but I'm Estonian.
I was going to ask, Heather, what's it going to do to the NATO alliance if Trump walks away from Ukraine and European alliances in general?
So I think the NATO summit in The Hague, I think it's going to stay short and sweet and very positive on the 3.5%, the 1.5%, and Mr. Trump does take credit for getting it to those levels. I think what's going to be devastating about the NATO summit is exactly the language on Ukraine. That if it's not in the communique, even if Secretary General manages that statement, that's really the de facto, allowing Russia to make some decisions about how NATO proceeds. And I think that personally will be devastating. I think the president in his mind believes that NATO actually is his success. It's increased defense spending. But the fact that the Russia strategy, which wasn't going to be that big of a deal anyway, has been sort of postponed. Everyone is tiptoeing very lightly, making sure that nothing upsets exactly at the moment when the alliance has to make some incredibly difficult decisions, has to accelerate regional defense plans. Finland's airspace was violated twice over the last 2 weeks. We need more air defense capabilities on the eastern flank, of which Ukraine could benefit from that broader bubble. It's already here, but you just don't hear that intensification. And as I said, I think now is time for very clear language.
So my takeaway from this is that Russia's war on Ukraine is already Russia's war on Europe, but the frog doesn't know it's boiling yet. And with that, I want to thank you all very much for sharing your thoughts and ask everyone to stay seated for the next panel. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Terry Schultz.
Yay. Ready? Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last panel of the day. On the second day of GLOBSEC 2025, I'm Terry Schultz. For many years, I've been covering NATO and European defense, and it seems that I spend almost all of my time lately covering Europe's attempts to finance that defense, especially as you've been hearing from the last panel and so many other panels here at GLOBSEC, in light of NATO's impending 5% of GDP spending pledge that we expect to see at The Hague next week. So we're going to be talking in this panel about the creative, and some say too creative, ways that Europe is looking at financing European defense. Joining me here for this panel, Jakub Landowski. He is the former Deputy Minister of Defense from Czechia, also former ambassador to NATO. Faisal Rahman, he is the Managing Director of Deutsche Bank. And you'll see why that's important soon. Guntram Wolf, Senior Fellow from Bruegel. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me here. Oh, and I should say Bruegel is one of Brussels' premier think tanks, especially on economic issues. And we also definitely want your participation, especially those of you who've managed to stick it out for today, so I will definitely be leaving time for questions, and we also take them, as you know by now, through Slido with the code GLOBSEC Forum HV. So I'm going to start with Jakub, and he's promised to be provocative, so let's hold him to it. As someone who's been through infinite number of NATO negotiations, also national government negotiations about funding, what do you make of this 5% pledge? Because as it seems to those of us covering it, it seems like it might be a lot of very hurried negotiations, paper pushing, creative accounting to get to 5% or 3.5 plus 1.5. And is this really going to be a qualitative increase in NATO's warfighting capability if governments don't even know how they're going to finance it, but they're going to sign on this paper next week?
Oh, thank you, Terry. It's a great question. I think it's pretty clear for the 3.5%. That's basically the integrated defense ministry's defense expenditure. 1.5 is a question, but I promised something, and I'd like to deliver because I was thinking what makes a good speech. And it's not the words, it's not the eloquency, it's the follow-through. If you will say, tear down this wall, Mr. Gorbachev, and it happens, it's the great speech. If you say in a Munich conference, like Putin said, this is going to be different, I'm going to attack you, and you follow through, it's an infamous speech. And I like to be like saying something that will happen. So we'll probably agree hastily, like you say, on something similar to the promise in Wales. 5% composite, but we're not going to deliver.
Aim to move towards wasn't a very solid promise.
Line is very important, whether it's 31, 32, but we haven't delivered on 2% yet.
Yep.
So who are we really trying to impress here? Europe is really quickly to fall off the right course when the pressure stops mounting. And we should remind ourselves, in the 1950s, Europe was spending 7% of GDP. Then it was dropping, and still in the 70s it was more than 4%. So we can definitely do it. but everybody is trying to get the most of security for the least amount of money. Iceland got it best. They pay 0.
True. And how is Czechia doing?
Czechia, I always at the ministry said, this graph looks like a hockey stick, because we are still moving very slowly towards the goal, and in the end we have to reach it. We reached it in 1 year.
When you really wanted to.
So 1.36, and then almost 0.7 in one go. So you can imagine how the money is spent. It's basically 4 payments for something. So you are right, we need to think deeply about how to make the most effort on the dime, and Ukraine is showing us that we can be very agile, the innovation cycle can be in months, we can do things differently, and put our money when they are really worth.
And in fact, Secretary General Rutte always uses the hockey stick as the example of what he doesn't want to see. But
Denmark
they're
is
heading
the hockey
toward that
nation
again.
as well as Czechia, so we have similar parables.
Fair enough. We're going to have brief interventions at the beginning so we can have a lot of conversation. Faisal, I was moderating with European Investment Bank President Nadia Calvino actually on Tuesday, and she made an announcement related to you. First, her announcement was that the EIB is going to triple loans and guarantees available for defense up to $3 billion, which is just a conversation unthinkable for EIB. Just a few years ago, you couldn't even bring up defense. They were allergic to talking about it, so this is a huge, huge change. She announced more support through commercial banks for SMEs when they're working on defense-related projects, and she announced an agreement with Deutsche Bank for €1 billion to finance defense-related spending. So I want to hear what this means for Deutsche Bank, what a change it is, especially for a German bank. Germans also haven't traditionally been that excited about spending more on defense. So, I mean, this is a sea change taking place, at least in your industry already.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is a great point. Firstly, it's fantastic to be here, and thank you to GLOBSEC for ultimately inviting me. It's a real honor. So we've always been in defense post-Russia-Ukraine. We decided to intensify exposure to the industry quite significantly. And what that essentially meant in practice was concentrating on 3 pillars, which was giving more capital to existing defense corporates we already bank, number 1. Number 2 was targeting new defense corporates. And then number 3 was financing sovereigns who are looking to either the capital to replenish existing defense equipment or increase defense supplies. Now, the issue you face in the EU is you've got over 5,000 SMEs from a supply chain perspective that are really critical to the ecosystem in defense. And what we did with the EIB was, as you said, worked in partnership with them, had a very intensive meeting as to how we can work together to help the ecosystem. And what this essentially agreement is, they give us a loan, and we're able to deploy that capital across SMEs within defense across Europe. Essentially what that means in practice is they'll be able to scale up a lot more quickly. They're really important to the big primes, and we'll be able to continue to support. So I'm very proud to be the first European bank to ultimately have this partnership with the EIB, but there's a lot more to come.
And it's something you couldn't have done without this EIB backing, is that right?
Well, it's important to have that partnership with them. We speak to them on a number of other topics as well, not only defense. And I think we don't only have a partnership with the EIB, we've got other partnerships as well with, for example, the European Commission, who we advise on a policy-making perspective. We work with other institutions such as the European Defence Agency, ASD, ADS. So my point is we're very plugged into the ecosystem. We understand what the challenges are from a defense perspective, what sort of issues a lot of our CEOs and CFOs are facing, and most importantly, how can we allocate capital in the most efficient manner.
It's interesting because there still is a lot of hesitancy in some quarters in some countries about lending to defense-related projects, isn't there? Some still don't want to touch it.
Yeah, I think certainly post-Russia-Ukraine, there's been a change of sentiment. And that's primarily thanks to regulators, politicians, rating agencies. So, for example, Moody's have come out and said that the social element in ESG for defense has moved from negative to neutral, and they see it moving to positive. So things like this is really helpful in changing the sentiment. And I think it's really important to ultimately analyze the actual defense equipment and look at each case on a case-by-case basis. So if you're looking at a tank, and how you use that tank, if you're using it to protect a neighbor, that is different from when you're using it to ultimately attack a country. So I think you need to analyze each fact on a case-by-case basis. And certainly what we are doing, we've set up a global defense working call within the bank. We want to do more to support the industry and do more to ultimately help the supply chain.
It's just remarkable to be hearing these things again after having covered this for so long. And Guntram, that's something that I want to turn to you to talk about, because you've been publishing very prolifically on efforts to fund defense. And I'm really interested to hear from you. With all of this available funding now through the EU coming up with 800 billion euros through various ways, working with the banks, the EIB backing, is this sustainable? Is this a sustainable way to fund a sustainable increase in expanding European defense output? Or is everybody just scrambling in a panic and we don't really know how this is going to work out? A short-term vision. What do you think?
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's great to be here. Let me also make 3 quick points. I think the first point is on the funding of companies. I think we've really gone a long way. I mean, it used to be very stigmatized. Now it's changing. You see these major initiatives, EIB, Deutsche Bank. I mean, you see in capital markets a greater openness to fund defense companies. And frankly, the returns of investments into companies are really quite handsome at the moment. So I don't think the key issue at the moment is the funding of the companies. The second point is the key issue is, of course, the funding of the public budgets. So we need public budgets. We need procurement agencies to have the resources to buy. And for that, of course, there have been the big initiatives which are mostly at the national level, so the change of the fiscal rules, including the change in the German constitutional debt brake, which, of course, is a game changer for Germany. And the European initiatives that you mentioned, the 800 billions, are essentially, almost all of it is about national borrowing. And here comes my third concern, and that was your question on the sustainability, is that this national borrowing will lead to more national procurement and will have a tendency to reinforce the nationalism in the defense industries as well.
Not the joint procurement.
And I think that's the point where really we need to work more, because what we see at the moment in Europe, and I've been tracking sort of procurement across European countries in quite some detail, what we are seeing is that individual European countries are procuring, but they are procuring still, even with all the budgets we are having, in actually pretty small numbers. And they do so from their domestic companies primarily, which means that these domestic companies very often produce in low quantities. And these low quantities means high unit costs. And that's where the economist has to say, okay, let's try to find ways of procuring jointly, integrating our markets, introduce more competition in defense markets, so that prices come down, the quality goes up, and what you get is actually literally a bigger bang for the buck. And I think that bigger bang for the buck is ultimately what citizens will want, because citizens, of course, they are ready to spend and they are ready to invest into defense if they really think this will deliver the kind of security and deterrence that we promise to deliver by 2030. If the money mostly goes into high prices, and we've seen by now evidence that a lot of equipment actually becomes more expensive in the last years instead of prices actually falling, and they should be falling as the quantities go up, then I think there will be at some stage a backlash. And that's why it's so important that in Europe we go beyond sort of just raising the money and just talking about 3.5, you name it. And we are far, as Jacob was saying, we are far away from the 3.5. So we come out with these numbers, which are nice headline numbers. Perhaps they will please the US president, which then I guess is a good thing. But at the end of the day, we need the capabilities, and for that you need cost-effective purchases.
But the mechanisms exist for that joint procurement, and if Yuri Shedovich is here, as he promised he would be, I don't know, from EDA, they have made these agreements. There exist, I don't know, dozens and dozens of ways they could jointly procure. So it's a psychological shift. You don't need to come up with pots of money, you need to come up with pots of new thinking, right?
Well, I mean, so you need a certain readiness to move beyond this, and you know the worry by now is many member states, many national agencies, they basically think, oh, but this is my little defense industry, it's my little piece of national sovereignty, and by the way, it's also my jobs in my sort of constituency. And I think the political economy now is different in the sense that there's so much more spending that the tide is lifting actually all boats, right? So even with more competition, I mean, all of these companies will be better off. There will be job creation. I mean, I looked at the top 10 European defense companies. Their employment has gone up by 11% in the last 2 years. So there's job creation in this sector, lots of job creation. So nobody should worry that your local constituent, your local factory will be out of job because of a bit more competition in Europe.
Jakob, Czechia is traditionally a big defense country in the EU, big defense manufacturing country. So are you seeing those trends? I mean, here, are your companies willing to look for joint procurement? Are they seeking those deals out, or are they also still protecting their own industry, even when we look at the incredible need of helping Ukraine?
Of course, in some areas they do, like the higher tier products, like the vehicle. But for example, we are pretty good in ammunition. And then you see the power of standardization. And in NATO, we always fought with the idea that the companies will shelter their space with extra layer of legal prohibitions that will not allow the soldiers to just load the 155 into any 155 gun. But I think it was absolutely essential to name the flawed market. It's flawed from the beginning. It's a collection of monopsons that are buying, the states are buying. That's why it's so important to keep the competition going. I really agree with that. And let's look at the European landscape. The nations are buying, and usually they are using exclusions to buy from their own stock. Because they can, because the army can always do some tricks to have a special product only for the French army, only from the German army. So I think to accept the new definition of a product is really important. If we look at Ukrainian drones, what are they? It's defined by software. Many of the modern products are defined, and communication interface. These can all be regulated. And then it's a collection of different things that you need to make and put together. It's a battery, it's a shell, and it's a skeleton, and it's a couple of engines, the electric motors. So that's how we should think in a modern world about defense product, and also in the terms of production. About the ammunition, my last remark, I was always pressing in NATO to increase the mandatory stockpiles of munition, because that will force states to do bigger orders from the industry, which will then spur the investment into production lines, because everybody is hesitant. Still. And that's the problem. Everybody's waiting for everybody else, and the only lively place for business is a market. US can do it because they have this rule that always you should end up with two competing, the head-on, two competing. It's not perfect, but it's an attempt. In Europe, it's a collection of national interests. Last thing, Secretary General Stoltenberg was a very, very witty guy. And he told us a story once, which is very funny and also instrumental in that case. He said, as a Prime Minister of Norway, I decided I want to have a new destroyers. And I went outside of the Norwegian shipyards, and I organized a competition. And we have terrific Spain-built destroyers for cheaper money with better capability, and then I immediately lost the elections. And that's about it. Everything starts with the politics.
Yeah. It freed him up to be NATO's SecGen for an eternity, so, you know. Faisal, will you be building in any sort of requirements to open up competition in your lending? I mean, will there be any kinds of strings attached to the money that you now will make available to companies?
Yeah, so it's really a combination of making sure it's in line with the EIB strategy in that particular deal, as well as our particular policies. We've got a very clear policy around what we can and can't do around defence. It essentially strikes a balance between making sure our shareholders are protected, but also at the same time is commercial for the particular clients that we cover. So we take into key questions such as where the underlying goods are coming from, what the underlying goods are, where the underlying goods are going, and who's producing them, essentially. And the other thing we do is make sure that individuals within the bank all have an opinion as to how this particular deal should be structured, so that we don't miss any blind spots, essentially. But to put it into perspective, we've significantly ramped up the team So when the whole Credit Suisse situation happened, we decided to hire defense industry bankers who not only had a good knowledge of the actual industry, but they're also able to bring in their relationships and their experience. So we're extremely well versed in the industry, and we want to do more.
Yet more jobs, right, Guntram?
Yeah, I mean, let me perhaps just add one dimension, which I think is really important. I mean, we are seeing also a revolution, of course, in the defense industry. I mean, we have a lot of old established players, but we are seeing the emergence of new small defense companies that are sort of at the cutting edge of the digital AI integrated battlefield kind of arms that we need, and that have been proven to be very effective in Ukraine. And so one of the worries I have is that this tendency to borrow and buy national might reinforce that these companies actually stay small, because the little German AI company delivers just for the German army, the little French AI company just for the French army, and the result will be that we will miss out on important technological developments that give us the scale to bring down again the cost, but really, frankly, also to get the fighting effectiveness that we need. So I think this issue of how do we nurture this ecosystem of startups, there's two aspects that are central. One is, can they grow into a big European market or only into a small market? And can they get the funding? And some of the startups, of course, do have a problem, because in Europe, there's not just the ESG rules, but we just don't have very well-functioning capital markets in Europe, especially for these kind of venture capitalists, for these kind of startups. Yeah? And so one risk that I see is that some of these firms will actually be seeking funding primarily in the United States capital markets, and that, of course, also then can be, under certain political constellations, at least be a source of worry.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, you asked about the consolidation of the defense market, and I have a good example how not to do it. There was a Eurofighter, and you remember that a couple of nations decided they were going to build it together, and they have all divided the projects into parts, and they didn't charge premium on it. It was hard to negotiate how it's going to unfold, so it was behind the schedule, much more expensive. And this is not the way we should spend the money together for the sake of crawling through the European regulation, which will say 2 or 3 countries must agree to do something together. Because you have to take risk as an entrepreneur. And the contracts are, in essence, basically, you will be paid your expenses plus some premium, which is not very stimulating for the innovation in the environment. So these fundamental changes, and if I have to bring this example from the United States, if you look at the Starlink versus Kuiper from Amazon, if you look at the American ability to shoot 160 rockets per year, Europe does 3. 95% from Elon Musk, because it's refillable. Yep. And the contract with Elon Musk was basically, I will get the target price, and it's my way how I'll get there. So the savings were huge, and the constraints can really drive the innovation cycle. So we should be more courageous in Europe, take risks a little bit, and try to push ourselves forward in a non-traditional ways.
But other than the new money that Deutsche Bank has, I feel like we could have had this exact same conversation at the start of the Ukraine war. Why are we could have had this same conversation more than 3 years ago at the start of the Ukraine war. We were having these conversations about how standardization was necessary and way behind schedule, and how people needed to be more courageous and work together. I mean, why are we still here? And what would, if a war next door isn't going to stimulate this kind of new thinking, what is?
I'm living in a nightmare of déjà vu, like you, Terry, but I'm outside of the government's remit for a year. Maybe when I get back, I can do something about it, but I share your sentiment.
Well, I don't have to prepare for panels anymore. I just call up my notes from 2022, sadly. So I have a question. I have a layperson question for you guys. Is it smart? No, what? It's true. Is it smart, when you look at Rearm Europe, for example, to be releasing the debt brake on highly indebted countries so they can spend on defense, if we're looking at the long-term consequences of this? Again, when you say, why are we doing this all of a sudden? Of course, we're doing this so that there's a great summit in The Hague and there's a declaration that everybody agrees to. But what happens after that? If you are encouraging these countries to spend just on defense, and they're already in some deep trouble, where are we going to be when people sober up after The Hague?
Well, I mean, look, I think some countries in Europe will not and should not fund this with primarily with deficits, and I think these countries actually know it, and they are very reluctant to do this. And I'm not going to name any of them, but I think sort of I'm a Eurozone veteran, so I know we all know the countries that have a lot of debt in Europe. So that's one point. I think there will have to be budget priorities, and the bulk of the spending needs will be put on the shoulders of the countries from, I can say, let's say, from Germany to Finland, right? Which incidentally have quite a bit of fiscal space, yeah, all of these countries. So that's one point. The second point I want to make, however, is that let's not think that this is only a zero-sum game, right? I mean, so we know that defense spending, there's a good paper just published in the American Economic Review showing that US defense spending has long-term positive growth effects in the United States. Has had over, and they look at 120 years.
Even though
that's
declined, the only NATO member.
So and the mechanism is through research and development. So if we are open to sort of use defense spending also to innovate, some of this will also have benefits on long-term growth. And then the third point is, of course, there's the short-term stimulus of it, right? I mean, so you spend €1 on defense, it will have a short-term Keynesian effect of, let's say, half a dollar or so produce, half a euro in additional GDP.
But if what you're saying is true, which I don't doubt, that these countries will not make themselves, will not sign up to the debt break exclusion and so on, they're still going to sign or approve this document in 2 weeks that says they're going to fund 5%, up to 5%, or at least 3.5% of defense spending. And then they really don't have any idea how they're going to do it, do they?
Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid this NATO summit will be a lot of headline numbers done to sort of please the transatlantic relations, and only half of it will be implemented.
Okay. I promised I'm going to let other people enjoy themselves like I am right here, asking questions. Do we have questions from people actually in the room before I go to Slido? Yes, ma'am. Is that Patty? Oh, hi.
Hey, Terry. Patty Morcia from the United States. I spent 20 years in the Pentagon doing strategic planning, information warfare, et cetera, and then 14 and a half years in the intel community doing global futures, counter-ISIS, et cetera. My question is, I've heard many panels over the last 2 days talk about what we need to give to Ukraine and how we need to invest in European defense industry, et cetera. But I haven't heard anyone talk about how we do a coherent requirements process, or where you're getting your requirements from for doing coalition of the willing set of capabilities for countering hybrid warfare, not traditional warfare. And often those tools, as we know, are less expensive, but they're not the shiny, glamorous stuff we're used to funding traditionally. So how do we get, does anyone have any awareness of a requirements process that is comprehensively considering modern warfare requirements and not just traditional conventional war fighting, which we're not really seeing as much? We're evolving.
And approval of the new capability targets is just a week old. So, I mean, while they're classified, maybe we would presumably have some of these things in it if they're going to. Guntram, you know?
Yeah, I mean, just two quick points. I think the first is we need to shift, indeed, the debate from fiscal to capabilities. I think that's very important, not just spend, but what do we need to spend on? What are the capabilities that are missing? How do we get them? Where do we get them quickest and most efficient and sustainably in the long term, right?
And you've written a paper on that, so you can look at his views on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is one point. And then on the hybrid specifically, I mean, I had the pleasure of speaking to EU finance ministers many years ago at the Finnish presidency of the European Union, where they were already concerned about hybrid threats. That was several years before now, and they were exactly concerned about what is happening now, namely deep sea cables in the Baltic Sea being cut. And this is the kind of stuff we know for years. We know that it involves, there's the physical sort of stuff that you need to sort of deter tankers from having the anchor and in that region dropped. But then there is a whole set of financial stability issues behind it. You need to have systems in place to stress test banks if the internet cable comes down. You have to have emergency procedures in place. You need to do these kind of stress tests between banks, for example. There's a whole sort of set of issues where we have done some of these resilience tests at the G7 level. And my understanding is that the result of this discussion in the ECOFIN many years ago was then that also at the European level, there have been financial stability stress tests against hybrid threats, which is absolutely central, because if you have a hybrid threat that strikes and your financial system is down for more than 24 hours, you actually have civil war very quickly because people can't buy bread and milk, right? So this is absolutely central, and I think policymakers have been made aware of it for a couple of years now, but I agree more needs to be done in that space.
Yeah,
You've been inside that row, Faisal?
Yeah, sure. Just to add to that, the issue that we've kind of faced in Europe is you've sort of got 27 national sovereignty requirements, and as a result, you've got 27 quite bespoke defense strategies. And so to give you an example, in Europe, you've got 62 land platforms for tanks, whereas in the US, you've got 8. So my point is, if we were able to coordinate defense spending a lot better in Europe, that would help the overall ecosystem. But you raise a very good, valid point in terms of how can we ultimately look at the battlefield in the next 10, 15 years. I think there's been players in the defense space, such as Helsing, which have come in and put a big emphasis on AI and technology and bringing that into defense. You've also got Andrii in the US who've come in and completely disrupted the market in terms of being able to produce almost the same spec of defense equipment, but at a much cheaper cost, but are able to scale up very quickly. Then you've got Arch Robotics, who are putting a massive emphasis on unmanned drones, unmanned vehicles, etc. The issue you face with these smaller sort of defense tech startups is they don't have a track record, therefore when the governments are given contracts, they're more likely to give it to the big primes. So what they're doing now is these sort of defense startups are teaming up with the big primes. And a good example is Helsing teamed up quite well with Saab, and they were able to provide to the Swedish armed forces after that. So my point is, it will take a bit of time. We're heading in the right direction, but we're certainly not there. But you raise a very valid point.
Jakob, you've been in those meetings. Are people awake to this?
Yes, they are, and not everything is classified. It's really an excellent
capability
question.
targets are classified.
I'll tell you some numbers from the bygone era. Maybe Anna will remember them.
Did you say Biden or bygone?
Bygone. But to the traditional coherent defense planning process, it needs to be threat-based. So if you look at the numbers that we had year before, it was 300,000 troops at the highest level of readiness, which is basically 100 brigades, which is basically what Russia has on the front at one time. So you can see this was counted for the battlefield. Now it's a little bit more on the Russian side, so we need to adjust, but threat-based. But there is a very important distinction. From the domain perspective, Europe is only expected to do something in air, sea, and land domain conventionally. And it's going to be those, 300,000 plus troops, 440 airframes, and 250-something ships and submersibles. But there is a huge gap in the strategic weapons domain. Nobody is expected from Europe to do a nuclear buildup. And in the 21st century, the basis for security will be the same as in the 20th century. And China is ramping up its nuclear plan. They're going to have 1,000 nukes at 2030. So US is, in a good position to ask to spend even more on the conventional from Europe, because they are spending 3.5%, give or take, even though they now passed the 1 trillion line, because they will have to compensate in the very strategic domain of nuclear weapons the European inability to address the issue. And that's what gives them the upper hand. And that's why Donald Trump has announced this Golden Dome project, which is very, very interesting. It's a game changer of the same sort as the SDI for Ronald Reagan, because it will protect America and maybe its allies, it's a good question, from the attack of the nuclear holders in the world. So Europe will have to step up much quickly, much more in a conventional domain against Russia and terrorism in a NATO's world, and that's what's expected. And the money is not really above the expectation. The question is the line, how we get there. And that's the question of our credibility in implementing, because in 2% line, I think there is still like 7 countries maybe that haven't passed the line yet. Yeah. So I'm cautious. But I also saw when the real pressure starts, Europeans are able to do something. And I'm very much afraid about the industry's ability to quickly do something. That's the problem, to quickly do something. I think the consensus on the banking side that defense is a public good is already there. And it's a public good because you cannot exclude anyone from defense, you know, elderly, younger. And that's very good. But it took us some time. So we were deliberately shooting ourselves in the leg for past like 7 years, stopping the money flow. Last thing, capital. I think we need really the European capital market without constraints, which goes to bankruptcy laws, which goes to acceptance of failure in the system, which I think is very, very important. Europe tries to save everyone, regardless of how good they are.
Well, a couple of things. NATO says that this time, or Rutte says that this time there would be checks. There would be, you know, you wouldn't wait until the end, that you would have to prove that at regular intervals you are spending this money and you are spending it the way that you said you were going to and it needs to be done. That would perhaps help.
And of course, the big question would be the 1.5% for the hybrid, and I haven't addressed that. And that's a big if. And I think part of the hybrid, which in my books, it's different than the Russian books, is basically plausible deniability, meddling with your nation under the threshold of open warfare under your own account. And this is dwelling on the social cohesion, basically. And there are 2 types of cohesion. One was addressed, that's the European one, and I can say Italy, but it was omitted here, or Spain, or other countries are so high in the debt that it might destroy the cohesion in Europe if they will borrow from the same pouch. In the society, it's the very same. The social contracts work if the people feel that it is just. When it stops working, and it's part of the resilience, people will be vulnerable to the foreign meddling. So the social expenses, which is in Europe highest in the world, has of course their value in keeping the society shielded. But we have to make it sustainable and maybe find a way to fund the hard power that is missing from Europe. Europe is like someone who's talking loud and doesn't have a big stick behind his back. That's why we are not at the table in negotiating the peace in Ukraine. That's why nobody called from Israel tonight that something's going to happen. Donald Trump knew, we didn't.
Okay. Can I take another one from the room? Yes. Oh, Giuseppe. See, I have too many friends in the audience. Is anybody else that I don't know want to ask a question first? Okay, Giuseppe, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Terry. Be very quick. Giuseppe Spatafora.
Can you stand up, Giuseppe, please?
Yes, I work at the European Union Institute for Security Studies. 2 very quick questions. One, are you worried that member states are going to use the extra money to buy more American weapons to reduce the trade deficit as opposed to European? And second question on the 1.5% is sort of the flip side of the question asked before. What are the chances that countries start doing some creative bookkeeping and putting things such as agricultural subsidies into defense-related spending?
And you might hear from his accent where he's from.
I understood. I'll be quick. In the low-tier market, like the munition, we should buy from everywhere, and we should have an extra capacity on the line for the time of war. In the mid-segment, we should buy European whenever possible, bundle up, consolidate the market, but keep it competitive. But there is also the high tier. And Europe doesn't have anything to offer in certain areas. So we will have to respect that someone else has the 5th-generation fighter, and we don't even make cell phones. So we have to respect that and do it with the Americans, maybe sometimes Israelis, or maybe in the future Ukrainians that will be well ahead of us in the innovation sphere.
Guntram, you've looked into this extensively.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I broadly see the point, but the problem is, of course, that our dependencies in high tech, I mean, our import dependencies from the US are in high tech, basically. They are not in the mid tech and they are not in the low tech, they're in the high tech. And it's exactly there where, of course, this creates also vulnerabilities in the trade war. So to think that this is a solution to the trade war, we buy American weapons, I don't think so. I mean, it might be a short-term appeasement strategy, but in the long term, it only increases U.S. leverage over Europe to extract more on the trade front. So I think we have really a dilemma here, and we need to massively invest into R&D and creating these kind of capabilities ourselves. And if you look at the R&D numbers, the U.S. spends so much more on R&D in defense than Europe does. That is really the big gap, right? And that's what we have to fix. And I think that's the only way, weaning ourselves off the technological dependency from the United States.
And at the moment, the gap is something like 5 years. Europe is 5 years behind the US.
Oh, yeah, it will take many, many years.
Yeah. And the other point I'd add is if you look at sort of the imports of defense equipment into Europe between 2019 and 2023, it was approximately 55% from the US. That was up from 35% from the previous 5 years. So this whole argument about killing the switch to the US, if anyone says that we need to stop relying on the US, it's a matter of investing now in our ecosystem and our supply chain to be able to essentially do that. We still rely quite heavily on the US for example, F-35s, subcomponents, technology, which are really key, critical defense infrastructure that we need in Europe. But I think it's really important to cooperate on that area.
Okay, if we're quick, I can take one more from the room and the top vote getter from Slido. Yes. Stand up, please, and tell us who you are. Can you wait? The mic is coming, sorry.
Director of NATO.
My name is Colonel Groeneveld. I'm the director of the NATO Command and Control Center of Excellence. And I have a question on this. We see the switch on the side where it's not only to R&D, but it's also that we now have commercial industry that actually is bringing the innovation, and therefore our complete relation with industry is changing. I wonder, can you reflect on if we switch from investments to exploitation budgets in our MODs, so if we wouldn't force nations to put 20% in investment, we could also switch the narrative of buying systems that you can touch and that you will get in 10 years towards a more services-related relationship with industry.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Panelists? It appears to be a hard question.
That's I mean, so I'm not a specialist exactly on the question you posed, but I mean, it seems to me indeed that sort of the industry aspect, right, and the service aspect. I mean, a lot of the stuff that we are doing and that we will be needing is increasingly away from the traditional sort of defense heavy metal sort of equipment towards more software-based online services, right? And in this domain, we do have big gaps in Europe, right? And so getting more into this space, I think, would be the right strategy. But I'm not sure I fully got your question correctly, but perhaps...
Maybe I finally understood. Is it about the 20% into new equipment? The traditional, like 50 mandatory personal, 30% for the upkeep, and 20% to the new equipment. That shows us that the NATO rules are slightly obsolete in how they are constructed. I couldn't agree more. But if you change the new equipment into some sort of R&D, it will change the organization. So I kind of agree. But the problem is how to measure the spending in R&D and whether we have the luxury of time, whether we should not more focus on the gaps that exist. For example, Czechia doesn't have an air defense. If the Ukrainian scenario happens here, it will be a real bloodshed. So I think R&D is fine, but maybe let's buy some Iris-T or Patriots or whomever makes them.
Okay, so that feeds well into the top vote getter on Slido. Should there be a guideline for equipment spending on top of overall defense spending of the guideline to modernize NATO forces more effectively? Because right now you have a percentage that you have to spend, but it doesn't tell you what you have to spend it on except related to your capability targets. Okay. Yes, that'll be our last answer, and
oh, sorry.
Be brief. No, that's okay. Go ahead.
There was an idea to do more in cyber. But I would now use the opportunity for this 1.5% to do the things that are not integrated into the defense world, like cyber, and they can be beneficial for the whole society, and I will shift them there. In terms of the traditional, it really helps to increase the demands for readiness, which includes the munition, which I already talked about. And of course, it's a great guideline if you are able to have a unified platform. The problem of Europe is that the European armies are like a bonsai armies, I would say. They are like a tree, everything is orderly, but it's too small to be a real tree. US Army is a different animal or different plant. So we need to integrate these bonsai armies into a working war machine. And that really needs the not only interoperability, but real interchangeability. And that brings us to the, for example, airframe
But
question.
I have to make you short because the other.
Yeah, sorry, I'm ending. Thank you very much.
No.
I'm obedient, please.
No, Faisal.
No, it's a great point. I think certainly the more visibility we have as to what equipment is going to be procured and ultimately bought, that would allow our CEOs and CFOs to invest more heavily into what areas they need to put money into. And from a financing perspective, it would certainly help where we can allocate the capital.
But I mean, just to say, the 20% target on equipment spending, I mean, is now easily met by most countries because defense spending has gone up. And as it has gone up, it has been mostly used for equipment and not so much for personnel. I think the next thing will be we will also have to increase the troop size, and that will be costly, actually. And so ultimately, I think the 20% target is going to be very helpful. Adding a bit on munition and readiness, I think, is very good. But otherwise, I think really let military planners decide this and not sort of bureaucratic approach.
Okay, well, I always, when I came to this panel, I thought we've been talking about this so many times. All of us, even Guntram and I, we've been on panels over the last days a lot. And I thought, is there anything, can we bring energy to this? Are there new ideas? And you three have proven that, yes, we can. And that was really interesting. And I really enjoyed this, and I think our audience probably did too. So thank you three. And then to everyone else, we need to stay seated in a few moments. We are going to welcome the Secretary for Relations with States of the Holy See, Archbishop Paul Gallagher, to hear a call for peace in a fragmented world. And then we should leave. No, but everyone else stay seated, if I read my notes correctly. Is that correct? God? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Latika Burke.
Yes, happy birthday, GLOBSEC. Okay, well, for a slight change of tune now, ladies and gentlemen, to close day 2 of the forum, please welcome to the stage the Archbishop Paul Gallagher, Secretary for Relations with States of the Holy See, to deliver his address, A Call for Peace in a Fragmented World. Archbishop.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, peace be with you. These were the first words spoken by the risen Christ to his disciples, words that Pope Leo XIV echoed from the central loggia of St. Peter's Basilica on the evening of his election just 1 month ago on the 8th of May 2025. It is the peace of the risen Christ, a peace that is unarmed and disarming, humble and persevering, a peace that comes from God, the God who loves us all unconditionally. Let us move forward without fear, together, hand in hand with God and with one another. This greeting, simple yet profound, captures the very heart of the Holy See's vision, a peace not forged in weapons, nor secured by threat or deterrence, but born from love, sustained by justice, and rooted in the dignity of every human being. A peace that is truly Catholic, in the original sense of the word, katholikos, meaning universal. The fragility and urgency of peace. Our world stands at a crossroads. The war in Ukraine has shattered the illusion that peace in Europe is permanent. The Holy Land bleeds, Syria, Yemen, the Sahel. Too many places remain caught in cycles of violence and despair. These conflicts are proof that diplomacy, international politics, economic agreements, and even institutional frameworks, however necessary, are not in themselves sufficient. Peace requires more than governance. It requires moral vision and the transformation of hearts. The world longs not merely for the cessation of violence, but for the healing of memory, the mending of relationships, and the restoration of hope. And that is precisely where religion must step in, not as a competitor to diplomacy, politics, or the structures of society, but as their soul. The Catholic vision of peace. The Church understands peace not merely as the absence of war, but as the presence of right relationship, that she calls an enterprise of justice. From the time of the Great War to today, papal teachings have constantly appealed for a peace based not on conquest, but on justice, grounded in truth, charity, freedom, and the inviolable dignity of the human person as its cornerstone. True peace walks the path of integral human development, for war is ultimately a failure of politics and of humanity. During the Regina Coeli prayer on the 11th of May, Pope Leo XIV echoed the powerful appeal of Pope Paul VI at the United Nations in 1965, saying, "Never again war." From the outset of his pontificate, his first words to the world called us to a peace that is humble, disarmed and disarming, and open to encounter. This is the task before us. Religion, a force for dialogue and unity. Some may argue that religion has caused division, and history bears this out. But as Pope Francis reminded us, it is not religion itself, but its distortion that leads to violence. Properly understood, Religion binds, religare, to bind, uniting man to God and individuals to one another. It appeals not to coercion, but to conscience, not to vengeance, but to forgiveness. The human heart, as St. Augustine wrote, is restless until it rests in God. And that restlessness becomes conflict when the moral dimension is neglected. Indeed, many contemporary conflicts, whether in the Middle East, the Caucasus, Africa, or elsewhere, cannot be understood without recognizing the religious identities and spiritual longings of the peoples involved. The Holy See's diplomatic presence, rooted in moral credibility rather than military strength, enables it to speak to all sides, not with the logic of domination, but of dialogue. 4 pillars of the Holy See's approach to peace. The Holy See's approach to peace is grounded in 4 enduring convictions. First, human dignity. Every human life is sacred. No peace is possible if even one life is deemed expendable. Secondly, the common good. Peace must serve all, not just the strong, especially the poor, the displaced, the forgotten. Thirdly, solidarity. We are not isolated individuals, but one human family. Peace grows through interdependence. And fourthly, integral human development. As Pope Paul VI affirmed, development is the new name for peace, but not just any development. It must be integral, addressing every dimension of the human person and all peoples on earth. Interreligious dialogue, a shared responsibility. Peace can never be built by one people, one nation, or one religion alone, neither in the past nor in the present, nor in the days to come. It must always be a collaborative endeavor. Since Nostra Aetate, the Church has walked a new path of encounter with other religions, recognizing the seeds of truth and the desire for peace present in all. The Holy See engages in interreligious dialogue, not as a diplomatic courtesy, but as moral necessity. Jews, Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, we all have a role to play in healing our world. Religion, not an obstacle, but a foundation. In a world that often relegates religion to the private sphere, the Holy See dares to say that religion, rightly lived, is not an obstacle to peace, but a necessary foundation for it. Peace requires more than politics. It requires healing, forgiveness, and moral clarity. What Pope Francis called a diplomacy of hope, not naive optimism, but a conviction that change is possible, that no conflict is beyond redemption. To conclude, building bridges, not walls. Let me turn in closing to the voice of the new Pope, Leo XIV. We are followers of Christ. Christ goes before us. The world needs his light. Help us, one and all, to build bridges through dialogue and encounter, joining together as one people, always at peace. This mission belongs to us all, whether diplomats, leaders, educators, or citizens. May we be builders of bridges, not barriers. May we remember that peace is not only a political goal, it is a human calling, a gift from God, and a task entrusted to every generation. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Archbishop Paul Gallagher. Peace is a moral necessity is, I think, a quote for us all to take home this evening. Well, that wraps up day 2 of GLOBSEC 2025. Thanks for joining us here on the Havel stage for another plentiful day of discussions. A lot of topics were spanned on this stage today. We heard, of course, about security guarantees, the prospects for peace, the Vatican's potential role in providing a platform for that, of course, in Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. Turning away from the conflict, we also heard about the EU's green agenda, defence financing, and Europe's place in the emerging world order that we're seeing shake down around us, its own tech ambitions, and the path for peace in the Middle East. Okay, that's the formalities done. So for those who want to have a cocktail, the buses are leaving, in a couple of minutes from outside the front. We'll be having the buses to the cocktail party. Everyone is invited to this tonight. It's at Zoffen Palace. Buses are leaving at 7, 7:30 and 8 p.m, so plenty of time to catch one. Tomorrow morning, it's a 9 a.m. start back on all of these stages. We will have discussions on the future of multilateralism, AI's influence on news journalism, one particularly close to my heart. And I hope you come to this panel because I'm hosting this one right here on the Havel stage. It's about collective defence in the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific. So see you all for the final day of GLOBSEC 2025 tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. here on the stage, and enjoy your evening.